Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
With the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
Good morning. Beautiful sunny scenes here over Steamer Lane. Lighthouse Point, Santa Cruz, California are here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and it is finals day. My name is Peter Mel. Alongside me this morning, Adam Replogo will be calling the action throughout the day. And of course, looking over this lineup, Adam, what are your thoughts on how you've seen conditions?
Well, I mean, it looks perfect out there to me. We just need a couple more bumps coming in there. As we saw on the forecast, Pete, we do have a wind swell coming in through the day. So let's hope that with this medium tide that we have, we're blessed with this medium tide, that we have a lot of contestable waves.
Yeah, so we're just around 9 a.m. We'll have a low tide, which is around 3.7 feet. High tide, 4.5, or a little bit over that, around 2 this afternoon. Finals day, we got quarterfinals for both the men and women. We'll be finishing up right around 2 o'clock. And again, the conditions with this north wind, which is actually light offshores here. It's actually the perfect wind for this zone, north-northeast. We should be having some beautiful conditions throughout today. Yesterday, stormy is all can be early morning. Ended up cleaning up a little bit in the afternoon. But overall, this is beauty. We've got the storm winds cleared out, and it is not a cloud in the sky. And it is small on the smaller side, but with this north-angled wind swell, too, it's right around 300 degrees. A whole different day. Literally every day that we've had the Coldwater Classic in this event this year has been an absolutely different swell direction, different conditions. And whoever's going to win this one has got to have the ability to just ride anything.
Yeah. As you can see on your screen, It's Beach back there right behind the lane. You see a lot of little bumps coming from both directions. See right there the swells, Pete, 3 feet at 8 seconds. I think there's an underlying northwest swell, too, that should start to come under there with actually a little interval, maybe up 12 seconds. So
yeah, no, that's what we need. It is forecast to build through the day. That's always positive signs, especially when you have conditions as clean as it's going to be throughout the day. You know, it's good. So women's quarterfinals are set. First heat that's going to be getting underway here right at 8 a.m. is going to be Zoe Benedetto and Autumn Hayes. I know that Zoe's been parked here for this week, and her home beach of Palm Beach in Florida has been pumping, by the way. I don't know if you've caught any of the images on the East Coast, but it has been super nice down there. So Zoe's been having hear her friends telling her how good the waves are. But she's got a chance to win and go back-to-back here at the Coldwater Classic. So let's watch Zoe. But a very wily competitor, another surfer that knows the lane better than anyone, the last local in contingency here on finals day, Autumn Hayes.
Yeah. And I'm noticing, too, where Autumn's positioning herself in comparison to where the competitors have been the last couple of days. They're right up off the top of the point, Pete. So looks like Zoe's way outside, taking the, say, priority position. Just by position, she's in the best priority position. But we have not established priority yet. Still
haven't even started
the heat yet. So it looks like they're just going to come down here and start playing a little chess game before the game.
Yeah, that's so classic. Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Talia Swindoll and Sarah Frere. That's a great heat, two youngsters. Then go to the other side of the draw. We've got quarterfinal number 3, which is going to have Eden Walla, Mia McLeish, and then quarter 4, Kira Pinkerton up against Reed Van Wagener. So there's a solid contingency of some veterans and well as some youth partaking in today as we look at the schedule. So the men's quarterfinals probably be starting, right at about 10 o'clock. You know, we got a couple hours, 25 minutes, or sorry.
Wow, I think they've gone up to, this is a change in schedule. So they've gone up to giving us 30 minutes. So they've given us an extra 5 minutes there.
Okay, there we go. Since we have a full day of competition and the heat has started.
Oh,
so
wow.
very first exchange almost took place here. So yeah, to 30 minutes now. So originally 25 minutes what we saw on the schedule. So now 2 hours for the first round of quarterfinals, and then we'll start around 10 o'clock for the men's. And in the men's, you see the quarters bracket there.
Yeah. That's the
for the women's.
Yeah.
The men's bracket will be coming up, like I said, around 10 o'clock, and another full schedule there with some new names in the quarters and some legit veterans names in there. It's going to be a fun day of competition today, especially with these increase in swell. The extra 5 minutes, I think that is due to the fact that we've had a little slower look at the lineup as far as the conditions go. There hasn't been a ton of waves, so although this looks like a rideable wave, but they're going to pass up on it.
Yeah, there's still some really, really small little south swell waves, Pete. Obviously, the majority of the waves coming up.
Left over from the last,
yeah,
the last day of competition, too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yesterday, you know, we had quite a bit of wind swell in the water, combined with another smaller south swell. But this low has been positioned sort of strangely off of us and sort of idled for a second. So we see a little residual swell here. But
like the shorter interval.
Yeah, like still the little waves. You saw when you were looking at its beach, you saw a bunch of little waves in the back there. You can see it still. The waves coming both directions right there.
Yeah, and then there's that up top, if you can look at armpits, they call it, which is up in that like next set of points beyond it beach. But there's a little bit of that north swell angle. You can see it's coming from that north angle. It takes a little bit more to wrap into Steamer Lane.
Yeah, it does.
And it takes some time. I don't know how that works, but it literally is the weirdest thing. It'll actually move past it and move down, and then later in the day, it ends up just kind of get pulled in.
Yeah, like if you looked at Pleasure Point right now, Pete, it's probably chest high. Waves are getting down there a little better. As you see, our previous champion here, Zoe Benedetto, Pete, has been on a heater here. She's got quite the little relationship here with the lane.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, considering that literally her home beach is Palm Beach, which is just short interval beach break. Really, it's the complete polar opposite of a long point break right. And to be able to negotiate and actually produce the lines needed at Steamer Lane, it's way different than what she grew up surfing. I mean, it's literally the polar opposite of it. Whereas that tight interval, small, quick kind of stuff, that doesn't necessarily pay off here, but she's been able to dial her surfing in and has had great success at Steamer Lane.
Yeah, I've noticed some of the women here that have been able to slow their tempo down a little bit, Pete, have stood out a little to me. Just using the speed, utilizing all the face, and not trying to do so many like small turns, but focusing on some nicer turns.
I mean, we touched on it all week long in regards to how, surfing the lane, what is the type of equipment you're going to need. And I think that this event specifically, you could have ridden a different board in every one of your heats on each day. So it is Palm City. I'm sorry, I call it Palm Beach. It's Palm City, Florida, which is where she's been, grew up in surfing. Zoe Benedetto, 18 years old. So just a youngster, but plenty. I mean, you consider about how you can start surfing competition really basically at 8 years old.
Yeah.
They have divisions out there. There's, the ESA, NSSA, that are amateur organizations, and then you get into Surfing America.
Wow, what does Autumn see here? Yeah, what does Autumn see here? She sees this thing coming down to the inside, Pete. Looks like she's got a nice little wall.
Wow, so a good read here is that wave literally tripled in size as she dropped into it, and this is that local knowledge. She's got that vicious forehand whip that she just pulled off, so nice start here for Autumn Hayes, the last local. And early morning here. I know that they had the Coldwater Classic party last night, so I'm sure some of the folks are going to take a little slower move here to get to the beach. I mean, my favorite day of driving early morning in Santa Cruz is Sunday morning.
No doubt.
You ever noticed that one, right?
It's crickets.
It's full on.
Crickets
Love it.
in town, yeah.
Get across town in an actual proper amount of time.
Yeah, maybe like 12 minutes instead of 40. As you see right here, looks like Zoe sitting outside now by herself. Great little wave for Autumn Hayes. Notice just at the end of that wave, Pete, I'm curious. I'll talk to her about it after if she disguised it, but her little back foot might have fallen off.
As she did the whip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and put it back on.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's Zoe's answer. She kicks right on out. Zoe this season has a win on this QS Tour right now. She's leading the North American rankings. She had a first at the Coastal Edge ECSE Pro produced by the Virginia Beach JCs as we watch this replay here.
Yeah, nice board speed, Pete. Great direction change right there.
Check the back foot.
Watch the back foot right here. I'm just curious, but I mean, it's disguised. It's sort of disguised.
Gotcha.
But no, like when she was doing her ninja kick out the lip, it was
Yeah.
perfectly on the board. But great little disguise there. We'll see what the judges do with that.
That's so funny because you end up having that back foot slides off because your put all that weight up front. And it pulls the back foot off. But luckily she was able to ride out of it. That was important because that was really you don't pull that off, that last move, which is basically the highest impactful move on that final section.
Yeah.
It's basically a throwaway score. Here now it's going to give you a keeper. Waiting on Autumn's first. Again, 30-minute heats, which, again, you can be a little bit more patient when you add the extra 5 minutes as we watch this wave triple in size.
Yeah, sure does. Great hack right there. Autumn cracked it this morning, so she's obviously had her second surf, and great hit right there as well, and rides out of it. So
I did see, I don't know if she's riding the board that she was on the warm-up this morning, but
what is she riding?
She was riding a little epoxy swallow, and I don't know if it was a CI or not. It actually might have been something else.
Really?
Which was, yeah, it kind of, it had some carbon on it. It wasn't like a normal spine tech that we usually see from CIs. We watched Benedetto's first here. So this wave not going to have quite that same style of wave, but a finish move's coming up, and that was a nice hack.
That was great.
And there the kelp playing a bit of a role as well. You know, we're not even at low tide, which is around, like I said, around 9 o'clock today. It's like late 8:50 or something, and it's not really a low tide. It's a 3.7, which is really kind of a mid tide as we watch the replay here. So similar style of wave that we saw of Autumn's. You know, it was one that peeled off the point and picked up its energy in here.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a great comparison. You know, did it have the same kind of flow as Autumn? You know, a nice sting at the end.
There's some reflection, though, Pete. I mean, that's perfect reflection. I haven't seen the score yet drop for Autumn's first wave, but
it's going to be a good one. 7.17. Zoe's coming in now. It's going to be slightly under, and I like this because I feel like even though there was more turns on Zoe's wave, those combination of major moves, you saw the big wrapping cutty. She was straight back to the bottom and gets that nice blew the tail out. That two-turn combo is going to be more quality, higher quality, just by just under a point. 6.33 for Zoe Benedetto. So judges on point this morning. Really good kind of
a nice little spread there.
Right?
Yeah.
Perfect spread between those two. That's how I felt watching that. I was like, hey, yeah. I mean, it could have been you could have even done a 6.17 and a 5.33, but finals day, let's use the whole scale, get on up there into the 10 points. And already a great start to this. So you see quality scores posting right there in the first exchange. That's good signs for finals day.
Yeah. I always like, too, that the lane will throw you some curveballs and that there will be some waves that aren't that good, and that if you take them, that could really sort of disrupt your plan A. But right now it looks like Autumn Hayes and Zoe both on plan A right now, working out really well.
Finals day, and we have to thank our sponsors. This is an event that has been brought back to the Santa Cruz waters here, and it's super important. So we got to say thank you to some of our, lower ranked sponsors with Verve, Cruise.io, and Save the Waves. The Dream Inn also has been our beverages with guayaki, which today, again, we're going to have our garden out there, which will have guayaki yerba mate there for if you don't drink, and then West Peak Sparkling Spirits. Thank you to West Peak, who has been producing a lot of support for not only the local surfers here, but also our Board Riders Club. So thank you to West Peak. You guys are killing it. We also have Kona Big Wave, Kona Brewing, thank you so very much. Four Wheel Campers, those guys have their setup here, and man, they've been showcasing what they've been able to do as far as their camper products. Go check it out. If you're nearby, come on down and watch the rest of the finals today. But if not, go online. Four Wheel Campers since 1972. So a long company that's been in the business for a long time. City of Santa Cruz, big time support this year. Thank you, and keep it up. We love it. And of course, O'Neill bringing this event back. Born and bred here in Santa Cruz, 1952, producing wetsuits. Thank you to Pat O'Neill and his support, everyone there. We love it. Let's keep it going as we watch the replay here of that last exchange.
Yeah, and you guys at home, you guys compare as well. This is a great little back-to-back replay of both surfers.
A little bigger wave too, right? So it's a little more critical sections that we saw there.
And the speed, I think, in which she gained right away. There was quite a bit more speed, as you can see right here with Zoe. Great little hack right there, but just the tempo's a little slower.
Yeah.
The wave starts to speed up on the inside. I really enjoy her style. But when it comes down to maneuvers, this is the maneuver that gave her a majority of the points.
Yeah, that's, again, you're right. 6.33 there. And you could even argue that maybe she didn't completely ride out of that. Judges gave it to her, though, for sure. I mean, the kelp is something that kind of comes into play here. It literally is like, hey, that stuff's going to, you're going to get hit a piece of kelp. That's not really an error,
Yeah, but it looks like one.
No, it does, huh?
No doubt. I mean, that is something that obviously growing up here we're pretty accustomed to, is dealing with the kelp. Sometimes you could actually carve around the kelp, but just that shot prior, you saw all those beautiful little otters, Pete, that have been sort of taking over Steamer Lane lately. And boy, they are the poster child to our sanctuary here.
Well, and the reason being is that there are not many places in the world that they thrive. And one of the places they thrive is right here in the Monterey Bay. I mean, you go down into the south of the bay, go down into, the Moss Landing Harbor there.
Yeah.
There is a huge, huge community of otters. You'd think, oh, these things are not endangered, but they are. You know, they are. And it's been, their pelts were used here. For example, the pelts were used back in the day, but that has stopped. As you see a look into our...
This is where all the parents are hanging out, Pete. That was Autumn's dad right there in the second. Right there, looks like John Wall is down there as well. And then just all the carps right here lining the rail. Lovely day down here today, and quite the contrast in comparison to yesterday, Pete. Yesterday was storming and windy and raining. This is
I
a
didn't
great
get out of bed, bro.
spectator state.
I waited for the call, sitting in bed. I was like, dude, what's we going to do tomorrow? What are we doing? Are we doing this today? And it wasn't. But, I mean, there was actually ended up being some okay waves in the afternoon. I heard there was some good warm-ups that went down.
Yeah.
But today, condition-wise, just optimum. If we can just get a consistency level that's up and see another set of waves here. It looks like a little slot wave.
Yeah.
I will say that Autumn Hayes, with the first exchange, getting the better of it, and she has priority here, so she's going to pull the trigger, and if she can get a little error there, so priority error for Autumn Hayes.
Yeah, that's one of the hard things about taking off and right on Table Rock, is that sometimes the next section's already breaking by the time you get up and going.
Yeah.
So I like the ones that bang off the cliff a little and give you sort of a push down the line and then you get catapulted into that section. Looks like a little rebate wave here for Autumn.
Yeah, well, it's a good move here for Autumn, because I think she wants to back up that 717. You never know what the ocean will do, as she's going to hold it together here. A little mistake in the beginning stages, but does pick up a wave in this set. Utilizes the priority. She's going to get a backup number. Not going to be a huge number. But Zoe, not any opportunity for her, so it's kind of a good move there for Autumn to be able to get that backup number.
Yeah, and I really think Zoe had a little to do with where Autumn positioned herself into that wave, maybe getting her in her mind a little bit. Even though they do have priority, it is a positioning game, and sometimes you can position yourself in relation to your competitor, not so much the wave.
Well, especially think about today, our new swell is going to be coming out of a very north-angled swell. So we've literally had full south swell, which was around 200 degrees, and now we're going a whole full 100 degrees around the dial to the north swell. We've had straight west, which is straight out of like 180. So we've literally had the clock.
Yeah,
any swell
spectrum
direction that we can get here at the lane, we've seen at this Coldwater Classic, and that happens in this October, November timeframe. We get to see the last storms that are coming from the southern hemisphere. We start to see the first kind of rain squall storms, which are kind of more of a westerly direction, and generally are long interval, those types of storms where you pull up a typhoon and then it pulls into a low, and then we get those really long interval west swells. We saw that in early October too. So
gosh, we've already had a beautiful run of waves. You can see right here a little replay on Autumn's second little score, or this is her third wave, but second score on the board. A couple nice little snaps, Pete, but as you had mentioned, just going to probably throw this wave away at the end of the heat.
3-point ride there, a couple direction snaps, a whole lot of difference between, say, her wave before, where she was able to get that nice wrapping carve where she kept the speed up. This wave there was just more directional changes, and that's where you can see as a viewer, first-time viewer, watching waves and how they get scored. You want to be able to do your maneuvers in critical sections, which is the breaking part of the wave. You want to do it right where the white water and the face are.
Yeah.
As we look in at the next heat coming up, this is Talia Swindoll. She had her game face on this morning.
Yeah, she
saw Mom there on the railing. She had the tunes on. She still got the tunes. You wonder what she's listening to. That was, I think, one of the Groms asked some great questions in regards to what is your hype music? Because I think it changes for everybody. I mean, did you ever used to listen to music before your heats?
Well, actually, I had to calm down.
Yeah,
so
that's
like,
what I'm saying. So you're going
I would
listen
amp
to say,
up. Yeah, I'd amp up. Like on a normal average, say free surf, you'd want to get psyched up. But when it came down to competition, I had to sort of calm down. I was almost out of my skin. So I wasn't listening to a lot of music.
Yeah.
Because music sort of got you riled
ever
up.
use meditation?
Well, now I do. No, I
You
didn't know
then,
anything.
though. We didn't know about it.
Didn't know anything.
We
about
did,
that
but we didn't use it. Let's put it that way.
See, here's
You
the
think about
locals.
all the tools that are being used now by the athletes. It's pretty amazing what we've seen in the transition. I mean, a guy like Jack Robinson using the breath work before his heats.
No doubt.
There's also, obviously, I think music's been a big part of amping up as we look in at Ben Coffey. There's Austin Lawrence there with the white hat on.
Surf to wellness event.
Caden Panacea there watching. So early morning folk down here to support Autumn.
No doubt. Paneses, man, boy, they were good, boy.
Yeah.
They're still good, I guarantee you.
Oh, no, 100% they are. Yeah, Brogy's still solid. The brother, the Panacea brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, now they're running the construction company up there, Panacea Construction.
Right on. How's it going, Mike? As you see right there, great overview of the lay of the land. Starting to warm up. Sort of chilly this morning, Pete. After
Big
that
time.
low,
right?
It was that low that went through here was actually really warm. It was like 65 degrees, 66 degrees,
right?
and raining. Yeah.
And then today, what do you think? Mid 40s?
In the 40s.
Yeah.
Crisp.
Love it. I mean, again, that's just the diversity of it. You never know what you're going to be doing. If you're going to wear board shorts and thongs, or you're going to be out here in parkas and Uggs.
Some children thrive in this, and I mean, young people thrive in this condition. Some don't. I was talking with John Wall this morning, and he mentioned to me that Eden, I believe it was last year, maybe a while ago, just when she was up here last year, maybe, that she had a reaction coming out of the water. She was freezing surfing, put her hands in warm water. Sure enough, her hands swelled up pretty heavily.
Wow.
And they stayed like that for quite a period of time.
Huh.
I've had it tingle and sort of swell,
I've
but
had
never
that feeling.
stay around. But boy,
for more than like a few minutes, right?
More than a few minutes, yeah. But yeah,
that's a body reaction to the cold.
To the cold,
crazy.
Yeah. So everyone reacts differently, but the wetsuits now are incredibly warm, And speaking of that, O'Neill's has made an incredible suit for this water, Pete. Obviously, being a freezing area, they had to perfect it quick.
Yeah, they did. And they did, and John Hunter and Pat O'Neill developing all of that. They've got a new crew in there as well, supporting John Hunter. Sam, head of basically technology again as well. So there's a full team over there. And I think that that's something that O'Neill has done from the very beginning, is that, and I think it's instilled by Jack O'Neill really, because he was an innovator, is that using technology, using new types of products, new types of innovation to improve the product, and always looking at that. O'Neill's been at the forefront for a very long time.
Yeah.
Sarah.
It's like Sarah getting ready for the next
Look at
heat.
a little different way to vibe out, right? No music. She's going into this Zen mode, visualization.
Yeah.
Stretching the neck, some breath work there, Sarah.
Yeah, it's a completely different ballgame the way people are preparing nowadays, at least in comparison to the way that our group was doing it. Obviously, there was a lot of people taking it way more seriously than we were at the time we were doing it.
We were having a good time.
I look back, I think we had as much
but I
fun
mean,
as
we wanted to win heats too, right? It wasn't that at all.
Yeah, but I mean,
it was a career.
Yeah, I mean, if you lost the heat, at least you won the party at that night,
Yeah, well, I'm glad that's changed, to be honest.
Well, I just still think that, wow, what a blast off the cliff right there. There's there's a nice balance between enjoying yourself and really giving it 100% in these contests. Some of these young surfers, man, they take it really, really hard, And so, as you see a little ape hanger, I like to say that word, but it's that little side wave that comes off the cliff and then has a little wall. Let's see what Autumn has on this little wave here. Doesn't look too interested.
Well, that was Autumn. She kind of moved off to the side, right?
Yeah.
And not much going there. So she needs to definitely improve on that 3.0 if she wants to keep herself comfortable there. Because you look at the needs needed by Zoe Benedetto with priority, 3.85, not much there, right?
No.
So that, you know, the 717, the 633 separated by 3/4 of a point, you definitely need to know that that's pretty comparison scores. So you're going to want to make sure that you get a solid backup, not only better maybe than the 7.17 if you really want to solidify yourself here.
Yeah.
Again, quiet conditions as we start to see this increase in swell through the day. We are going into a low tide. I know that once kind of, you know, that half hour or 40 minutes of tide, basically bottom of the tide, can be kind of quiet. You know, you like to see water moving, especially at these kinds of waves right here, like Steamer Lane. You like to see water moving in or out. It doesn't really like that peak or ebb of tide. You know, you want the peak high tide's kind of a slow period, and also the very small part of the low tide, the dead low is not very consistent as either. But that's right around 9 o'clock, so we still got another 40 minutes until that happens. But
you ever see that physicist guy that's on Rogan?
The scientist?
Yeah. He talks about like
everything,
all this, celestial stuff, all the stars and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He went on this great little tutorial on tide.
Yeah.
And how gravity pulls the tide, and the Earth rotates around this pulling of the.
It's Coriolis effect,
yeah,
which is basically the spinning of the Earth. I've done a deep dive in this too.
Yeah, believe me, I just thought, because the moon was up, sun, all just came in, ebb and flow.
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, that's where you'll see a lot of this. I mean, depending on how close the moon is, you'll see a bigger swing, right, of tides because the gravity is pulling it there. But the Coriolis effect is spinning around, so the Earth's already got bulges of water.
Bulges, right? That's what he described it as. Yeah, I was like, wow, now we're way out of it. And you got to
think about it. Think about another thing, too. I mean, and this is going even deeper dive here. We can, as we have a quiet period, we can do that. But, like, the bathymetry of an ocean, like when you watch water move around, a tide will come in. It's not always going to be at the exact same time where you're going to see the peaks of the tides. Water moves so unique. It moves, with deep water, it moves faster through it. So say the tide's moving in, like say for an example down at Moss Landing.
Yeah.
When all that deep water's there, you're going to get a bulge of water scooping up as it goes out of a mile deep ocean to
shallower.
Basically, ocean level, right? At sea level. You're going to see different tides move around at different times. As you see here, good work here, I think, for Autumn just to kind of keep busy on this inside section here, although nothing really has transpired yet. But outside of priority in one-on-one competition like that, you always kind of like to just give yourself chances.
Yeah.
You see she's going to do that again. This one might grow. We've seen it grow before. She had a wave earlier that did this and went into a head-high wave.
Yeah, and some of the power is at the end of these waves, so nice turn right there.
Okay, so that's going to help. I think that one there with that last move is going to improve on the 3.0.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Not by a whole lot, but...
Well, yeah, thinking about her last wave with just a couple of little squiggles, in comparison to that. That was into the lip. It was nice projection. But look at Zoe's out there sandbagging, Pete. She has had priority for a minute.
I mean, strategy-wise, though, wouldn't you agree that she's probably doing the right thing?
100%. Yep. 100%.
Wait it out. There's plenty of time. That, picking up waves on the inside necessarily aren't going to really help for Autumn Hayes, although she did add 2 points to her total, which made a little difference in regards to what wave is needed for Zoe.
Yeah.
5.85. So I like what Autumn has done. Basically, strategy-wise, these women have done exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, they would have been doing the exact opposite if they were in the
opposite situation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Zoe would have been doing had Autumn sat outside with priority.
So. And Autumn would have been doing the right thing. The same thing as Zoe. Zoe's doing the right thing. She's got to wait it out up there.
And
she's not out of position by any means with her priority. You kind of want to sit inside and go out to the set waves and maybe look at one of those double ups on the inside. That's what lane will give you. I mean, example there, Autumn Hayes, I mean, that wave was way on the inside and it gave her a solid section. She went into almost that's fair range, that 5.0.
Yeah. And you'll see that
12.17 points is a good total.
Yeah, and you'll see that a little more too with that northwest wind swell sort of just slurping down that point, and being relatively small and slow, and then have a little bump coming in towards the peak, which gives you a nice end section. So
yeah, we saw some lefts this morning off Middle Peak too.
Them,
so that's that north swell. It gets grabbed by the Middle Peak section. So there will be that opportunity through today, I think, as well, to keep in mind.
pretty good indicator, though, for the first heat of the day, Pete, to have as many good scoreable waves so far. You know, they obviously pushed it up to 30 minutes, so gave these gals quite a bit of time. But both of these women have been able to get their first good score within the first couple minutes of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like the extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, because it would be over about now if they didn't. So
it would, huh? Yeah, I'd be counting it down. I think Autumn would have liked that, but
yeah. You know, this is also a trip too, Pete, where they're positioned now with priority in comparison to years ago without priority. We would have sat up off the point just to maintain that position. Where now with the priority situation, it seems like they've moved in quite a bit, and like you said, are able to serve from the inside out.
Looking into the future for the World Surf League North America qualification series, the Slow Cal Open at Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope. That's going to be coming up December 4th through 10th. And that happens at The Rock.
Oh, that's right around the corner.
Yeah, it is. That's a QS 1000.
That's cool.
And I think then we have the Slow Cal Open at Pismo Beach.
Oh, wow.
Presented by Surfing for Hope, which will be after the new year. And that one is going to be a QS 3000, a very important event for the qualifying series of ASP or of WSL North American Series. And then a couple events after that 1000s. There's one in Dominican Republic. There's going to be another one in Cocoa Beach. And then we have the final event of the series. That'll be in March. That'll be Barbados. That was a QS 5000. That'll finish out the season. For the women, top 4 in the rankings will get their spot in the Challenger Series, which is the first event happening in the Gold Coast in April. So, I mean, you think about how the series is unfolded. You know, all the seasons end, and then the next season starts. You know, the championship tour is going to start in the end of January. That's in 1st of February. That's when we'll see the Pipe Pro, which I actually saw an announcement. I did not well, I'm not even going to talk about that. But the Pipe Pro will be happening in beginning of the season for the championship tour. 2 events there: the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, which happens consecutively in Hawaii. So the 2 events to start the season off. Then we head to Portugal. Then back to Australia.
Zoe's starting to get nervous.
Is she?
I think so.
250 to go. Yeah, well, she's been sitting there for a while now.
Well, she needs a wave. You know, she needs a wave of some substance, really. 5.8,
yeah,
nearly a 6. So you need to, you know, shoot for a 7, 6.5. You know, like overshoot. And it looks like there could be a couple bumps here, Pete.
Well, you know, not always the biggest wave is always going to give you the best line either. So we'll see what this one looks like.
Some push out to sea and then some actually come back on themselves, give you a little more opportunity. Let's see if Zoe pulls the trigger.
She does. So will this wave load up on the inside, carves it back? Nice little rebound here. It's starting to converge, and not enough energy. Unfortunate there. Now Autumn will have to close out this heat with priority. Well, doesn't need to ride another wave, but what she does need to do is stay tight to Zoe Benedetto. And yeah, look at that. She's paddling right there next to her, just going to ride it out. She's matching if she can hold on for this next minute and 40 seconds. She'll match what she was able to do last year by getting into the semifinals and taking out the defending champ. But still a minute and a half. But with one-on-one competition, this is the power of having priority. Yeah. As they're able to kind of take priority. I mean, basically it feels like this was a mistake at this point because this wave didn't do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, where she was positioned, Pete, and took off on that wave, she just took off into the shoulder. If we would have saw a pulled back shot of that, actually, that wave was peeling a little bit too, up off the point a little more. So there could have been some skin on the bone a little higher up on the point.
Seen that. We have definitely seen that in this event.
But, you know, in saying that, you know, easier said than done being up here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have priority. We were, commenting on how her positioning was good, but that wave with the lower tide, they will pop up and move outside a little bit further, so you kind of have to chase it out as well as chasing it in, and that makes it challenging here because there's just as much movement going out and in than there would be side to side.
Saw that there. You see how much time that wave was breaking prior to her getting there. like I said, it's way easier up here. I know it's really challenging up there,
no,
you know. And
we can coach and win every heat.
yeah, but her strategy was to wait, you know, after she had caught that good 6.33. So she did her best. I didn't put a clock on it, but I think she probably held that priority for over like 12, 13 minutes.
10 seconds to go. Autumn Hayes from moving on into the semifinals.
We're hanging our hat on Autumn.
There it is. We are official. Autumn Hayes will take the win with 12.17 points. Moving over the top of Zoe Benedetto, our defending champion, is out of the event with a equal 5th. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with quarterfinal number 2, where we'll see our USA team juniors taking the water with Sarah Frere and Talia Swindell.
Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
And we're back and a look into Autumn Hayes, our first semifinalist. And all smiles, obviously, as she has been able to get herself into the semifinals, and that's a big one. You know that every local from Santa Cruz wants to find their way into finals day, and she's the last one standing, as she is everyone there loving her. Alo and the crew at the top of the stairs, gotta love that. Yep. But we've got another heat underway here, just getting started. 30 minutes, quarterfinal number 2. Talia Swindell, she'll be in the red. Sarah Frere in the blue. And just looking at the two of these surfers, I was getting some word from Ryan Simmons, the coach of the USA team, and both these surfers are part of the junior team, which is going to be going to Brazil right after this event. They're going to be going and competing and going for that title of the team events in the ISAs. Gotta love it. Good job to all of them. I think Courtney Conlog is going to be part of that coaching squad. As well as Zoe Chate's going to be the 3rd under-18 girl, which is cool. And Asher Nolan is going to actually help out with coaching.
Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I saw Zoe's little post about that. That's awesome. You saw right there a great little view of that new little rock we have right in the middle of the takeoff zone.
You like that rock?
Well, I don't.
New little rock?
New little rock.
It's an annoying little new rock.
An annoying little rock. But yeah, it sort of
right
definitely challenges. I mean, it literally takes waves off the table.
Yeah,
now,
it does.
It's taken waves that we would normally have surfed off the table.
Yep.
So unfortunately, for these competitions that are sort of hubbed up next to the cliff, there might be a 1/3 of the waves now that we don't surf. As you can see the bracket right here, Pete.
So we already have Autumn Hayes into the semifinal number 1. We're trying to give her competitor now with these two young surfers that are in quarterfinal number 2. You look at the bottom half of the draw, another very youthful looking crew.
Yeah.
Eden Walla young, Mia McLeish is young. Two of the smallest surfers in this event that are going to be competing in quarterfinal number 3. Kira Pinkerton, who is a vet, and even she's very young, you know, but she's having to meet up with a whole nother generation of 13, 14, and 15-year-old superstars, really.
Yeah. There's Swindell paddling into the inside now. Looks like there might be a little change in the wind. Maybe not.
Sarah coming and competing here from Huntington Beach, born and raised in HB. Autumn Hayes has just taken out the first quarterfinal, and she's downstairs on the glass, feeling it.
I'm here with Autumn Hayes, making it into the semifinals. Coming back from the redemption from last year, you're a local legend, ripping. Last local in the contest. How's it feel to move forward after ripping that heat?
It feels really good. I was super nervous, but once I was like, it was at the last like 10 minutes, I was like, finally, I was like, okay, I can surf if like a wave comes, and I'm feeling good. So yeah.
Did that first wave you got kind of ease the nerves, and like getting that 7 right off the bat help you like figure out the rest of your heat?
It definitely helped once I heard the score, but I was like so stressed when I was surfing it. I didn't think it was as good as of a wave as I don't know what I thought it was, but I was just like, I just need another one. And then when I heard a 7, I was like, okay, that's good. I can relax.
Well, that's good to hear. We're a local legend right here. All the locals are rooting for her, so we hope to see her go on.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, of course, Dylan, one of the Groms that surfs out here, and obviously one of the coolest things about Autumn Hayes, what she brings to the table. She gives back to the youth, you know. She works with all the young women that are here in Santa Cruz, and there's a lot of them now. So she is a great ambassador to the sport, also a West Peak ambassador. Team O'Neill, talking to Flea there. Flea obviously is a big part of this area here for the O'Neill team as well, running the surf shop team. And first wave for Swindoll, unfortunately there goes down. So priority will shift to Sarah. Talia is from the Malibu area, so growing up in the Point Doom zone. So I would imagine her backhand's pretty good. A lot of surfers coming out of Malibu have an amazing backhand. Although she's regular foot, so never mind.
Well.
But good to have Talia involved in this event. Obviously, these are the youngsters. She's 17 years old.
Been interested to know what the average age is, because to me, when I'm walking around the competitors, they're really young.
And I think if we had the conversation, I don't know if it was with you or not, but in regards to like the average age of, say, the QS women, right? In comparison to, say, the QS men, I would say that the youth it's much younger. I mean, I would say probably the average age is maybe 15 or 16. I mean, I'm not going to confirm it, but that's very young. And then whereas the QS, it would probably be 20.
Yeah.
Yep, 21, 22. So there's the women, they pick it up super quick. They get good really quick. And the youngsters are just coming out. I mean, you look at the skate world too, same thing. Yeah. And snowboards, right? Snowboarding, all of the women are super, super young.
It's amazing.
Maturing very quickly. I was just going to take a look at the rankings here because both these surfers obviously want to, the shooting for the goal of getting themselves in that top 4 picture. I mean, I mentioned the top 4 of the women in the rankings are guaranteed a slot into the Challenger Series. There is a 5th wild card. Looking at the top ranked surfers right now, one example that there is an extra spot in the women's right now because Sawyer Lindblad has qualified for the championship tour, so she really is not going to need her ranking here in order to compete in the Challenger Series. I mean, if she's not able to make the cut, where we have a mid-season cut for the championship tour.
Double qualifying there.
Yeah, you go straight into the, as we see a quick wave there for Talia, a little bit too far behind. But yeah, it's just it's cool to see that we've had so many new U.S. surfers, representing the red, white, and blue on the championship tour. And then if you even get more, microscopic on it, a lot of them are all from one town.
Yeah, that's
San Clemente.
Something's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, we could discuss it. Here we go. Sarah utilizing priority, carrying speed well into the lip twice now, and more opportunity up and over. This is going to be a nice wave after we've seen almost 8 minutes surpass.
Wow.
4 solid turns for Sarah.
That's a great little wave.
Yeah, good read. Really, I mean, she was coming from behind the whole time, but where she was able to find and place those moves,
yeah,
it's going to be a pretty good number for her as you see the kelp grabbing as she heads back out. So waited for a while to get her first one, and it paid off in a big way.
Totally. I'd way rather see them come from behind than surf too far out in front, Pete. So definitely allowing yourself a little more opportunity to get up into the lip coming from behind, as you can see right here on the replay. A little sleepy one at the start, get that board speed up, and a little jam up into the lip. And here's where she starts to go off the bottom, off the top, Pete. And like you said, coming from behind, but still getting herself up into that lip. Great little end section as well.
For all of that effort, though, only a 4.5 for Sarah, which little surprises me a little bit, being that I think there was a, I mean, if I was going to dissect it, it was a little lateral. It wasn't top to bottom. She did have to chase it down, but so that's the comparison score. You throw it out here now. I mean, we saw that it seemed like the last heat a little bit higher scoring there, but this one tiny bit lower now. So we'll see how the rest of this heat unfolds with the comparison to that wave.
Exactly, and that's the difference when
I would have gone a point higher probably for that score. Again, we're watching the webcast. Judges are sitting up in the trailer there. They're watching real time from, so there's a bit of distance. You're seeing the whole entire wave, whereas we get to nice, clean perspective. They are going to utilize the broadcast as basically our replay. So we'll see that happen throughout the day. You'll notice as you're watching this competition that we'll throw some scores or throw some waves in there, a little more than you would have seen in the past, just because the judges want to be able to have that comparison, which I think is important.
For sure.
We're just now under 20 minutes, but yeah, I mean, would you agree with me? You feel like Sarah's score was a little suppressed, or?
Well, not having, unfortunately, the last heat, you saw a 6 and a 7 right away, so you know exactly where above average score was. But judges are deeming this is right there, just right below a little average score. Little hung up there, P, if you want to start dissecting it.
That's what you got to do.
And then really a little hang there. I mean, if she would have cleaned up her rails maybe a little and just the last entry maybe flying out of it with a little more speed, not hung up so much. Yeah, I mean, we could see.
There was a little trip there for sure. That one, again, it was more of a placement of the board, right? And behind again once here, and then the final move.
Yeah. Well, obviously there's a difference between just poking it and then driving through it, traveling through that whole turn.
And poking it's almost easier, right?
Yeah,
that's
it's
where
like a windshield wiper. You need to just go
tap it,
tap it.
You want to see your board get pushed through it with that's what we saw at the 7, right? We saw the end of the turn from Autumn. She was able to punch the fins a bit. But
Sarah's also setting the judges up here. She just tapped it a couple times, got the 4-5, right? She actually goes out there and now lays some rail down there for the judges to have some contrast or something to compare it to. She could easily move up pretty well with that 4.5. Whereas Swindoll right now, to get up into that 4.5, obviously she knows what she has to do, but she doesn't know what she needs to do to get a 6 right now.
Yeah, that's true. Talia, number 5 in the rankings on North America.
Oh, good. She's right there.
Right there, exactly. So this one this result of a quarterfinals will most likely keep her in that zone, but she gets herself into the semis. All of a sudden, you can see she may even jump over the top of a Bella Kenworthy, who is just a couple hundred points ahead of her. Kira Pinkerton, who is on the bottom half of the draw here, she's at number 3.
Wow.
So there's an opportunity for Talia here if she can pull it together in this next 17 and a half minutes as we look over at It Beach and the Pelicans and the Seagulls hanging together.
That's what those guys walk through when they go out surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to fall asleep last night, Pete, and I couldn't. So I went on YouTube. I thought I'd watch some surfing, which I watch it all day. Might as well watch more of it. But I came across, I think it was in Korea, maybe there was an event over there in a wave pool.
QS 3000.
Exactly. I was like, okay, here we go, and I was blown away. I was
I
was blown away.
They actually there was a moment where they actually had snow falling while they were surfing in it in a wave system, which I'd love to see that these systems are being used. Obviously, it's a different style and approach to competitive surfing, but it has its place. I mean, Championship Tour has wave systems on the tour. Yeah. Not this year, but
just looking at the way that they want to start bringing surfing into the Olympics, you would think that maybe wave pools might be the best type of platform to do it, to keep as consistent as possible the same playing field.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a magic to competing in the ocean. Don't get me wrong, which I think will never change. It's obviously why surfing is so.
I know, but if you you probably watched Korea last night, and hey, the level of surfing wave to wave per competitor was so high. They were getting 7, 8, 9 all the time, and I was sort of judging it, going, "Yep, he's getting a 9." Yeah, so. To progress the sport of surfing, those pools are going to help. As you see here, some more of the lokes down here.
It's a pretty healthy seagull right there.
I know.
So Sarah Frere actually sits at number 7.
Oh, right.
This is a battle right here
for her. Yeah.
Well, both of them, Talia and so at this point in time, I mean, you think about where Sarah sits with 3,548 points at number 7.
Right.
you know, Talia sits at 4,068, and you start seeing every round you make, there's a substantial jump in points. I mean, so it's important for these two surfers who wants to find their way into that top 4 picture. This is a huge heat.
Yeah. How does their seeding change throughout the year with as their ranking changes?
They use their it only okay. So this is this is unofficial, folks. Just so you know, basically the seeding will stay from the year previous. So like where you start in an event.
Okay.
Meetings round
Last
of
year's
96,
ratings.
round of 64. That's off of last year's rankings. That's it. But within the round,
Yeah.
your current rankings is melded with your last year's rankings. There's some formula there that you're seeding within the round. You'll surf against, you know, maybe.
Because that to me is that's where things sort of boil down when you're competing against somebody close to you in the rankings.
Yeah.
It's how you're going to be seated within the round to the next event.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a part of, you know, your crystal ball.
All right, 15 minutes to go. Talia, big moment here. Can she get around this section? Oh, we've seen it in this heat. Talia is a little bit too deep and not able to get around that section.
Darn.
And she'll paddle back out, giving up priority to Sarah. You know, you think about the score already on the board, a 4-5. She's not out of it by any means, but, you know, any moment those things happen, psychologically it could be a bit of a blow.
Yeah, but check this out, Pete. Maybe, I mean, in hindsight now, just doing this 1-2 pump and then blast that right there. You know, so she just gets one turn. Instead of trying to make that wave, maybe just deal with what's in front of her. Try to put a high 3 up on the board real quick and then be right back out there. But unfortunately, she opted to go down the line.
Well, she set herself apart slightly, you know, realizing she's been deep on 2 waves now. She's like, I'm going to make a little position change and sit outside of priority. And have you ever, I mean, I guess in how many one-on-one heats have you in your life, but would you ever concede priority to surf outside of priority just because you feel more comfortable that way? Would that ever be a strategy? I don't think so, but. I mean, like an example, Kelly surfs a lot of time. Kelly Slater, right? Best surfer in the world.
Wow, look at that little wedge in there. Look at that little wedge. Look at
God,
that.
dude, you're always looking at waves.
Look at that little wave in there.
You can't help it. Oh, look at Talia's right there.
Wow.
She's on it. The position change is going to help. Look at this.
Wow.
Nice first snap here, straight to the bottom. The beautiful carve. Does she have more on offer? Yes, she does. Straight up, but can't pull it off.
Hey, there was some work there done already, though.
Comparison to the 4.5. Where do you go?
I think you're going to go closer to a 6.
Above the 4.5. I agree. I feel like that.
I think the way that she was able to, nice fade right there, Pete. Great snap in the pocket right there. And this turn was a nice hook. So
combination
two really nice
major moves.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for this error there because that will factor in. But
if you just don't even
outside,
think about that last one, that last turn, and just look at and focus on that little down turn, the snap.
5.17, so slightly better, and takes the lead. 12:50 to go. The seesaw battle continues here. Talia, what a beautiful change. And in a way, that was actually the way she moved away, and she's going to get another opportunity on the paddle back out.
Wow.
That's the lane. That happens a lot.
Yeah. Completely away from your competitor. Wow, Sarah had no...
Pull it off. Yeah, 2 moves.
Nice.
Backup number in the books. Now she's going to get rid of the 0.93, and she's going to make it that much tougher now for Talia. Originally needing a 1.6 in what? Within
2 minutes.
a minute's time?
Yeah.
2 minutes time?
2 minutes.
She's turned the heat and extended a lead. Number's going to come in mid-3. Good scoring by the judges. I feel like those guys a good panel, good solid panel working well together. And we see a look here by Sarah Fair. The answer about to happen right here. First turn. Nice carve. Gets a little hung up, but out in front again. Little slash there, a little off balance. That'll factor in the control. Need to be in control, but that was a made maneuver.
Yeah.
So in the 3-5 relation, this is the battle of the backup numbers. Where is this in comparison? I mean, they're 2 different style of waves because they're done.
Yeah, that's going to be something I'm not going to.
You're not going to run into it. I mean,
well, it's like as soon as you start.
We're armchair judges.
I know, but as soon as you start splitting hairs between, this is great. They're going to look at this last wave.
This is helping the judges out.
This is helping the judges in a comparison. Still, let's see this nice last little turn she pulls off.
The score was a 3.5. It's already scored. So now we look at Sarah's wave in comparison to 2 different style of waves.
Yeah.
But who, and this is an interpretation. I mean, do you like this wave better than Sarah's or Talia's, I mean? Or a little bit worse, because it's going to be a pretty big difference. I mean, the comparisons of their big numbers is separated by a little less than 3/4 of a point, a little over half a point.
If I'm Sarah's mom, I like that way better. How's that?
Wow, this is going to be a fun look as you see. It looks like the judge is already posting here, and it's going to be better for Sarah. 4.18 needed. It turns it a 4.7. Best wave. 4.7 for Sarah, so they liked that and the connection and the flow through the lip. And that is the difference right now with 10:15 to go. Sarah, the seesaw battle, back out front. Talia now down to second, needs a 4.03. And she still sits with second priority as she has not moved out. She likes the positioning in which she's gotten those last few waves, and she didn't go out and get priority.
Yeah, now looking at the score speed, I think Talia's wave might be underscored a little bit in comparison to
the 5.7,
4.7 of Sarah's last wave.
And compared to the 3.5, so a little over a point.
Yeah, I just
and that's it. You're allowed.
I like Swindoll's really nice snap. I think it was the turn of the heat so far. Obviously, the best wave of the heat so far. To me, I'm usually thinking about an impression. I get an impression, a feeling of a heat. How does it go down? Still 9 minutes remaining, so 9 minutes, 25 seconds, a lot of time
left.
left.
Amazing, very, very close heat.
Yeah.
Seesaw battle. I mean, they were literally dissecting, these waves.
Well, that's what I say. As soon as you start having those brackets that are below the 5 and they start consistently sort of bottleneck themselves into this into this bracket, it's really hard, as a judge to define those little nuances, and they're doing a great job of it. Exactly, that's what they're doing there.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, in my opinion, the Sarah's 4.5 too could have opened the scale
up
a little bit, so you're not so compressed in there. If it had been a 5, because you can't open the scale in the beginning of the heat, and then you're comparing everything, right? So you're not really comparing a score that happens in quarterfinal number 2 to a score that happens in quarterfinal number 1. It's really all relation to the heat.
Yeah. And changes, obviously a 5 in this heat's a little different than the 5 at the end of the day. So you see that both surfers now deciding to go pretty far off the point, Pete. Don't know if that's the best position for the waves right now. But there might be some strategy in this. Watching where Swindoll got her really nice wave after being caught behind, this might be where the waves are breaking.
Well, and Sarah made the move, right? She's going, okay, I am going to
surf next to her.
Exactly, which I think strategically wise, I've always been an advocate of.
You have to surf against your competitor.
Exactly, right? Especially with priority, because you're now all of a sudden going to be looking at the same opportunities. You leave that surfer sitting on her own down there. She'd already learned the lesson earlier in this heat.
Well, just in this heat, yeah.
Yeah, because there was those 2 waves picked up quickly back to back, got the lead. But Sarah, nerves of steel, stayed outside there and was able to pick up a 4.7 and turn the heat back the other direction. And with that, has the lead, and now with priority is going to sit right next to Talia, and they're going to share any waves that come to that zone.
Yeah, and now you're seeing that Swindoll too. She needs a 4, so it's going to have to be a little wave that gives her opportunity. Not sitting with priority, she's going to probably do her best to try to bait Sarah into a wave, or just try to make something out of a wave that's not being looked at.
Yeah, we touched on one-on-one competition and how that with priority you want to sit there and not be affected by the surfer without priority, who's generally going to be moving around underneath you and trying to distract you and try to sell you a lemon of a wave to get priority back.
Yeah, I like that one, guys. Or women that don't have priority, that are still within arm's length, when waves are coming, so you're still actually sort of ruffling feathers.
Last night we were able to celebrate the Coldwater Classic right there at the Coconut Grove, the bottom left. That's the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Basically, I mean, it's funny how you take this for granted. We literally have an amusement park on the beach. There's not many of those in the world. And last night I heard that maybe Ryan Craig, Chachi, was out there having a good time down there at the closing party for the Coldwater Classic. I think my kid made it down there too. So of course we've talked about the legendary parties that they get together.
Infamous.
Here. Look at that. I mean,
Infamous,
the Coconut Grove is what a venue, right? You're right there in town. You can walk home and walk to the Dream Inn,
and you can walk to the San Lorenzo River. where it all began, Pete.
Right, where it all began. The story is, I mean, it's factual. Literally, that we had 3 Hawaiian prince who were here from Hawaii going to school. In the summer months, they came, you know, you didn't get to just fly home for summer, right? It was a long boat ride back in the day. This is the 1800s. But surfing was introduced to Santa Cruz and the US of A by the Hawaiians right here in Santa Cruz, just down the road, right where you were looking at the San Lorenzo River mouth. As we see a look there for Talia. Those 3 princes, they carved their own surfboards out of redwoods from our local region. And we know all this because it was in the newspaper. But also the Bishop Museum and the Museum of Arts and History here in Santa Cruz, they basically searched those boards out. Those boards went back to Hawaii and sat at the Bishop Museum in the coffers, really. They didn't know where this boards, oh yeah, these old wooden boards from somebody here. They're made out of redwood though. That's kind of weird. There's no redwood in Hawaii. So basically cool. They did a DNA test, found out that literally that these boards were the boards that were ridden and went all the way back to Hawaii. They actually flew them here to the Museum of Art and History in Santa Cruz, and I got to watch them get unveiled, and they were, it was, I mean, as a surfer, it's one of those things that we see Middle Peak move over here. Talia slides in.
I'm surprised she got away.
She
really
did,
am.
and now
I'm surprised.
Oh! What happened there?
Kelp. Either slip or kelp.
What a bummer. I mean, 4.03 is not going to happen now. I mean, she was able to find her way some space. I mean, look at this. This is a head high wave almost. The carve back, rebounds off the top, and she needed this turn.
Kelp.
There's the kelp. Wow, what a bummer.
She was going to do a little vert poke right there and get the score, be all sitting all solid.
Oh, man.
Painful.
That is painful.
I think Sarah learned something right there. She's going to have to come in there and hang out. Obviously, 4 minutes is a lot of defensive surfing, even with priority, Pete.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, especially when you get a couple waves moving into the lineup. Man, Talia, what a bummer. 2.33.
Brutal.
Little roundhouse cutty into a snap. Pretty much would have done it, you would think.
It was going there.
And the kelp monster.
They're sort of in a no man's land there as well, Pete.
Yeah.
I mean, no woman's land, I should say.
No person's land? No person's land.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, this
is what I like. I like all this little stuff here.
Well, there's subtleties to it, right? I mean,
well, just where are you in relation to what's coming, and if you can continue to play your own game without being.
And she made the mistake of taking her eyes off of her, and she actually slid away 5 extra feet and got that wave, and almost would have lost this heat. It could have been a total
turned
difference.
It right there. Yeah.
There's a set coming in here at the slot. 3 minutes of this is going to be cat and mouse. And you mentioned that it's a lot of time to be doing this
a lot of time to be doing this so early.
Because basically the moment right here, Talia is going to go and to see a wave, and she wants waves to come in.
She's going to force Sarah to try to catch or paddle for it. So if she paddles really hard for it and Sarah realizes, oh, I'm not going to catch it, Sarah would definitely not try to paddle for it. Like, she knows not to paddle.
Yeah, that was, again, where you see a committed paddle, right? That was a look there at exactly basically no change. Sarah's going to keep priority, but at this point, looks like, again, was there a committed paddle there?
There was a paddle. I just don't think it was digging into the wave.
All right.
Because there's paddling to stay close to your competitor, and then there's paddling to catch
for the wave, right?
Yeah.
And for me, it's a pretty clear difference.
Yeah.
You know,
a dig is a dig.
A dig is a dig. Yeah. I mean, and the priority judge is paying very, very close attention. 2 minutes now. As we watch the paddle battle in this drone angle, giving it to you.
Swindoll should go all the way up to the point, Pete, and just keep going to where she thinks the waves are going to be breaking.
She can't hear you, but she's listening.
And then force
another one.
Force Sarah to go.
Wow, what a heat. I mean, strategically, one-on-one, that's always the chess match. You know, these two moving, different parts of the lineup. We've seen some errors, some falls. All sorts of going on in this one.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. The surfer that commits the least amount of errors seems to do pretty well. This is what I'm talking about. Paddle all the way up to the point. All the way up there. She could have been all the way up there.
She could have been on this wave outside, maybe.
Or this little second one looks like it's got a little wall
does have
to
a
it.
line to
See
it.
that little thing coming off the point right here? This one on the inside.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
there's
that one. Look at that.
energy.
Look at
That is a roadie bowl. I'll call it.
I mean, that's a fun little wave, even for them right now. There's some canvas. You're looking for a
It
4.
looks like it had potential of 4 points. Maybe.
It was the angle that it was coming at. See how these are sort of pushing off sometimes aren't the best angle.
There he goes. This is Talia. She's getting a chance here. Carves it back once with a little authority, but this wave doesn't quite have the same angle as you had mentioned, and it's not the same scoring potential. That's not going to be enough for Talia, although she's created some space with 30 seconds to go. Sarah sees that and is going to move way to the inside. Close this heat out. And we'll see
a couple red jerseys looking like they're.
Yeah, there's some upsets. I mean, Sarah, this is a big one for her, especially when you look at the rankings.
What did you say? She was 6th.
She is number, I want to say 7. Here, look back at it. Yeah, she's 7. Sarah's 7. Talia is 5.
Yep.
You know, you look at the difference.
Those are the people you want to beat.
Yeah,
the ones right ahead of you.
Yeah, it's true. You know, there's this pretty good gap. It's almost 600 points between the two. So this 1,000 is going to help tighten it. I don't know if there'll be a switch in positions, but Linnea Mons is actually in number 6, and she's going to get past. So no matter what, these two are going to be sitting right next to each other in regards to the rankings. Paddle here is over. We are going to give it to that jersey there in the blue. Sarah has moved on into the semifinals up against Autumn Hayes. We've got the back half of this draw, the quarterfinals 2 and 3. Edenwalla, Mia McLeish will be coming up. You're not going to want to go anywhere.
All right, welcome back to the live webcast of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, located here in Steamer Lane, Santa Cruz, California. What a lineup. We're all the way to quarterfinal, heat number 3, out in the water, the Grom, Edenwalla against Mia. Pretty rad, Adam. My name's Omar Echeverry, joined with Adam Rapogel. Epic, right?
Great little heat. As Peter was mentioning earlier, some of the younger competitors in the competition this year. I've been watching Edenwalla, though, every morning. She's been cracking it, and big fan of hers.
Oh, my gosh.
Mia also has put up a couple of nice heats so far, so this should be a nice little heat for these little big women.
Oh, epic heat coming up. I know. Edenwalla, I actually was here warming up and hanging out. I watched her serve 6 hours. She was warming up. It's insane. She's absolutely frothed out. She got some really big scores. She serves very mature. I know a lot of people are very excited out there to watch this heat.
No doubt.
Oh, wow. Look, and you know what, Adam?
Yeah.
We've been talking about this for a while.
So this is what used to happen prior to having priority. And so the surfers would find themselves in a position where they wouldn't want to relinquish the position of priority without establishing the priority yet. So right here is a perfect example of chewing up some time and a couple stubborn little competitors.
No, I like it. You know, we were talking about this. When is someone going to sit out there?
Yeah.
Right? You know, and we've spun through so many heats. And now, look, it's happening. Great timing for it, too, because I believe low tide is right now. So you're going to have more opportunity out there. And also the beginning of these heats, when it's person on person, surfer on surfer, the beginning can be a gnarly paddle battle.
Oh, for sure.
So you got no priority. So
no priority, and nobody. Obviously, right now, it looks like red. It looks like Walla wants that inside position, wants us to have that priority position prior to them establishing that priority.
Now, I will say this. I was talking to the priority judge, and So if they do get into a gnarly hassle, that he will flip priority even if someone doesn't catch a wave. And I believe it's called the Medina rule.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, some aggressor rule.
Yeah, exactly.
As you can see, that rock right there that was the chunk of the cliff that has fallen off this last year, sort of wreaking havoc with those waves that come up off the cliff. So like I said, about a third of the waves now coming up off the cliff we're not able to catch now until they come onto the inside because that rock sort of gets in your way.
Rad. I know. Look at that cliff. Ever so changing cliff here at Steamer Lane. Oh, looks like, well, look how close they are. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy. Looks like it will be blue getting this one. Coming around this section.
Yeah, this little Mia.
Break it down, Adam.
Yeah, let's see what she has out in front of her. Waited some time to do this turn, unfortunately digging a huge rail right there. So about 4.5 minutes it took for her to catch that wave. They're playing a little cat and mouse up there, Omar, but she'll get back out there with plenty of time. Nice that they have now 30 minutes in these heats.
Yeah, the nice part too is, now you're diving into the heat. So no more hassling. We're into priority.
Yep.
Should be good to go. And it looks like Edenwalla jamming, looking at this one. This one looks lined up. She decides not to go. All right, and we have someone here from Four Wheel Campers. Oh, sorry, well, we're going to throw it over to Sarah Fry, heat winner interview. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with our heat winner, Sarah Freyer. Sarah, I know there's been all different types of conditions over the past 4 days. How was today for you?
Yeah, today was definitely pretty tricky. It's a little slow and not many waves, but it's still pretty fun once you get on them.
Yeah, those insiders that kind of stand up, those are the ones you're looking for?
Yeah, for sure. Like some insiders, you never know. They just like stand up and reel the whole way. So just trying to find those, that's hard.
Totally. And I heard you're going straight to Brazil after this for the ISA?
Yeah, I'm going to Brazil on Tuesday. We're going to represent the USA team down in Brazil. So I'm super excited to get the opportunity.
Oh, that's awesome. And I'm sure having a good place in this event is already going to send you with some momentum down there.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely gives me some confidence. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to God and thank you to all my family and friends watching at home and for everyone for supporting me. And I can't wait for the next round.
Oh, awesome. Keep it going. Thank you.
That was epic.
Nice.
Great interview. Sounds like she's going to be a busy bee heading down to Brazil for another competition all the way up here in Santa Cruz. Live on the screen, that is a surfer in this heat, getting a nice little wave.
That's yeah, that was a nice little wave. But we do have some nice friends and family here in the booth right now, Omar.
That's right. We got Eric from Four Wheel Campers. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Stoked to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
I am excited to have you in here just because I'm so curious about your product. Dude, I've seen it over there. I know a lot of us here at staff are hoping for employee discount, but we'll talk later about that. Explain your product and give us a little breakdown.
Yeah, for sure. We could definitely work something out. But we've been holding down the lane all week. It's been really cool. We are four-wheel campers. We're specializing in lightweight pop-up campers for your truck. So, yeah, if you run down to Baja, run up the coast, or you're into the winter stuff too, it's really nice having a 4x4 vehicle. I know the van thing's pretty big in the surf community, but, if you want to tear it up pretty good, you want to get a truck camper for sure.
No doubt. Those little pop-ups are crucial. My neighbor has one, and they just post it up in his driveway, and he's out of there with his truck. So you can leave it at the campground, and then drive off, or leave it wherever.
Yeah, it slides right into your truck bed.
Check them
there
out.
we go.
There it is right there. Okay, break it down. That's it right there.
Yeah.
So we've got a Project M there on the left on that F-150. That's our lightweight, just topper model. Starts at like 350 pounds, and then that top portion pops up. So when you're driving, it's like a really low profile, sleek little ride there, and you're not feeling the wind resistance. And again, super lightweight. Got some tracks mounted up on the side, but
see that.
Yeah, the city of Santa Cruz has been awesome, man. I mean, this is my closest surf spot. We're based in Sacramento, so
I want
we're
a
down
hawk.
here all the time.
I want one of those hawks, dude. Is that a fleet right there?
Yeah, we had a fleet on that Tacoma, but the Hawk is definitely the top-selling model for sure.
That's the go.
Dude.
And what does that retail at?
Yeah, we started like $18,000 for our base model, and they option all the way up to like $45,000. So
that's awesome.
Really depends on how much you trick it out and all the solar and lithium battery upgrades you want to do. So
That's awesome.
That's
yeah.
rad. Well, it's a lot less than a super expensive motorhome or van, so sounds epic.
Right there, right. That was Eden Waller right there. A little replay. That was a 5.17. But yeah, great little pop-ups you guys have. I can't even tell you how many times I've been looking online, looking at the used ones, and they hold their value really, really well. You know.
Yeah.
And you know, I got a daughter in college. I might have to, you know, clip her. So I can get one of those, but
well, now you got the connection, Adam.
No doubt. Well, I want to be able to take it up to Reno and be able to sleep in the thing when I go visit her, so that'd be awesome.
There you go. Awesome. Yeah. And if you're just tuning in, we're here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. We got Eric from Four Wheel Campers. Eric, what a beautiful venue, right? Like insane.
Holy cow, yeah, and today really worked out for us for finals day, so yeah,
Right?
it's going to be a killer one.
Yeah.
I know you've been here. You've been through this weather pattern, this swell pattern with us. It's been pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've been here physically more than anyone, I think. We're sleeping right there on the lane. We're holding it down.
That's right.
We've got Rufo and the crew taking care of us tonight, but yeah, it's been kind of a wild week, but holy cow.
Come on, at night around here, come on, it must turn into a carnival. After 2 a.m. Okay, let's get back to action here. Here's me and McClish up and riding. This is a nice little inside wave. Omar, head high to her. Nice turn.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful composure right there. Coming around this one, snaps it. Love that. Right in the pocket. Judges love it when you're tight in the pocket right there. That's right, Mia. She's looking for a score, but then that is Walla. She's been absolutely ripping. Here we go. Watch this turn. Crack. What do you think, Eric?
Holy cow, that was sick. She got that finish too.
Yeah.
Pretty rad, right?
Heck yeah.
Eden Wall is something else. Been watching Zion and Eden every morning, and looks like they just really, really enjoy it.
Yeah, they do. They're absolute surf frothers. I saw them at the movie premiere. Dad got him out early. He's like, yeah, she's got a heat tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I forgot. But super fun to see them. Scores coming in right now. Still waiting on 2 scores. So the computer system will update. So judges are taking a look at this wave. They're going to dissect it. And a lot of times what they'll do is they'll bring up both replays right after each other so they can compare them to each other.
Sick.
That way they can, yeah, there you go. So now they really want to identify the right score. Pretty rad, huh, Eric, that we have this technology now for the sport of surfing?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like you're right there, and the drone stuff too these days is so cool.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm stoked to be on the 1-to-1 heats. It's live action, pretty fun.
Yeah, super fun. And of course, the reason why they do this is because we are grooming these athletes to make it all the way to the championship tour. So this would be the North American QS. If you're in the top 5 of the women's QS from North America, you get into the Challenger. You're top, I think, 6 on the Challenger. Then you make it all the way over to the CT. Look at this little wave. Take it away, Adam.
Yeah, looked like a nice little cutty there. Then the wave gets a little sleepy as Mia starts getting that little hop going. A lot of little waves down towards the middle of the peak, sometimes a little bigger even, as she comes into that little kelpie section. Unfortunately, falls off there. But out of curiosity, the entry level camper, you know, the pop-ups that you guys, how much are they? How much do those run for? Just the shell?
Yeah,
know?
just that. The shell models, the Project M, starts at 11,000 and options up to low 20s. But yeah, that's our most lightweight, versatile kind of, you know, standard option where you still have your truck bed too. So we have people that throw dirt bikes back there. I've seen a lawnmower in the back there. So you don't have to forfeit your whole truck when you're, you know, camping too. You still got your bed up top, king size bed, and throw all your gear in the back.
That's killer, yeah, a lot of space.
That's absolutely awesome. I mean, that's a surfer's dream too, right? You have your gear in the back, you pull up to an epic wave, and it's go time.
Yeah, we've ran pretty hard down in Baja a few times. It's the way to go, the only way to go. I'm never going back.
I got to get on one of your company trips. They're like, hey guys, we're doing research and development. We're out of here. Swells up. Let's go.
All right, Eden Walla right there, 6.0. So great stuff for Eden.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like she's shot in the lead. She has a 6.0 and a 5.17.
Yeah, she's
looks like Mia is just trying to get a 5.1. So that's all she needs. Time call is 16 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to try to get that score.
Yeah.
My biggest observation personally watching these first few heats is it's hard to sniff out the right waves, right? It's
well,
like
it's a wave catching contest.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's what happens. You got to find the good one amongst all the bad ones, and the person who's able to figure it out and identify the good ones the quickest seems to do pretty well.
Yep. No, completely agree. And I'm curious, do you surf yourself, Eric?
Yeah, big
This
time.
is his spot. You just said, coming from Sacramento. This is your local.
This is my new local. Yeah,
That's awesome.
I moved up from San Clemente a few months ago. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
God, the other SC. We've seen a lot of them up here too.
That's great. That's awesome. How long ago did you move up?
Yeah, 3 months ago, but I've been working with Four Wheel for a couple years now. Started
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, now you can come to the other SC to go surfing on your breaks. Come down to Steamer Lane. Look how beautiful that is. Insane. Wow.
Yeah, did my first few cliff jumps and feel like I'm doing it right with Steamer Lane, the classic off the cliff.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't slip, right?
Hey, so do you guys have all those accessories too that you've showcased on those four-wheel campers?
Yeah.
Is that
we've
all your guys' accessories?
Yeah, those orange Max tracks you guys saw on that drone angle.
Yeah.
Those have saved us pretty good and some
no
deep
doubt.
sand and stuff. So
Yeah.
we have attachments like that, different kinds of solar panels and variety of lithium battery setups. Privacy curtains, awnings. The list goes on and on.
Because I've noticed this. This is a phase, right, where for a while there we started seeing. For a while it was camper vans and like transit vans and all the big vans, and now it's going.
JJ with a big
look at
smile.
JJ, he's got himself a nice little haircut, huh? If you've ever seen pictures of his father when his dad was really young, it's very, very, very close.
Spitting image.
Oh my God!
It's a trip.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
Put a patch on him, gray him up. He's his dad, dude.
It trips me out. I mean, Adam and I grew up on the east side, so we'd see Jack cruising around. And now I look at him, I'm like, wow, this is like tripping me out. like mannerisms anyways. Yeah.
I went on a trip with him when he was about 4 years old.
Wow.
3 years old. We went with O'Neill's, took the O'Neill cat down to the Hollister Ranch. And it was an amazing trip, but he was a young little guy on that trip, and we had a great time. And yeah, he's just grown into be a bright young man. And I've seen a lot of new O'Neills, see that name all around here a lot, obviously growing up, but there's a whole new generation of O'Neills growing up, and it looks like they've been involved in the company and most likely be taken over here soon.
So cool and so synonymous with Steamer Lane and Santa Cruz. Coming from San Clemente, you think Santa Cruz, O'Neill, right? A lot of times, Eric?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's totally synonymous. And, yeah, Bridget, Riley, Connor, they've been awesome. It's really cool having the family aspect and dynamic.
That's epic. And that's Nelly on your screen, surf photographer extraordinaire, the man, the myth, the legend. That guy is not scared to swim in a pit, take a photo, and surf and skate and froth out all day long. Legend, absolute legend. I have a few more questions about the campers. Okay, where's the best place to get them? People go online, plug away.
Yeah, sure. We're based in Sacramento, Woodland actually, just outside, but we have dealers all across the country, into Canada as well. So, yeah, fourwheelcampers.com, top right, find your dealer, and our lead time's about 2 months right now. So, get it pretty quick after a full custom build, and swing by, get it popped in, and 2 months later you're on the road.
I like it. Just go time. Looks like Walla's go time right here. She's looking to better a 517. Adam, what do you think?
I think she did. She shredded that wave, really. Yeah, she's surfing insanely well on that wave. These 30-minute heats seem to be pretty long right now. As soon as these women start to get these nice scores, you start to go, wow, how much time's left? But yeah, a lot of time still for Mia to get some scores on the board, to get rid of that 2.73. She needs a 5.5, 5.5. She might need a little more now after that last wave. We'll see what the judges throw Edenwall on this one.
Wow, nice Kade back into the whitewater. I love how close to the pocket she is. I mean, just absolutely shredding. Look at that. Boom. My gosh. This woman has a bright, long future ahead of her. I mean, think about it. Boom.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Pretty well-ridden wave right there.
Pretty impressive. So, local dealer, is there one in Santa Cruz, Eric?
Closest to Santa Cruz would be our factory and main location in Woodland. So
perfect.
Yeah, 2.5 hours from here.
That's
and then
nothing.
we have a SoCal dealer too. So
Hey, I'd rather go to headquarters, right?
for sure, yeah. Come by, get the factory tour, see how they're made. It's all aluminum frame, made in the U.S. We've been around since '72. So
wow, where were you in '72?
I was.
I was only one, but I got it. All right, there, 5.67. So that helps Walla a little bit right there, 5.67, so it goes up 3/4, well, half a point.
Yeah, I was in the water with her next to me, and she's not one you want to sit next to if you want to catch a lot of waves.
No, that's just it. You see Dumpy right there is Rufo. All these young women, you don't want to be surfing next to them. They're all over you. They catch great waves. They identify good ones, and if they don't get you, their little friend will. You know what I mean? There's a lot of them out there. It's almost like ants, you know? You think you got one, and there's 4 underneath them. Yeah.
No, seriously. And they can paddle like no other.
Oh, my gosh.
See that wind picking up, too? That looks like more of an easterly flow right there, maybe a northeast wind. I have to ask Peter. He seems to have some type of wind chime on his hat. He knows when the wind changes right away. But look at that. It looks
look at
beautiful.
The flag.
And
you can see it right there.
Yeah, sort of maybe a true north wind then.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, nice. A beautiful drone shot.
Oh, a little deep right there for Mia, but that wave looked like it was going to be all right. She's still pretty far outside. She might not have priority. Wow, that's a beautiful looking wave. You know, the lane's really hard to surf actually when it's offshore. Mia decides to hold back for a second to see if her competitor was going to paddle, but nice hack.
Looks like she needs a 6.01 to move into advancing situation.
Yeah.
So far, this wave not looking good enough. The judges are looking for a wave with more lip, more pocket, but still a couple more opportunities right here.
You never know. There could be something coming at her, and she just starts to belt it. You know, there's a little peak down at middle peak sometimes, gives you a little rebate. She was waiting for that section, unfortunately, sort of over pushed right there, or pushed a little too hard and dug her rail.
Yeah, what do you think, Adam? I feel like the kelp is coming into play in there too, a little kelp.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
I mean, yeah. Oh, kelp, if you hit it, it comes into play. You know, sometimes you can surf around it, bob, weave around it. You can hit it and go through it. But, yeah, sometimes it'll stop you dead in your tracks.
Hey, beautiful drone shot. Thank you so much. Action Sports Productions. These guys are bringing it to us. Jay and the crew, they absolutely rock. Some of the best drone footage. I've been a part of so many webcasts. Thank you, dude. I absolutely love it. Looks like on the rebate. Take it away, Adam.
Wow, that was a great looking turn right there. Really sort of a offshore glassy wave. It comes to the inside. Now this is maybe taken off towards middle peak. Unfortunately falling right there for Mia, but she's still looking for now a better wave, about a 6. So a 6.01 to get into that advancing position.
Dude, look at how many waves she's caught, guys.
Yeah, well, she's giving herself some opportunity. That's for sure.
I love it. Amping. Absolute froth. Got to be stoked. All right, Eric, what do you think of this wave?
Yeah, it was a little soft to start off, but that inside section's been standing up pretty good. But looks like there might have been a little backwash going on, a little wobbly, but
yeah, that's hard right there.
Little unglued right there.
Yeah, you see where she took off too. That is middle peak or inside peak right there. Sort of a flat wave. Not really much on the end section unless we get a lot of sand here. And she falls right there, as you mentioned, Eric, in that backwash. We do get some sand occasionally here, and you'd be surprised how hollow that wave would have been if there was some sand. But right now, it's not really too shallow in there. So you're seeing a lot more backwash and a lot of womp in there.
Yeah, no, definitely. We haven't had a lot of sand this year so far. A lot of guys talking about that. Sand flow changing. Looks like Mia gets a 3.0, just not enough. Still looking for that 6.01 to move into advancing situation. So this is Surfer on Surfer, 2 surfers in the water. And you're joining us for quarterfinals number 3. We are going to jump into final number 4, right? And then into the men's. We're going to have a finals day, guys. We're going to have a champ at the end of the day. What do you think?
It's exciting.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Another cold water.
Going to go kick back on top of that 4-wheel camper or inside that thing and warm up here in a minute.
I know. I'm curious if full kitchen inside. I mean, you say accessories, and my mind just goes, what? Like everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have full kitchen, sink, stove, refrigerator, hot water, on demand, exterior shower. You can opt for an interior shower. Anything that you need to be comfortable, yeah, you can make it happen for sure.
Epic. And for like your deluxe model, how many does it sleep, you think, comfortably? 4,
I would say. Depends on how comfortable you are with the king bed, but I've ran king bed with a few buddies.
Yeah.
Baja, when you need to get it done, and 70-mile-an-hour offshore winds down there, it gets windy down there. So.
Yeah. Well, I got a family of 5, so and
okay.
Yeah, any given night with little kids, who knows how many are in the bed, right? I got a 5-year-old, 9-year-old, and 12-year-old. 12-year-old's good. The other 2, they're crawling in. King size are good.
Tori Meister's been tearing up our prototype camper all week, taking it around and he was doing a in-between heat naps earlier in the week.
No
so.
doubt.
That's epic. That's going to be part of a competitor's arsenal. I like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a place to zen out. You could do your wave key in there, kind of, meditate, whatnot, Adam.
That's what I noticed too when I walked in it, is that it had max headroom. It really was. When you go into a room where it has a vaulted ceiling and it feels a lot bigger than it really is. That's sort of the feeling that I got when I walked into it. It was really spacious. Obviously, it's a minimalist type of living situation where you don't have a lot of stuff, but the stuff you do have is what you need, and that's really sort of the way I like to live my life too. So yeah, if I could afford one, or if I can sell one of my kids, I'll get one.
We'll work something out.
Yeah.
Adam, that thing would be perfect for you.
I got room too where I could post it up. My neighbor Dylan, actually, his parents have one. Cheyenne and Mike have a nice little four-wheel camper, and I could have sworn like kids were living in it for like a couple of years. Okay, it's a 3.2, but it's actually a 4.2 because we got one outside in their four-wheel camper. So,
hey, why not, right?
Yeah, and too around here, it's making more dollars and cents too. To put maybe have something like that in your driveway versus doing an add-on, or, it's in Santa Cruz, $1,800 a month for that thing rental in my front yard. Maybe $2,000 if I give the guys some, toilet use.
Right.
Gotta love it.
Look at this. 5 minutes left now. We're getting off topic here, boys. This is everybody's life out here but ours right now. So it's Eden Wall is out in the lead. Mia right now still looking for that 6.01. Would love to see her try to bait Eden into a wave to get back that priority so she can get that 6. Looks like she's given a dig right here. No look at all from Eden. She doesn't want anything to do with that wave. So.
Ooh, nice, Kade. Yeah, got to think she's catching so many little waves. You got to think this point in the heat, you want to be getting bigger waves.
Well, I think there could be some better quality.
Yeah, better quality when you're looking for a 6.
Speaking of quality, how those four-wheel campers, huh? You guys are right up there in the top. How's the quality on those things? Are sick.
Yeah, they're a real deal. We've beaten them up pretty good. I got to be honest, and they just hold up so well. That's why they're made to be used and torn up. So
I'm curious. So do you have a team? Do you sponsor some surfers, hikers, like extreme people?
Yeah, we have about 80 ambassadors out there on the road. Some are full time. We just got Birch a camper and did a little Tofino trip, so got a video project coming out with Ryan Birch here in a little bit.
Rad.
That guy rules.
Yeah, we
and a great place to take it too, Tofino. Did you guys drive up there with it? Obviously.
We did, yeah.
Take the ferry. Yeah,
yep.
Really cool.
That's super cool. Yeah. Can people watch their blogs, or how can they see those stories from those ambassadors?
Yeah, for sure. Our YouTube's a great place to start off. The Instagram too. We're always plugging everyone on the road, and Jerry Lopez tears his up down in Baja as well. I think his is down there full time.
Whoa, that's the only name you need to drop.
Right.
Is that one.
I know.
You just need to drop Jerry's name, and that's all time.
Yeah.
Absolute legend. So he's up in Bend. He must just cruise down, post up, and that's very zen. Got enough room to do his yoga inside and become one with nature. That's pretty rad. Pretty cool. This heat winding down, 3 minutes remaining. Looks like Eden Wall is really taking away this heat. She's got a 6.0 and a 5.67.
But you're noticing that both Mia's best wave matches Eden's backup.
Yep.
And so this is a relatively close heat. This is a close heat in the sense that she needs one wave. It's a relative. She can get that score in her sleep if she gets the right wave. You can see the way that she's been surfing on these smaller sort of crappier waves. She's been surfing excellent. So just give me a nice little wave, and I'd put faith. I'd actually put money on it. She could get that score. But it's going to be an uphill battle with Eden Walla, who seems to be surfing like a seasoned veteran, really, out there holding position, managing her time well, not even looking at waves that Mia's looking at to try to throw her off. So it's going to be hard to crack Eden right now.
Oh, super well said, Adam. Eric, check it out. Look, Eden Walla, 2 waves. That's insane. You're winning a heat with 2 waves. That is, like you said, vet status right there. It's super mature strategy, holding down priority. She's in pole position, in control so far. But you know, you do have to be careful. Today you have these little hidden gems all over the place. So this is where, you know, with 1 minute, you got to go, okay, is she going to break away? Is she going to go hunting, looking for that wave? But a tall order, 6.01, so we'll see.
A lot of score.
Yeah, definitely needing some score. It's a beautiful shot here. Thank you to the drone crew. Boy, Eric, I don't, like, I've worked a lot of webcasts. Drone footage has been epic. This event is pretty cool.
It really gives you a really good look at the landscape, the waves, what everything's doing, seeing what's out the back.
Yeah. Is this your first Coldwater hanging out?
It is, yeah.
Right on.
Rad. That's so cool. So they say natural arena, you know, like the vibe, the fact that you're looking like down into the gladiator pit. What do you think?
It's awesome. Just for me, I've been waking up to the call, like test, Adam firing up the mic. But yeah, everyone's just hooked around the cove, over the cliffs, and the people have been so fantastic this week. I mean, yeah, everybody is just loves this event.
That's cool. Hey, we do too. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic, an absolutely iconic event. This heat's coming down to the end. Just 30 seconds remaining, Adam.
Yeah, this is these nail biting time right here. Obviously, without any waves coming in, it's sort of a stressful time. But boy, they've had 30 minutes. You know, this is a lot of time.
Yeah.
Looks like Mia's caught word upwards to like almost 10 waves. That's a lot of surfing for her, so she had a lot of opportunity. She probably could look back and maybe pull something out of this, maybe be a little more selective, try to catch a little better wave. But, you know, let's see what she's able to do here. 6 seconds remaining. It's going to be done and dusted. It looks like, I'm sure Eden might even turn around, but she realized Mia's not going to get a 6 on this wave.
No, definitely. And here in the horn, it's over, said with, done. We're going to move on into quarterfinal heat number 4 in just any moment. We do want to thank you, Eric, for coming in here. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Four Wheel Campers, plug away. Online, where do we go? What do we do?
Four Wheel Campers, everything. Letter 4 spelled out, Wheel Campers. And yeah, thank you guys for having me. We're super amped to be here. Thank you, Santa Cruz.
Right on.
Epic. Good stuff, man. There's your winner, Eden Walla. Good stuff here. Okay, that was the end of quarterfinal heat number 3 in the women's. We'll be back in just a few minutes with quarterfinal heat number 4 women's O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Kona Big Wave. Bring the aloha.
All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California. That was the finish just a few minutes ago of quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women's. Now we're going to dive into quarterfinal heat number 4. That's right, Kira Pinkerton and Reed. It's going to be a great heat. One of these surfers will make it into the semifinals. I am joined with Margot. Margot, how you doing?
Great. It's beautiful. The sun came out. Everybody's surf stoked.
I love it. I love it. And if people out there don't know who I'm joined with 3-time world champion.
Yeah, on the pro side. And then I was an amateur champion in 68, 69. Yeah, back when that was all they had.
That's absolutely awesome. So was Peter Townend and you champions similar time? Or
Yeah.
Same year?
Actually, well, yeah, I was rated unofficially #1 in 76, but 77 was when It was a big deal, yeah, with Sean Thompson and me were both the champs. So we got to go all over the world and commentate for Wide World of Sports and all sorts of fun stuff.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
What a good era. It's like the beginning of professional surfing.
Exactly. Yeah, and they had ABC, CBS, NBC. Al Michaels and I did a few shows, so that was good fun, really fun.
That is so cool. So we got a heat in the water, first wave. What did you think of Reed's first wave, a 4-0?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It's nice and glassy. Yesterday, or the last few days, yeah, I was calling it like the bouncy bump, you know, those houses, those bouncy houses.
Oh, yeah, the playhouses.
Yeah, the playhouses. It was so bouncy. Yeah, it's really pretty now. This girl's really good with the backhand. I watched her over the last few days.
Yeah, she surfs very well.
It's nice to watch everybody because you know their future. They're going to be better and better and better every year. It's really terrific.
That's right. And that is your bracket there. So you have quarterfinals. Autumn Hayes, local girl, made it through. There's semifinal number 1. Eden Walla, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Great story there. Youngster all the way into the semifinals. And then, you know, we're going to have one more person from that quarterfinal number 4 that'll move into semifinal number 2. Boy, both sides of the bracket look hard.
Oh, really tough.
Right? I know.
Really tough. I know I used to judge a few of those NSSA contests and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're really stressful because especially the young little kids, they come in and have a complete fit if they didn't win.
Oh,
you
yes.
missed my tube right on the takeoff and, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Judges and stuff. So I said, gosh, much rather be the announcer than the judge.
Yeah. Well, you got to think of like the preparation financially, mentally that goes into the sport of surfing, you know. You know, we watch these heats, but we don't think and talk about what goes into it. Looks like Blue up and riding. Take it away. What do you think?
Well, yeah, well, that was kind of a short ride. But, yeah, the thing about surfing, too, that's great to, you know, put it in that perspective because you have to give up a lot. You know, when everybody's out there partying, going to the movies, and, you know, you have to kind of train and go, oh, I'm going to sleep right now or watch your diet. And when I look back at it, especially if you're trying to be in the top 6, it's kind of lonely after a while when you're on the tour because, like I said, everybody's goofing off and you're kind of cruising.
Yes. Yeah. It was a famous quote from Mick Fanning was his loneliest years were his world title years.
Exactly.
Because, you know, he had to kind of stay away from friends.
Right.
And really focus on himself, his own body, his own mental. You kind of have to be on your own program. Which is very intense. You know, athletes in all sports kind of talk about that zone that you have to get into. And now that surfing has progressed so much, people have to be in that zone. But we have the phenom, Walla, ready for interview. Take it away, guys.
Congratulations, Eden Walla. How does it feel to make it this far in this contest?
Feels really good. I'm super happy to be up here in Santa Cruz, and the waves are super fun. So, yeah, just stoked, trying to take it heat by heat.
Yeah. Sick. How do you like the conditions? Because the last few days they were pretty stormy, but then today's more glassy. What do you really like better?
For sure. It's super nice to have it glassy and clean. It makes it a lot easier to surf. Yeah. And it's super fun today. You know, it's probably one of the better days up here this week. So, yeah, we're stoked.
I'm so happy for you. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans?
Thank you guys for whoever's watching me, and thank you to all my sponsors and my parents and my brother and everyone that's here supporting me.
Congratulations. Back to you.
Wow, so cool, right? That's Riviera Hunter and Eden Walla. I get chills when I see that. The next generation, they're coming in hot. What do you think? They're good.
I love that squeaky voice. Plus, these girls are so friendly. They're really cool. They're super well-mannered.
I will say this, though. So I coach quite a few of them. They are extremely friendly and ferociously competitive. My gosh, like they paddle so fast.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like super aware of like strategics, surfboards, like blown away. I was talking to a lot of the young girls going into this event, and they all of them, because you had the 4-person priority now.
Right.
Which is super different from your times and my times. You know, priority is a big thing in surfing. And they have a strategy for each scenario of priority. So really you're carrying 4 strategies into a heat, right? You're like, okay, if I'm fourth priority, I'm going to sit over there.
Yeah.
If I'm third, I'm going to sit over there. So these
Yeah.
girls are competitors.
Here's a nice wave.
Oh, break it down, Margot. Go for it.
Yeah, it's really. She has a neat little snap that she does. Swinging her arms at the hips at the exact same time.
Yeah, yeah. Pushing her weight into it.
Speaking of the girl surfers too, it's like I was always lighter, so even when I'm surfing around the guys, I could catch waves they couldn't catch because I was lighter. And then Sean Thompson paid me a compliment too once. He said, I wouldn't want to surf against you at Small Bells Beach because, I'd be light. I could ride more on the top, and the guys with the big bottom turns like Shane.
Right,
or
right.
Sean, yeah.
Right. They can look slower occasionally on those.
Exactly.
Yeah, on those soft long waves.
Yeah, the big wave riders would go, oh, we don't want to surf against you in 1 foot waves.
That's great. That's awesome. Oh, so I was curious. So the year you won your title, or 3 titles, where was the tour exactly?
77. It was started out, I guess, Bells Beach. I think we did. I'm not quite sure. Haleiwa. I remember Haleiwa, Sunset, Bells Beach, and then the next year was we went to Burley Heads, the Surf About, Bells Beach, then back to Hawaii, and that was the era Rabbit Bartholomew was the champ.
Wow.
Yeah, we have some cute pictures of me and Rabbit at the Burley Heads. We look like brother and sister. I know, it's so cute.
Oh, that's awesome. Another legend, and I'm sitting here with the legend, Margot. How are you doing? This is the first female world champ, Margot Oberg. My name's Omar Echeverry. Such a legend in the sport. I feel honored to hang out. And you're in Santa Cruz now.
Oh, yeah. I just live a few blocks from here. It's really fun because I meet all these the guys that ride the longboards too. All these old timers, and everybody's so friendly and hospitality, and
that's great.
Yeah,
great.
They're not all stuck up. I like that.
And
people are welcoming.
How do you like living in Santa Cruz?
Oh, it's great. It's super great. The O'Neill guys are so friendly. Adam's shop, you can go by the shops and just hang out.
Yeah.
And the boards they have nowadays, oh gosh, it's like going to a candy store.
I know.
That Billabong shop. Boy.
It is. It's so much fun.
And free line.
It still has that core surf vibe to it. The city of Santa Cruz, the surf scene.
Yeah.
I love it. Just like you said, you stop by Pete Mell's shop, and Peter Mell will be in there hanging out, with John Mell, the QS leader.
Right.
It definitely has that vibe still. Really, really, really fun place to live in for sure. A couple waves out there. We are in the last quarterfinal. This is important. These surfers are really, getting those points in the QS, right?
Exactly.
To move into Challenger. I'm also curious how you feel about the new system. I mean, as far as qualification, right? Because now you have regions, so you have to qualify through your region into the Challenger, into the CT. It's pretty hard now. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's really complicated, actually. I think I'd be a nervous wreck. Yeah, it's very complicated. The guy who married Steve Oberg, he said, the winners stoked and the losers are bummed out. So I wish there would be a way that there'd be more winners, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But without losers, there'd be no winners.
That's true.
That's right.
That's true.
Yeah, there's truth in defeat and a lot of learning from defeat. That was Hagen Johnson there showing on your screen. He's going to be in the first men's quarterfinals, Hagen Johnson, and he's going to be going against Davey Toledo. So it'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, the frustrating thing about competition too is just the waves. Like I remember I was in a contest at Huntington, and the whole thing just went flat for almost the whole entire heat.
Yeah.
And some girl from Texas, I don't even remember her name, but she went in and just rode a couple of short break waves.
Oh yeah.
And won the heat. And I went, wow, I'm the world champion, and I just completely
blew it.
Completely
blew it.
I know.
That's right. No, the sport of surfing will definitely, make a humble person out of you.
Exactly.
In seconds, right? You can be on top and go to the bottom very quickly.
Right. I hope this year in Hawaii they can get those big Sunset Beach, peaks. I would love to see the girls out there riding like the 10, 15-foot waves that we used to get.
Oh, yeah. That would be awesome. Oh, I have another question for you. Who is your favorite surfer right now in the world? And you can CT anyone.
Probably, Kelly Slater, of course.
Kelly, I like it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, he's so sweet. They had that International Women's Day, and he put my name on the back of his jersey.
Oh,
to
that's
honor,
so cool.
yeah, in
That's so
Portugal.
rad. That's awesome.
Yeah, guys, talk about being a gifted person. He's amazing.
He's good at everything.
Yeah.
He's Kelly Slater.
Yeah, I like all the surfers.
And on the women's side, who's your favorite surfer
I
to
guess
watch?
right now it'd probably be the Carolyn Marks, the goofy foot that won at Trestles.
Yeah.
Boy, she really has perfect form.
Doesn't
perfect
she?
timing.
Her backside is like
Yeah.
unbelievable. Her backside hooks are just
Yeah.
like nuts.
They call her Caroline Aki for Akalupo or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. Amazing talent and what a positive attitude
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Right?
They're so friendly.
Yeah.
I like the positive. I was talking to Zoe and Izzy, and they're like all stoka boca, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good.
Boy, and Izzy just stoked, so positive, and charging Mavericks
Right.
and Cortez Banks, and just like, wow, so humble, so chill, so positive.
Right.
Yet absolute chargers and rippers.
Yeah, you know, when you're talking about paddling too, I don't think people realize, but it's like almost like 80% of contests, a lot of it is paddling.
Yes.
And the strategy. And
Yeah.
these boards are, look at how far underwater they are, up to their waist. And yeah, I always rode a little bit thicker board because I don't know, I just couldn't catch the waves sometimes.
Yeah.
If you know, like these little boards, they're lots of rocker and everything too.
And were you guys training a lot back then too, physically?
I would go to the fitness center. Every time I tried to run, my calves would get so tight I couldn't handle it. I know. Mostly swimming and surfing. I lived on Kauai, so I just swim across the bay and back and paddle and go to the fitness center a little bit. When I think about it, too, is it's better to put on some muscle, like some of these girls have more muscle. Because back when I grew up, it was like the twiggy fashion era, and it was like cool to be really skinny.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's better.
Yeah, no, definitely had the that whole era of surf fashion too. That really, yeah, it was all over the world. And I'm here with Margot Berg, first women's world champ in the whole world. Yeah, absolute pleasure. Now living here in Santa Cruz, California. And what made you move to Santa Cruz?
I have 2 boys, and they live up here in the Bay Area, and
Nice.
3 little grandkids. So my older boy bought me a house down here, which is nice, and I get to see the grandkids all the time.
Wow, that's a really good boy.
It's fun.
One of my kids does that.
I know. I know. I got this $500,000-$600,000 house. I go, thanks, kids.
Wow.
Who needs surf sponsors right
about
now?
paying it forward.
I know.
Wow.
He's our Kauai success story. My kids. And the
That's-
other boy has a PhD in computer engineering and technology.
Well, that does well in this area.
Yeah, has a software company that, you know, gets $1 million contracts from the Air Force and the Navy and the whole deal.
That's great. Well,
Yeah.
good people raise good children, right? So
I guess. I know, especially on Kauai, you're never too far away from your parents and everybody else because everybody just surfs right down there at Acid Drop and PKs and.
Right. No, it takes a village.
Yeah.
It really does. A
really-
community. So.
Exactly.
And we're here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, Steamer Lane. Beautiful, beautiful venue. I do believe it's probably one of the venue-wise, one of the best spectating venues
yeah.
in the world.
Exactly.
It has that natural arena. You know, you can kind of look down at the surf gladiators going at it.
Right.
Where's your favorite spot to sit on the cliff?
I just walk up and down.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's kind of my daily therapy. And then down there at Pleasure Point, too. Talk to everybody's purebred dogs. Everybody has their, like, $5,000 dog. And they become their best friend.
Yeah.
They go, oh, your dog is so cute.
Oh, boy, I agree. The coastline here is beautiful.
Oh, it's awesome.
It is. And the culture, too, because you just have people that are so stoked.
Right. Well, O'Neill, you know, starting out with the wetsuits, I told him, you know, like that was book here again, the first wetsuits that were ever made for surfing. So fun. Done
Yeah.
a lot for the industry, all of the companies.
Yeah, what wetsuits did you wear back in the day?
Yeah, mostly just O'Neill.
That's rad.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and then
Love it.
later on, I worked with Victory, that's now XL. They were pretty
yeah.
cool. They paid me $1,000 a month to wear their wetsuits. Not bad. And then Lightning Bolt paid me $2,000 a month.
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
That's
With my
great.
Jerry Lopez and Rory Russell. Rory Russell and I got to go to Morocco with American Sportsmen, and ride camels down the beach with our surfboards attached. So we'd ride the camel to the break and unload the boards and paddle out.
That is absolutely awesome.
Oh, yeah. Lots of personality, the surfer guys in the day. You know,
Yes.
Rabbit and Rory. And
Yes.
it was fun to be goofy and silly.
Well, back then you're kind of pioneering a sport, right? A lot of pioneering, but still in the sport of surfing. You know, you every time I think it's not going to be pioneered, someone does it again. Whether
Right.
they're traveling somewhere crazy, you know, you could talk about all the new waves they found.
Oh, yeah.
New angles. I'm always like, okay, there's no more waves, and then all of a sudden a new wave pops
Oh,
up.
yeah. Like Mavericks is all of a sudden really popular. And like
yeah.
when I grew up, you know, it wasn't, I don't think it was even real well known.
Oh, you could say all the point breaks of Mexico over the last 10 years. I mean, there are so many waves. I mean, some new outer waves in Australia.
Check out the paddle battle.
I love it.
Da-
Old
da-
school.
da- 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 da.
I bet you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get into this heat too while we can, Margot. So
Yeah.
right now, looks like red needs a 4.97. Kira, and she's in priority. 11 minutes left, tons of time. But what you do have to take into account is look how low her two scores are. They're
Yeah.
super low.
Is it super high tide coming in right now? Because it just stopped.
Yes.
All of a sudden.
Yeah, so we had a low tide at 8:59. It was a 3.7, and now we're going to go into a higher tide not until later in the day. So it's going to be a very slow, gradual
Right.
move. It shouldn't affect it too much,
Right.
but we are dealing with a combo and wind swell. We have a kind of like, it's an interesting situation. We have every different swell from that
Right.
storm that we had yesterday. So, you know, it will affect it. Like, and I think the challenge will be, where do you sit? Do you see that wave on
Yeah.
the inside? So right now they're electing to sit there, but as you saw yesterday, some surfers started moving to the inside.
Right. I know I saw a few really good inside waves there too.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the pressure's on. See, look at Kira. Looks like she's kind of thinking that, right?
Yeah, a ricochet.
Yeah, you
off the
kind of going,
rock.
okay, she's just looking for a 4.97, right?
Ah.
These athletes can do that in their sleep. They just need a wave.
Exactly.
So,
Got to get some rituals out there. Ay, ay, ah, la, la, la. Get the American Indians out there.
Oh, yeah.
with the bongo drums and.
oh boy, no, I remember when I was on tour, one of the magazines actually did an article about rituals or like superstition, and there were some funny ones.
Yeah.
I think one surfer wore the same pair of trunks in every winning heat.
Is that our seal? Our
otters, little family.
The sea otters. They have a famous one.
So rad.
That was it 843 or something?
Yeah.
Preserve preserve the otters. Yeah, one of them just crawls up on the surfboards.
Yeah.
Says, "Hi, I'm a sea otter."
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, perfect. She's got it.
Oh, that's a
yeah,
good
nice
wave.
slap. Little Lisa Anderson form there. Slap
Nice. Oh, boy, I think
Yeah.
she got it. One more.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
No.
That was rough.
Oh. She's probably never done that in her whole life.
Oh, my gosh. That was rough. But,
Oh.
you know, boy, I want to see a replay. I
Yeah.
guarantee the judges. So the cool part about being a part of the web, Margot, is
Yes.
that the judges utilize our replays
Uh-huh.
to get the right score.
Right.
So when we see a replay, a lot of the times that's the judges bringing up the replay.
Uh-huh.
So therefore they can, because a challenge that they talk about is that taste that's left in the judge's mouth if someone falls at the end.
Right.
So they'll bring up the replay and go, okay, let's see what really happened on
Yeah,
the wave. Because
like-
they're actually not allowed to judge a wave if you fall. Like, judge it that. So you're judged for what you've done.
Right. It's not a penalty in a sense for
Exactly,
falling. Yeah.
exactly.
If you did like 3 really good turns,
Yes.
they'll categorize that. Yeah.
They started doing that a lot too, because I mean, you could get a crazy barrel that's a 10, right?
Right.
And then come out, and then the lip could hit you in the head.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't, say that person did something bad. They just got the best barrel ever.
Yeah.
So they're
Here
definitely gonna
comes
watch
the
that.
fight. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, it looks like she got it. A
Stop
5-2-3.
following me, they would say.
Check it out, Margot. Look, Kira.
Oh,
5-2-3. She got the
perfect.
score.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And now she needs, so if you're going to look at her low score is a 2.43. So now, name of the game, let's get something better, right?
Oh, yeah. Here comes a little bit. You're right about the way it swings around.
It's everywhere.
The angle. Yeah, it's everywhere.
We got every type of swell right now. Short interval, which is interesting too today. So interval means space between waves.
Right.
So
does someone have priority, or I guess so.
Yes.
Blue.
And blue is now looking for a
Yeah, crank it.
3.67.
Crank it. Oh yeah, that's good. Very good.
Wow, she might have got it.
Yeah, and then the rocks and the seaweed.
Go, go, go.
Ah, yeah. And then kisses the cliff. Go
Wow.
high, Rocky.
What do you think?
That was a good one.
Do you think that's a 3.67?
Yeah, I would say so, or better. That was good.
I agree. That first term was good.
Yeah. The last one was really good too.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at the rock and go, do I want to hurt myself or do I want to win?
I always see the kelp. I'm just like, oh gosh, the kelp monster.
Yeah. At the super longboard era with the big fins, you come up to Steamer's Lane and the fins would-
Stumbling
yeah.
everywhere, yeah. Trying to cross step.
Yeah.
Doesn't look easy.
Walk
Oh.
to the nose and hit the kelp. This is a good one too.
This is stuck a little bit behind though. They don't
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So able to come around. Nice turn right
Yeah.
there.
This lady's good. Oops. Oh, great. There's the kelp.
God.
Oh, God.
We got to stop hexing her.
Gosh, she's going to have bad dreams tonight if she doesn't win.
Oh, boy.
Oh, brother. I know she's all like super casual and all relaxed and styling, and then whoop.
Yep. Well, you got to look at it. So it looks like Reed moved up into first position with her last wave, and her last wave was a 4.5. Oh, and Kira Pinkerton, she just barely didn't get the score. So she just got a 3.20. She's looking for a 3.27. That fall could cost her.
Yeah. Guys, look at how close the coastline is.
Beautiful, right?
Oh, yeah, it's so pretty. Really, really pretty.
Wow. Looks like the wind's changing.
Yeah, I might get a little wind swell.
Yeah, a little offshore. Picturesque here at Steamer Lane.
Gosh, what a battle.
I know.
Here's the famous
I
Peter
know.
Mill.
I know. Legend.
Legend of the super humongo waves.
That's right.
His son's really good too, which is fun.
Yeah, yeah. No, and Pete Mel, Coldwater Classic champ.
Yes.
He's got a title. It's pretty cool. A lot of Coldwater Classic champs roaming around this week. It's been really fun to see.
Yeah.
Super fun. Adam Rapogel.
Right. Adam's
He's got
such a
one.
friendly guy.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Kieran Horn, local surfer. He's got one.
Wow.
Got a lot of locals. Look like, oh my gosh. Score coming in. She just got a 3.20. Oh my gosh. Brutal.
Guy, here's a little
That
swell
is
coming
crazy.
in.
Look at the score line too. A couple judges gave it to her. The other one's saying that's hard.
This is the kind of setting where you get so nervous. Lord, I'll never sin again if you give me the perfect way.
We got to bring up those two falls.
Yeah, I
in her
know.
waves. Oh my gosh, those could haunt you.
Gosh. I know. Look at how they're bugging each other. I hate that when you're right next to somebody.
Well, nowadays with priority,
Yeah.
so what
Yeah.
Red wants to sell her on the wave to get
I
rid of
got
her,
it.
right?
I got it.
And looks like she will. This is a good wave. But blue's a little deep. Oh, nice check fade though. I like that. Break it down, Margot.
Ah,
Nice turn.
yeah, it's really good. That might not be.
No.
Maybe like a 3 or something. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at her top two scores, she has a 4.5 and a 4. Those are the top two on the top left of your screen. Kira Pinkerton has the highest single score of the
Right.
heat, a 5.23, and a 3.20. So she's still looking for that 3.27.
The thing about this wave too is normally when you go doing off the lip has power and pushes you down. But in these waves, you hit the lip and it just stops.
I know.
It's kind of a weird thing.
Oh gosh, she's deciding to go on this one. Oh, nice cutty. This is it. Another cutty. Oh my gosh. Don't fall in the kelp. Right?
I know.
Don't fall.
Don't fall.
I think she got it.
Yeah, that was good.
What do you think?
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close.
Gosh.
She has redeemed herself, I think.
But now you're leaving blue out there. Plenty of time to get another wave. So.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, this is pretty. Oh, yeah, the offshore you said. The wind's coming up. Oh.
A little far behind.
I know. Darn.
Nope.
That's a situation where I think if she had a little bit thicker board, you know, and maybe a little less rocker.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they get kind of stuck behind. They don't much speed.
Okay, here's the judges' replay.
Okay.
So they're going to really, this is a super important score.
Yeah.
So if Kira Pinkerton gets the score right here, she's going to move into the lead. Boy, and you know what? It looks like she does.
Yeah.
A 3.83.
Perfect.
She got it on
Perfect.
this wave.
I like the way she moves too, like continuously moves, does these little turns. Because it's more exciting than just standing there waiting for one big rip, you know?
Yeah, we call it keeping busy.
Yeah, keeping busy. Yeah, it's more.
The judges love it.
Yeah.
Like if there's dead time, judges don't like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, check it out. A 3.83. Kira Pinkerton moves into the lead with just 1 minute and 40 seconds. This is a quarterfinal heat, so super important.
This is the last one, right? Now we're going to the semis?
Yep. I'm actually going to go into men's quarterfinals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they'll have a little break.
Right.
The women, they can chill.
warm up.
Yeah, chill out probably. Oh, looks like Reed needing a 4.57.
Wow. Here comes a good wave, though.
Decent wave. Who has priority? And she has priorities.
God,
though.
look at that. That's a nice wave if it does anything. Oh.
I don't know. The wave's looking
There's
like
some more sets out there.
Could be. She might have a chance for one more. What do you think?
Maybe. Yeah, you're right. See how it's swinging down the cove?
Yeah.
That's a really good lineup. I'm not sure if the red person can catch it.
She might get it.
Yeah.
This might be a good inside wave. What's she looking to better? She's looking to better that 3.83 to increase her lead.
A little form, maybe. Wow.
A lot of backwash.
Yeah.
Boom.
See, that one has a little snap to it.
Boom.
Yeah. Instead of all lagging.
Yeah. I like that
Nice
first
little-
turn.
Right. Good for her.
Boy, stressful moments.
I know.
Now she's got to wait.
After that fall, that one, she's like going to super charge off the lip, and then I guess she just went off the back, probably.
Yeah. Well, the kelp in there, too.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Kelp's pretty gnarly. You watch a lot of surfers in these heats, they'll wax the top of their foot. Oh, this is last chance right here.
Oh,
for
yeah.
Reed.
15 seconds.
Is it going to reform? She needs a 4.57. It's starting to reform.
Gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, see how she has a lot of nose rocker for these mushy waves? It's good, though, in some situations, but.
I agree with you. I believe kind of more board works better at steamer lane.
Yeah, with these mushy waves.
Because it has a pocket, but then it has a flat spot.
Right.
So I feel like a little more board can help you through those flat spots.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an interesting board you need for this lineup. It's very different.
Yeah.
Anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly, because it's kind of soft instead of the shore break tubes.
Yeah, and people are like, what do you mean soft but not soft? I'm like, it's soft with power.
Right, exactly.
Who doesn't make sense, but in the sport of surfing, I guess it does. That is our setup. That is the beer garden. Beautiful beer garden. Come down here to Steamer Lane. Come check out the final day of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Yeah, and they got the taco truck, and we got the famous Peter Mel again.
Yep. We're going to...
he's trying to be shy.
Peter, he'll be back in here just a minute. Look at that replay,
We'll get the
Margot.
360s. Woohoo!
All right.
Okay.
Margot,
well,
thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nux, I love it.
You're easy to talk to.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick break. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to have Peter Mel back on the mic, joining in just a few minutes. Thank you.
The snap. Oh. The agony of defeat. Oh.
Kona Big Wave. Bring the aloha.
Between O'Neill and four-wheel campers, there's really this shared ethos of exploration, and getting out and enjoying the space that makes you feel alive. And at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
O'Neill Coldwater Classic continues here at Steamer Lane, Santa Cruz, California. Hagen Johnson, quarterfinal number 1. Davi Toledo, Brazil. Davi Toledo, the brother of Felipe, our world champion, Felipe Toledo. And Hagen Johnson, one of the youngsters out of San Clemente. So both these surfers actually reside now in San Clemente. So they surf and see each other quite often, I would imagine. Davi does like to travel and get himself up on the road there as well. And had a good run up here in Santa Cruz because he finds his way into the quarterfinals. First score here, he's up and riding off the cliff. One big move, little whip. Easy does it, comes out and around. So it's the first time we've seen progression element in today's action. Earns a 3.5. In the booth with me right now, this is Pete Mel. Hi, everyone. And also Adam Replogle will be calling you the action here for quarterfinal number 1. Had a bit of a break there, Adam.
Yeah.
What did you get up to?
I just walked around the stadium here, so to speak. No, I went over and saw my friend Kevin Reed over here, talked to KR for a bit, and yeah, I just walked around and got a little lay of the land. Look at the bracket here, Pete.
Yeah, bracket is quarterfinal for the men's. Top half of the draw, Hagen Johnson, Davi Toledo, Jose Lopez, and Levi Slauson. Levi Slauson on that top half of the draw, the highest ranked surfer. So those 3 other surfers there are going to pick up some points and valuable points in the North American circuit. On the bottom half, a bunch of names you would know here in North America. Kade Matson, newest addition, rookie to the championship tour. And, of course, Dumpy, Kolohe. Good run down there at the bottom half of the draw. Up and riding, Davi.
In and out there. But, yeah, that lower end of the bracket you saw names that we're familiar with, obviously, but also guys that really surf the lane well.
And spent the time, right? And there's a lot of veteran.
Yeah, I'm seeing Dumpy up. Yeah, it's just, you start to notice guys up here off season or just up here when the waves are bigger, waves of consequence sometimes. It's interesting who comes through here, say when it's like Maverick swells, Pete. Had Max Beach come by the surf shop, during, the day before a massive swell, and saw the heat.
There's a big string of big wave riders that come through town when the swell's up, but also in regards to just obviously competing.
Well, just the young competitive surfers that are also aspiring to ride these bigger waves, of these, climb these bigger mountains. You see certain physiques too that are standing out in that condition.
That's true. Taro Watanabe is actually, we have a rematch in quarterfinal number 4 of the final of last year. Kolohe Andino and Taro Watanabe. And, of course, they ended up on that side of the draw due to their seeding. They're not 1 and 2 anymore. It's just in this event. But they're going to be matched up in quarter 4. That Kade Matson Dumpy matchup is always good, too. Veterans. Yeah. Veteran surfer there, Michael Dumpy, up against the rookie here of Kade Matson. So that bottom half looks solid.
Yeah, and Kade's been surfing exceptionally well out here. And he's got a bottom turn, I tell you what. Yeah. Nice spread between these 2 guys right here. You're seeing people looking at a couple different things. Look at Johnson right here.
Johnson, patience, waits for the set wave here and gets the outside moves. Haven't seen a lot of that. Will he get a connection to the inside? He's got that skatey board. Seems to be working through the flat spots with no worries and holding speed together. Will he get a moment here as his kelp starts to loom itself? Make sure you place your turns in the right spots. Down the line, he gets a little reversal into the kelp, pulls it off. Nice work there. Going to be the best wave of the heat.
Feels
good.
Yeah,
the 3.5 that we saw Davi do, similar type of move on the end of the wave, but there's a lot more surfing being done beforehand.
Prior, and it looks like he has dry hair as well too, Pete. So that being his first wave is going to reflect really well against that 3.5 of Toledo. There's definitely a couple points, I think, a little different. There it is.
Oh, look at it. We are supposed to see a little increase in swell, and hopefully this is the likes of it because their tide's filling in.
Yeah.
And so we will see.
It stays pretty moderately.
It does, right?
Medium tide.
It's not going to be a huge switch. Not a lot of water moving. No. Let's watch this replay here, Brody.
Yeah, nice little snap right there for Hagen. Coming around, we talked about it being a little sleepy right here, but still he got some nice little weaves. I could see that board looking nice under his feet too, Pete. He's getting really comfortable. Sort of breaks down right there, unfortunately, in that cutback. If we're going to pick it apart, but this is where he really eyes out and teleports his big maneuver. There's a lot of points coming right here.
Yeah, completion of that last move there. This is one of those types of turns that the youth have As well as Davi. I mean, Davi's not a
He did
super
that.
youngster, and he got it done too. But yeah, it's something you need to have in your repertoire is that kind of finish move.
You need to
tail
do
whip,
it,
reverse.
yeah. You need to do it with one shoulder shrug and going up to speed. You need to have that rotation, one motion. Well, obviously, Davi did that on his first wave, got a 3.5, you know, for just a releasing tail reverse. But yeah, that seems to be the maneuver. If you do not have that maneuver and can not do that maneuver within a short period of space, you're going to struggle when the waves get really
scores.
quick.
Yeah,
Yep.
creating scores, I think that helps it. So Hagen, a 6.0 compared to the 3.5 of Davi Toledo, and that will put him out front with just one wave. So now this is an important...
Wow, this looks like maybe a really good wave right here, potentially coming right into off-table rock with a little wall.
Important moment for Davi, and especially with an opportunity here. It does look like a quality wave. He's going to turn around.
See if he's able to capitalize, Pete.
Well, a little froth in the face, and there's table rock. He's going to maneuver through it easily. Good flow here on this one. Going to be another driving cutty. Will it come into that moment where he can get a little click? We'll stay with him. He will stay with the wave. And this is going to be a good answer. It gets a completion here at the end. Oh, there's a section and a little whip. And he pulls it.
That was perfectly timed where the TV went off right there. That was awesome. Yeah, I was just waiting for some variety. He had nice flow all through that front of that wave, Pete. Wrapping that first turn was perfectly set up into the pocket. Wow, a great little wave for a David right there.
So in that last heat, Kira Pinkerton was able to get through and move on into the semifinals. She's down there on the glass.
Congratulations, Kira Pinkerton. How does it feel to take down that heat and make it to the semis?
That heat was really tough. Reed was ripping, and we were both kind of struggling to find where the waves were coming in. I feel like it kind of changed in our heat, and I'm just glad I finally was catching a few waves because I sat for so long.
Yeah, the conditions were pretty rough all week. What do you think your favorite day of the conditions were?
I think today, actually, it's pretty glassy, so it's a lot easier to, like, get your maneuvers in and, like, not get too bumped off, but then the seaweed's another factor, and that seems to get me a lot, so.
Is this your first time to Santa Cruz, or have you been here a few times?
I grew up coming up here a lot, actually, maybe like once or twice a month with my dad, and got to meet a bunch of people up here, and I love coming up here ever since.
Sick. Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience?
Thanks for watching, everyone, and thanks to my family and sponsors.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vivi, and congratulations to Kira Pinkerton. As she is into the semifinal, she's going to keep her position up there at the top of the rankings and improve. So good job there for Kira.
She's been coming years up here, huh?
Yeah.
These girls have been coming up here for years.
Pretty much, yeah. Once they've got, I mean, considering that as an amateur, you know, there's lots of opportunities to come up here. The NSSA has both, you know, their Northwestern division. They'll have, you know, at least a couple of events of the year, but this wave right here, let's get back to that because this is a distinct difference here. 7.0. Matter of fact, one of the judges going excellent and just such great flow and gets a finish here. We're going to get this angle. We'll probably, we went dark for a hot second on that last one, but he found a wave that gave him great opportunity.
Yeah, and this in right here gives great variety into this wave. Right on the rocks too, Pete. Like sort of a challenging little section to do air reverse on, but you see it right off the point right here. Nice wrap into the pocket, Pete. This wave just picks up again, has that little, just enough wall in the speed for you to lay down some nice tracks and stay flowing through the middle of this wave. Some waves go sort of sleepy. If you sort of sit there and stop and bounce, it really sort of changes the tune. As you see right here, nice drone shot, getting a little dizzy here, Pete, but wham, into a reverse. So great little wave for David Silva.
Here's a comparison. And what do you think? Do you like the one point spread between the two? Take a look. Watch here. I mean, the outside combos were good, but yeah, the sleepy middle here. Whereas I feel like Davi had the more flowy middle portion of the wave.
Yeah, you know, they gave it a point more. I would have maybe done a little more, but still, right there, Hagen Johnson, great little air reverse into that kelp right there, really challenging. And here's sort of a drone view from the back, very similar to the way that David's wave looked, and the inside section had a really nice turn on it. But like Pete said, this little part right here in the middle was a little sleepy.
All right, well, again, there's a point difference, and of course, those are the comparisons that are already happening. And that is a beautiful air reverse, and we are very fortunate as we have Mr. Mayor Fred Keeley joining us in the booth. And you stepping in real quick here, and I'd love to say and have your understanding of how diverse this event has been this week with all the different weather and swell conditions, but how have you perceived this event this week?
Well, this is a fantastic event. First of all, let me thank the two of you. Thank you, the two of you, because I'm in the presence of surfing royalty. So God love you both, and thank you so much. Look, the city of Santa Cruz is thrilled to be here. Just thrilled to have you folks in our town. This is one of the iconic surf events in the world, and we are just so grateful that you come to our beautiful spot. Mr. Mel, I know that you're a local guy who's been around this for an awful long time. We're just thrilled to see it. It's so healthy. It's so wonderful. Folks of all ages coming out here, watching this, enjoying it. Surfing is the beating heart of our community. So I wanted to drop by and on behalf of the city of Santa Cruz, thank all of you very much. And get the heck out of your way.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Fred Keeley. We love having you here. Appreciate your time and energy. So great job there of the city, and I hope the further support, obviously, is coming. Yep, thumbs up there from the Fred Keeley. Thank you so much,
and Fred, a couple set waves on Peter and I when we see it in the lineup.
Get in the lineup, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hit us up.
Yeah, right on, man.
Right on. So Fred Keeley there, our mayor, and of course the vision here of Santa Cruz City has been on point. You know, they've definitely focusing on this part of surfing. It's been in Santa Cruz since the very beginning of surfing ever, right?
Yeah, and it's nice to see the obviously the awareness with all of our city officials around here that everyone's really invested into surfing. You know, if not doing it themselves, realizing the impact it has on our
and
town.
most likely it's if they had never tried it before, they're into it now and probably hooked, and obviously pick up the glow that comes with it. So thank you to Fred Keeley, our mayor, for stepping in and continuing with this heat. You know, the comparison, we were kind of chatting about it at one point. I mean, I feel like it could have, I mean, if we wanted to dissect it, could be a little bigger spread in my eyes, but we'll see how it unfolds. See Hagen paddling here.
Wow, Hagen right in front of the power ball. Let's see if it catapults him into this shoulder. Nice, Pete. Good read here.
Yeah, good snap. You liked that wave, the way it looked, and little bobble there, but keeps it together. Combos on the outside looking zesty, so he'll improve in his situation, obviously, as we see live action up and over. Davi, wow, he's got that pretty locked in as well. That one much better than we saw the two earlier. Fired up.
He's got some swagger. Look at that, a couple little swivels right there. He is feeling it, obviously, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to say that's going to be better than the 7, right? Just on fire, you know, and Davi, it's incredible to see.
Do you watch him surf much?
I have only a little bit, but so, yes, I have.
How's the sleepy brother they pull Toledo out when he's like 21? Haven't even heard of the guy. Comes in full rotations, backflips, you know, been on a trampoline for, 18 years. But no, it's too much. Man.
Yeah.
Where you guys been hiding this guy?
It's crazy, but actually he's
no doubt. I'm sure he's around. You know,
he's around. Actually, he's in San Clemente. But
no doubt. You know, I'm out of touch, Pete. But I mean, to me,
he actually they have a skateboard company, and that's how I met Davi. Is he came into Freeline with his skateboards, and we don't sell a lot of skateboards, but surf skates. As we watch the replay here of this last one, the combos on the outside are good.
Yeah, that was nice little wave too. That he chose, Pete, was sort of coming back onto the reef, but as you can see behind him, he might have wanted to wait for number 2, just because, check this out, folks, all-time little maneuver right there. I didn't expect that, so it surprised me.
Big time.
And then the amount of, energy he has through this transition in here, as you can see, surfing with a little more electricity.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that that's probably one of the dark arts models. I mean, as far as that's
I
have not actually picked it up, but it has a look and feel of EPS core. As we watch the 4.67 get posted by Hagen Johnson, that would have been enough to take the lead, but unfortunately, another number has come in for Davi, and it's going to be the best of the heat, 7.5. So 2 solid numbers for Davi Toledo, and that must feel pretty darn good at the halfway mark in the heat. There's the judges' scores, a 6.9 all the way to an 8. I like seeing a spread like that.
Me too.
Right?
I mean, I like to see a little difference in opinion, Pete. Obviously, that 6.9 is right on that
good range.
Good
right?
range, yeah. Exactly. But as you can see, there's the O'Neill cat right there. Love seeing that you know, going around our bay. Thousands and thousands and thousands of kids, Pete, have gone through that program.
NeilSeaOdyssey.org. If you are into having a moment and coming and bringing a crew to go check out our Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, that is one of the best routes and one of the most comfortable rides you'll get, you know, cruising on the bay here. You know, the Cat, smooth sailing.
Really smooth, yeah, really, really stable. That Power Cat is all time. I really like that about O'Neill's. They've been inspiring the youth around here for a long time, Pete.
Yeah.
For a long, long time. You know, when we were kids, it was awesome when they would bring in guys like Sean Thompson or the young surf team when we were kids to come to a surf movie at the Civic Auditorium or something like that, you know. So they've done a really good job of really inspiring all of us to want to continue to do this. I mean, obviously it's a labor of love at this time in my life. You know, I love doing it, love being around it. And I got to thank them for giving us the opportunity, because as a kid, they really did help inspire all of us.
Jose Lopez, Levi Slauson, they're coming up next in heat number 2. Levi Slauson has been a standout.
Shredding. And Lopez, too, has been on some really good waves.
It's so true. I mean, and that's what it takes. It's a wave catching contest. And if you can connect with the chemistry of the lane, you can find your way into finals day, which we're seeing today unfold. 12:15 to go in this one. Toledo right now holding it down, 7.5, 7.0. No real errors. You know, in all of his performances, actually, he's been pretty darn solid. He was able to slip away. He was, you know, one that took out John Mell in his heat, but he slipped away during that heat, read the connection with the ocean, and sure enough, waves came to him, and so it's happening for him again today. So it's pretty solid numbers right here. Still in contention, though, Hagen Johnson. He's capable of big airs as well, so you'd expect if he can get himself a little morsel that he'd go above the lip too, just because that's what happens when you start to see surfers that are doing similar styles and similar types of moves. You want to outdo your competitor.
Yeah.
How do you do it? Go bigger.
Get really sort of crafty and think about something they can't do. I'd be curious.
Point of difference, right?
Yeah,
Setting yourself apart.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would say Hagen and Davi do have that air reverse pretty well on lock. We've seen him
Yeah.
perform it in earlier heats as well as in this one.
Yeah, I would be curious to see too what kind of fin configuration David has in that board.
He's not riding his brothers. You never know, right?
Well, he's, you know.
Hey, brothers. Don't always do what your brothers do you? Sometimes you do the opposite.
No doubt, polar opposite sometimes. But you can tell right here the glare right now. These guys looking out to sea, the sheen too, the sheer, just the reflection off the water, Pete, in the morning time right here with the sun coming up over the bay.
Yeah, it's searing your eyes.
It sears your eyeballs.
It's this time of year, right? Because the sun's getting lower, and so it's always kind of low enough to be just like singeing the eyes. I'm surprised there actually hasn't been an accepted pair of sunnies that we would be wearing.
You mean you haven't seen Ross Clark-Jones?
I know, I've seen them.
Those things
but that's
so
what
road warrior. Those
they
things
are. That's what I'm saying, though. No one's going to wear those like all the time.
Those are Mad Max, dude. Those things are sick.
You know, but like, why wouldn't we have goggles that we wear, like, that are UV protected, just, you know, so we can polarize, so we can see right through it?
You surf up the coast enough. There's a couple of guys out there.
That wear them?
Yeah, one guy's got a nose plug.
Well,
one
there you
guy's
go,
got
right?
glasses, one guy's got goggles. Yeah, they're everybody's they're out there.
It hasn't taken off, is my point,
No,
though, because they're kind of goofy, right?
I know.
I don't know. It's like if you just see someone start. We used to have them with. There was the Oakley had a pair. What was it called though?
But I also wore aqua socks too. You know, I think some things weren't too good.
Aqua socks.
Look at that though. This guy on Toledo is on a heater.
That's Slauson, dude.
There's Slauson right there. Wow,
Slauson.
he's
parked it right in the spot. That's the
Yeah.
Myers mentorship little zone. He's been there. The yellow hat, right, bright and
I tell
early.
you, he's got a solid little stance, and that's good for Steamer Lane. You need a solid little stance, I think, and he's got a great little stance right here.
Yeah, and I asked Myers.
Wraps it.
You know, anything that you were going to bring to the table. He's obviously said that, hey, it's shape over size of wave, right? So just make sure you're looking for shape of wave, right? And that's really going to be way more important than obviously a set wave or a size of wave.
Well,
yeah, that comes into play, obviously, but
yeah, you need a wave that has some wall on it. You know, even if it's a smaller wave, sometimes just if it has a nice little curve to it or an end section or something that sort of gives you some
That's the magic of the lane, really, is what it is. You got to be able to see those waves and adjust and move in the lineup to get them, or anticipate them coming.
Yeah, and know where they're going to come. Obviously, now with this priority, everyone is taking out the top of the point. No one is sitting there. Really, this event so far, it seems like everyone's been on inside and over, even closer to table rock, even though there was waves outside. So, without the point being in play with priority, it doesn't seem to be served.
So we are getting into the back half of this one. 8 minutes to go. Momentum fully with Davi Toledo. And a solid number, 14.5 on finals day in small conditions like it is. That's a good point total.
It's an insane point total. And, you know, I think Hagen's total is pretty nice as well, considering the conditions out there. But, you know, there's a difference when somebody catches the better waves than you and wins, and then there's a difference when somebody outsurfs you and wins. It's really a stinger when they catch better waves and outsurf you, you know.
Yeah.
But this heat's pretty close. Even though he needs an 8.5 right now, Hagen's, I mean,
he's got the potential to turn the heat. It's not like it's out of reach. It doesn't feel like it's out of reach.
Not to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
feeling of it, you know. I still feel like from how he's surfing and how he looks in the lineup, that he can get that score.
Yeah, for sure. 7 minutes to go. He's just got to get the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, Davi's been holding himself very confident through the competitors area as well. He just kind of has that calm, confident demeanor, similar to his brother.
I like that. I mentioned online, I wonder if this is, you know, his brother. And sure enough, Andre texted me, you know, oh yeah, this is his brother. And also Ashley Held, she teaches at Shoreline. I'm all, thanks, dude. I should know all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
You know, thanks, Andre. But yeah, it's you know, there's just a lot of information out there and a lot of kids and what they're doing and how they're doing it. But it doesn't seem like there's the same path for everybody nowadays, you know. Some people are blooming early. Some show up later. Some people are homeschooled. Some are suffering in public school system. You know, there's you know, well, I mean, shoot. You know, everyone's taking a different path, but this is the way you have to get there. And so, hearing the backstories of all these kids and how they got here is pretty interesting. You know, some have been coddled, some are poor as all. You know, like it's an awesome time because, look, there's no money in it. Every one of these boards, it seems like they have a blank hole in the nose. So a lot of them, it's a labor of love. Their parents are totally into it. They're supporting them. This is a different time in surfing. You got to really love it to do it. You can't just be going.
Yeah, to monetize it is way more challenging than it's ever been.
Yeah, and I think that's got to go out the door. I mean, it's got to be for, you know, it's for pride. You know, you want to get on there because you know your whole group is or something. You know, that whole San Clemente group, I'm sure, is just. You know,
the only real true avenue there is the championship tour and world titles, right? That's how you're going to be able to, you know. Example being is Kolohe's been very successfully, you know, through his childhood and all the way till now. It's a pro surfer, a very successful pro surfer. You know, he finished top 5, you know, 4 years in a row. He was top 10 for the last 7 years. Like, you know, Kolohe's career is incredible and still has so much more to give. I mean, yeah, he's facing a challenge right now as he's off the tour and wants to get back on there and back to where he belongs. And I think that's all of a sudden a rally. It's so much fun to watch how he's done it too. Right.
Oh, but I think now just watching how he's been surfing on the East Coast, his surfing
best small wave
stands out more
Yeah.
amongst the this qualifying bracket, you know, and his surfing is, you know, really quick and fast and still contemporary with all the kids.
It's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
Then they think all
I mean,
competitive knowledge too.
Come on, once he really zeroes back in on it and yeah, he's not going anywhere. These guys love the game, Pete. It's a little. I mean, as soon as I started losing, I hated the game.
Let's think back to one of the Dino had done something. I think you know, he came back into, and I want to say this event maybe, or an event where he came back as a veteran and won. And like took out one of, you know, he was like a team manager for Oakley, and he was taking people out. Like that's one of the
Dino.
Things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So that's what I'm saying. Like he's still competitive. Even our free surfs, you know, are like, oh well, Dino, you get that one? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's fun about when Dino and Snips come up here. It's a lot of fun. It really does bring back old times. We're able to go surf and sort of talk about kids and other stuff, but looks like here.
Business.
Yeah, business.
Surf
Here's Autumn
industry.
Hayes. Obviously viewing lay of the land here, warming up after that heat. So we'll see more of Autumn Hayes. She's still going the lone Santa Cruz survivor in this year's 2023 Coldwater Classic. So all Santa Cruz, let's come on down and support her, or at least get online. And
Yeah, she's going to come up in probably an hour's time, a little over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Hour and a half to be exact. She'll be in that semifinal number 1.
Yeah.
3 minutes to go here, Adam. We went quiet. And
crickets. I mean, I hate talking this much, Pete.
You're good at it, Adam.
But Hagen's been patiently sitting there for quite some time, and that sort of starts to wear on you. And Toledo, he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind this clock just winding down. I think the more time that goes away, that 9 slowly turns into a 10.
Yeah, you're right.
Or
But
that
you can't
8-5.
give up.
No.
All the way. He's got priority. I mean, now he just needs the ocean, as you can see, covering the eyes once again, looking out to sea, trying to figure out which wave choice. What is it going to be? Do we have a set here? It looks like we do. Is it 1 or is it 2?
Wow. That always was a hard thing years ago, having somebody spotting for us, Pete, and then having to make that decision.
8-5 needed. Drops in. First section. Little drifting snap as the explosion comes off the cliff. Is there enough energy? No. He kicks out. Not the 8-5 needed. Davi does not have to go here, but can't help himself. Good job. He kicks out. Control the heat to the last 2 minutes. Smart, right?
Yeah.
I mean, strategy being keep that priority now.
And just sink the guy.
Well, he
All
is
right,
going to go
man.
glue onto him.
Looks like we got a lot of family around here now in the booth. I can feel it. Booth's warming up. Minute 45 seconds remaining, Pete. Hagen's got an uphill battle here. A couple minutes remaining without priority. This was his option right here. Waited quite a bit of time for that, Pete. And started off really nice. Nice couple of snaps and turns, but unfortunately no wall and no end section.
1:20 to go. And again, Toledo holding priority. Good, huge point total and control of this heat. And he is just going to be Velcro to Hagen Johnson.
He's going to go just sit inside of him. Just sort of, screw the knife in. You know what I mean? Just like, okay, look, dude.
Look at Davi's
Not going to send you bleeding. I'm going to send you just in dead.
paddle here.
It's got the wingspan of you, dude.
And no
Nothing
wave
there.
there, no energy, but he created space.
Yeah.
Smart.
So 45 seconds, 40 seconds remaining. He has given himself a little space, Pete, but just not enough space.
Wow, and it needs the wave, right? So he's going to even create more space. Will this wave grow? He's going to need a major section at the end of this wave if he's going to turn it, because 8.5 needed. And this one's just fading off into deeper water, but we'll keep our eyes on him. And that's it.
That's
Davi Toledo. 10 seconds to go. He's going to find his way into semifinal number 1. Congratulations to Davi. And he'll move on comfortably. Good job there to Hagen Johnson. Good showing here at this year's O'Neill Coldwater Classic. We're going to head to a short moment away to thank everybody who helps produce this one, and we're going to bring in some special guests. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We've got quarterfinal number 2 getting underway. And welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic in Santa Cruz, California. Lighthouse Point is the venue for this year's edition of the Coldwater Classic. It's the only place, although we've moved a couple times, but this is the venue at Steamer Lane. We love it. It is one of the most challenging waves and most consistent waves on the planet. And the first name in the water would have to be O'Neill. That's right. You guys are a tagline. Sam, I got to ask you, what are you thinking about this year's Coldwater Classic for first starters?
It's shaping up pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, this is the second year we brought it back now. So, I mean, last year was pretty decent, but this year, you know, pretty solid. Pretty solid swell that came through. So,
yeah,
getting some solid waves out there.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Sam, I gotta ask you, you know, part of the O'Neill family now. Like, what is your role in the family?
So, I'm the product designer. I work alongside with John Hunter.
Oh, okay,
so
cool. Yeah, John's been at that for a long time too.
Yeah,
so good partner.
30-something years, right?
Right. Yes.
Craziness.
36.
But yeah.
Right. And also in the booth here, Pat O'Neill. You are the originator. You're running the ship now, right? Still CEO?
Yeah, still a CEO, president, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But we're
the big head honcho.
We're a team there.
Yeah.
Our titles don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a lot of fun. I mean, it's kind of like being at the contest or being at work. It's the same great people, and it's just been enjoyable.
Your thoughts on this year's O'Neill Coldwater Classic? You loving it?
I'm loving it. I mean, watching the weather reports and stuff, and seeing it's gonna rain, it's not gonna rain. And we've been
it was a tough forecast.
Lucky.
We had some miracles.
There's Sam Chatham, and this is Pat O'Neill here. Of course, Pat O'Neill, longtime part of the brand. You know, again, didn't want to cut you off there, but I just wanted to introduce everyone there to you. What are your thoughts on regarding the future for the Coldwater Classic? Going to keep doing this?
Yeah, I'd sure like to. We'll just have to see how things go. The economy, we're going to have a tough economy the next couple of years. But we had 2021 and 2022 were a couple of the best years in the history of the company. And so, you know, you just got to take it as it goes. We're just going to have to see what happens.
And we just watched something right there unfold. Some amazing surfing, some of the best surfing we've just seen today. We're going to have to bring you a replay of that one from Levi Slauson, but he has been putting on a clinic here at Steamer Lane. I don't know if you guys have caught Levi as of late, but whatever the conditions are, that last wave there, though, is going to be a big number. So, Sam, as far as the innovation goes, where are we going for the future of the wetsuits? Let's, you know, what are we going to do?
We're trying to get.
Are we going to give it away yet? Watch this replay here, man. This is a nice, clean wave. Watch the first turn there.
Oh, very nice.
Super solid. And how's the wave choice, though? I mean, just makes it look so easy.
Excellent. What a pro.
Yeah, and that's going to be the score, I would have to say. It's going to be excellent numbers.
You know,
you could see a 9, actually.
It's so cool with the offshore wind, having this little offshore wind holding up the barrels a little. It's pretty cool.
That north wind, man, that's what we look for in the forecast. North winds here in the point breaks at Pleasure Point, as well as here at Steamer Lane. I cut you off. We had an amazing wave we had to go back to, but innovation and wetsuits, what are you working on?
Where are we going from here? I don't know. It's a lot to do with the materials that go into the suits. Just the materials that stretch more and more.
Like Techno Butter 4?
Yeah, Techno Butter 4.
Or Techno Butter 5?
We got maybe 5. We'll see. But it's hard to go up from here. I feel like we got something that's just like, it works, you know? It's that perfect balance of stretch, warmth, and just like the comfortability of everything that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
there's only a few manufacturers that actually do the materials and stuff, and we've been working with them for over 50 years, and so we do a lot of the material development ourselves, and then work with them to actually put it into
and implement it.
Exactly.
Implement it. Yeah, it's great. Wow, look at this.
I mean, you would have to say this is, again, just a over and over replay. 9.17 for Levi Slauson.
Wow.
Good job.
Man, just one of the highest numbers of, I mean, that is just crazy stuff, as Levi made it look so easy.
Ooh, and, so buttery.
So good. Real quick, we're going to head to Davey Toledo, who won that first quarterfinal. Let's hear from him.
He did he landed at the air, and I was like, what? So I got to make something happen.
Yeah. I'm here with our heat winner, Davey Toledo. How was it out there? You put together a really good heat.
It was super fun, a little bit challenging for sure, but thank God I found 2 really good waves. I was able to, stuck the airs, and we came up on top. So very thankful, and I just want to congratulate to Hagen. He was surfing really well as well. I know what he's capable of, so pretty stoked to make through, and let's go.
That's awesome. And what are you riding out there?
I'm riding a JT Dark Art Construction. Really nice board. I'm not really going to go into details. Going to keep it as a secret, but go check him out. Awesome boards, carbon fiber. Feels like it's working really well out there, so I'm going to stick to the plan, and let's go.
Well, that's awesome. Good to hear. Anything else you want to say?
I just want to thank God, my family, all my sponsors, everyone watching, all my homies that stayed up, little George that has been coaching and helping me out here. So I want to thank Batata too, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu up here. They have been the massive support, and I just want to thank everyone cheering up. So, valeu, galera do Brasil. Tamo junto, família, amigos. Vamos que vamos. Semifinal é nóis.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Abby, like it. Killed it in there. That interview, killed it in the water. Thanking the right people.
Killed it in the interview. What a man.
Yeah.
What a surf community down in Brazil. It's just phenomenal. It's so much fun down there.
It is, huh? It's been that way for years.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
I'd love to go.
So at the beginning of this heat, man, you gotta hats off to Levi Slauson there. That was incredible. And I think the canvas is what was helpful there. But you got this nice north wind. We're seeing an increase in the swell ever so slightly. So that's good news for the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely.
So you didn't even touch there as we look at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic bracket for today. We're still trying to figure out quarterfinal number 2. What do you think of the bottom half there? You got a rematch of last year, Pat, of Kolohe Andino and Taro Watanabe.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's probably the heat of the contest.
Heat of the round,
Yeah.
for sure. You know, I mean, again, there's, I'm sure there's other people that argue different heats, but even the quarterfinal number 3. What about Kade Matson and Michael Dumpy?
Unbelievable. I mean, it's wasn't that the final last year? Or
yeah,
what?
that was the Kolohe Taro
was
Kolohe. That's the
yeah.
round. That's the one.
Right.
That quarterfinal number 3, you've got
Yeah.
the veteran against the new rookie Kade Matson, who just recently got onto the tour, and you think about the Americans who have made it onto the championship tour. You'd have to think that would help our American industry a little bit, right? I mean, waving the stars and stripes with some good surfers in there, and help out some surfing in America here.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's. It depends. One year it's Brazilians, then it's the U.S., and then it's Australia. It just moves around, and it's kind of cool to have such an international program going in the surfing world.
Absolutely.
So, Sam, what would be a daily day for you in wetsuit innovation? I mean, you'd have to hang out with Pat for a couple hours each day in the morning. Is he cracking the whip?
Paddle rolls through.
Right?
Yeah.
Goes in there, rattles the cage a little bit.
Yeah, he's like, "What are you doing in here? How are you spending my money?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's always good.
We have so much fun.
Rolling in there.
Is there a lot of R&D involved?
Oh yeah, you know it. Yeah.
Okay, good. That
Lots
means you're going to hit the ocean and check out and do the new materials.
Definitely. A lot of prototyping that goes down in our facility in Ensenada. Get some good suits coming out of there.
Yep.
Trying out new things.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a constant,
grind.
New.
What's really great with being in Santa Cruz is such cold water that we could take and do some designs here on 41st Avenue, send them down to Ensenada at our factory.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Make a couple samples. We could start that on Monday and be in the water by Friday.
Wow.
So
it's
it's
quick.
Everybody else pretty much
has to work a little different.
Well, they send
you have to
it
go
over.
by ship overseas.
Right.
Yeah.
Ship it over to Asia, and it's a 3-month process to try to do that. Yeah.
Right.
So it's real good. It's so nice that Santa Cruz has such cold water.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you can try any suit you wanted, right? I mean, you can go out here in a 654. You wouldn't want to do that on a daily basis, but you
You'd be
could.
sweating it out,
and still go out in a 3-2 and also try
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
Right? So R&D, I mean, that's why I guess out of necessity is why your dad did this, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Tell us a little story about that. Like as a kid, when you were growing up, when you were watching that kind of innovation happening.
Yeah, we were up in Ocean Beach.
Yeah,
where his first store was, and he had wetsuits. I mean, you should see some of the photos. And matter of fact, in our surf shop, there's one of my first wetsuits. It's about this big. The armholes are about this big. And we still have those. But Jack used to take us and throw us in the water, make the suits. He'd go out surfing. We'd be on an air mat in the white water. And
Just tie off to a
this
buoy.
is at 6, 7 years old. Yeah.
Too good.
Hey, you guys, sit in here. Don't move. Watch Dad. I'm going to go get a few eggs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Watch how it's done.
Out of
Put a
necessity.
clinic
That's
on
right.
for it.
Like
Yeah.
I mean, and watching your dad used to make his own like air balloons.
What?
Airships?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The super suit and everything too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. He actually didn't manufacture the airships, but he did.
His ideas, right?
Yeah, he floated them everywhere. I mean, there's some great.
He wasn't scared to try it.
No,
exactly.
Go ahead.
As again, once. Oh, the first mistake. I tried to draw attention to him, and all of a sudden,
Took a little tumble.
first time I've seen him actually dig a rail at all.
Dang.
Still some good surfing though beforehand, but
Yeah, he's still way ahead right now.
Yeah, there's some great photos of Jack flying at some of the ski areas in Switzerland in that airship, you know.
killer.
And
Oh
it's
my
keep in
gosh.
mind it's a hot airship where you'd have to blow the flames up into
yeah.
it.
So you've got a jet engine that's shooting into cloth that's.
So gnarly. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
This is a replay here of those first two turns. I mean, he's still going to get a pretty good number even with this little falter at the end because those turns on the outside were solid. He's going to better the 2.0 that he has in his score line. He's going to add to it, and he's going to put a ton of pressure on Lopez as he has not picked up a wave yet.
It wasn't a jet engine. It was more like a lawnmower engine.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I try to
well, the
make
thing
things dramatic.
well,
my job.
There you go.
Thanks. Well, the thing
We need that.
the thing is that it was like a little lawnmower engine with a big fan, but and it'd do 12 miles an hour and no wind. But if it's blowing 15,
But what about the hot air?
But if it's blowing 15 knots the other way, you're going backwards 2 knots.
Anyway.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
You can't. I was wondering if you could actually do like a sailboat, go against the wind, like do crisscrosses, but
No, it doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way.
No,
It doesn't.
you are the wind.
So you better have the right forecasting. And back
Yeah.
then, there wasn't the same kind of forecasting we have now.
I know.
We were picking them up all over.
Right?
Yeah.
That's so
he'd
funny. No cell phone.
He'd fly all over the bay, no phones, and he'd land a half mile
Where's
out.
Dad?
Dude, so
Where's
crazy.
Dad?
I mean, we didn't even have a GPS on him.
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
Didn't he create the super suit just for those kind of
that's
like
what he did.
experiences?
Yeah.
Where he got like caught out in the sea. He was just like, oh, what am I doing here? Waiting for the pickup boat.
I'm not going to be able to swim.
Yeah.
Let's just make an
Like,
inflatable
it's
wetsuit.
and
Right.
This
The
giant
first inflatable
balloon.
wetsuit.
Well, he flew it
Classic,
over. He flew it in Hawaii, offshore winds. Flew it right over the Pipeline Masters one year. He
So
was
cool.
he was 6 miles out, and a fishing boat picked him up. I mean, we couldn't
In the super suit floating.
what and
And just for you folks, just so you know, this is a neoprene wetsuit that was basically sealed, correct?
Yeah, right,
And it
right.
had its own inflation that he basically, a little dive inflation, he inflated himself.
Yeah.
He could
Yeah,
do as
right.
much of a bowling ball as you wanted to, especially with the stretchy neoprene.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
then you could always keep inflating it because I'm sure it would leak out ever so slightly, right?
Right.
yeah.
The first prototypes, right?
right.
What's literally the first inflation
Yeah.
suit?
Exactly.
These were actually built for the SEAL team. U.S.
Oh,
SEAL.
yeah.
Team.
Ah, okay.
That's where we
They
had-
came from. And so the neoprene would have
Navy.
been a little bit more extreme too, like different, like super
well, you couldn't
sealed.
what you couldn't have is anything metal because it'll blow. If they're setting bombs under boats and shit like that, any
It would be
metal
shrapnel.
it would. So the designs that we had for them were much different than what we're selling to the
Gotcha. Yeah.
to the dive market.
Wow, that's awesome.
So
I mean,
crazy.
when you step in as a employee into the obviously the brand, but also
Right.
the family, obviously the
Yeah.
long legacy in the history, a little pressure there, right,
Oh,
to perform.
dude, definitely big pressure. Oh my gosh! And these guys,
He's
like,
such a homie, man. He's part of us.
So
Immediate.
that's okay, got it.
oh man, I feel so blessed to be here and be part of the crew, and now be part of the O'Neill family.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Thanks, Pato.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Don't just stick around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
don't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys scooped me up like right after college, so it's,
Unreal.
It's been
Where'd you go to college?
Quite a trip. Down in Channel Islands.
Okay.
Camarillo.
Okay.
Yeah, shout
Good
out
area
to
to have a-
CSU CI.
Okay, unreal.
Good job.
Absolutely. Good stuff.
Obviously a surfer too as well.
Yeah, I try to get out there as much as I can. But yeah,
Well, I mean, again,
been on and off since I was like 12, so yeah.
Well, as I say, Camarillo, you could only, it's like, you're kind of stuck to the wintertime in that area a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. More beach breaks, harder to like find some solid swell that comes through.
Wow, it has been a one-sided affair so far for this one in quarterfinal number 2. Levi Slauson with the 917, the 533. Jose Lopez has been sitting there waiting patiently as I see Sean Dollar and checking out the action. That's the one thing about this event is that it absolutely always brings the community together. You know, and it's done that from the very beginning.
Right. That's got to be one of the best parts about this event.
A lot of history. And so, again, the idea was to have it brought back. That was pretty much let's do this. Let's figure out a way to do it.
Right.
Yeah, it's a fantastic contest. I mean, the venue is just so phenomenal. I mean, I don't know. You've been around the world, Pete. Where?
It doesn't match it.
Yeah, any place?
No, it's just in regards to consistency, challenge. You know, the fact that you get so close to the action, obviously. I would like to ask you, Pat, bring up a Coldwater Classic moment, a story that you remember kind of revolving around this event.
Well, you know, we've had a few storms, to say the least.
Yeah.
You know,
over the years it happens.
Yeah, watching the tent fly by, you know, I mean, that's pretty amazing.
It almost happened here this year.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
No,
there's some great video of it. You know, that's one thing I gotta tell you guys, man. The podcast has just been phenomenal. You know, I've been at work with.
And, you know, it's funny that you actually said it as a podcast because in reality, this is what I think this event brings to the table, a little bit more of that vibe with, you know, competition as well. But yeah,
right now it
feels that way too.
It's unbelievable. You know, I've had to do some work during the contest and stuff, so I've been able to just watch it. You know, it's like watching a 49er game or whatever. You know, the instant replays and all that. I mean, it's just phenomenal compared to the old days.
No, I know.
You know,
yeah,
so
when you got to see it 2 weeks later in a video.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And that was the cool. I think.
Well,
wait
till you see the video with everybody trying to hold the tents down, blowing. It was unbelievable. I was going, oh boy, I'm glad I'm in my office right now.
Oh man.
Anyway.
Yeah, I was out of here too, though.
Yeah.
As I was watching people float away, I'm like, okay, good, thanks, guys.
I'm glad Jack wasn't around putting his balloon up. He would be gone.
Yeah.
Well, you got the cat out there.
Yeah.
Sam, in regards to you and like your experience of watching the Coldwater when you were a kid compared to what it is now.
Right.
I mean, you would have just been a part of it as the brand for the last 2 years because it wasn't happening before that. But a good memory for you in the Coldwater Classic, and what does it mean to you?
The Coldwater Classic, just bringing people together, honestly, for the love of the sport. Yeah.
I mean, we do get to talk history and the fact that like surfing was brought to Santa Cruz. From the Hawaiians in the 1800s.
Exactly.
It's just
the Duke, right?
Yeah, it was. The 3 Hawaiian princes actually came here in 50. What year was it? Do you remember, Pat?
Was it 52?
Yeah, 1950. No. But like innovation and surfing progression has come out of this this city for a very long time, and it's again when it's first introduced is by these 3 Hawaiians who build their own surfboards in the river mouth and surf out there at the river mouth. It's so much history.
Well, there's a good reason why you live here.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's the way.
Good reason why my dad saw it and went, "Oh yeah, I'm here.
We're here."
And the consistency, the moderate temperatures, the variety, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you want to surf with all your best buddies, you can come to Steamer Lane and do that. But if you don't, there's plenty.
Yeah. Go solo at the hook or something.
Is that such thing as solo at the hook these days?
Maybe.
Good luck.
Yeah.
If you take Hunter out there, maybe he'll
This
block
is true.
for you.
He's out there actually every
Everyone
session
knows
he has.
that, man.
Yeah.
Well, I think about it. He's been doing it. It's like, hey, I got a lunch break. Where's the nearest spot? And it's the hook.
Yeah.
Paddle here
Right.
finally again. Did we see our first opportunity here? Yes. Had to wait for this one for the first wave. 9:25 to go. Priority switches. Wow. Again, the continues to be the Levi Slauson show because that right there is not going to be a great number for Jose, but still enough time to turn a heat. We've seen it happen at the lane before. 1 to 2 minutes, you can pick up 2 quick waves and turn the heat. But 14.5 2-wave total. That's a good solid total for Levi.
Yeah, solid lead.
Wow.
And you notice that they've got the cliff that's fallen, and you know, it changed the wave from when you used to surf it, Pat?
Oh, this thing's changed so much. It's unbelievable.
Even not just that, but like even over the years.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, surfing out here when I was 6, 8 years old or whatever. And I mean, there's so much more cliff. I mean, we used to, you know how you jump off the cliff and catch the wave in?
Yeah.
Well, it used to be super easy. I mean, and jump in and ride the wave from the
top
far
of the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that now.
Yeah.
Just jump in and get right on it. Just
Right
stomp
on
it
it.
out,
I
huh?
broke a board in half.
Oh yeah, easy. Probably.
On that first point.
This is a replay of the 9.17, the best number of the day. Levi Slauson gets this one. And look at that surfing. It's just solid as can be.
Killing it. Absolutely ripping it.
And then here's his backup number. And again, just beautiful surfing here. He did get the little error at the end of this, but didn't matter. Still a good number, 533. Ooh. Waiting on the number for Jose Lopez. Unfortunately, there all that time and waiting for priority gets a 1.6. Oh. That one's harsh, and it would feel like the odds are against you when you're, you know, basically waiting that long and there's no waves coming your way.
Yeah.
That is a cold water moment.
Yeah.
That happens a lot here.
Right.
One-sided affairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
What would you do in a situation like this? Just try to snag anything that came your way, huh?
I'd get up next to the point.
Strategy-wise, those are the boys. Get up next to the point. Try and bait Levi into something that doesn't better his 5.33.
Yeah.
Get yourself priority. Get yourself a solid one. As we look in at Michael Dumpy and Sean Burns. How's it working with Sean? I know that he kind of showcases all different parts of, you know, goes in there and talks about wetsuits with you, and then comes in there and talks about cold water with you and budgets.
He's got it all. He's a great kid, great dad.
It's right now you got yourself some good personnel, huh? You got some longevity
Fantastic.
there, and some new blood.
Yeah, most of the employees have been there. I mean, he's a newbie.
I was going to say, yes.
Most of them are 30 plus years.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of loyalty there to the brand.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What are you thinking? I mean, industry changes. What are you thinking? Like, what's your vibe, Pat? I'd love to have your intake on that, just in regards to what we see in the future. Are we going to see some positive signs after we're dealing with whatever we're dealing with now?
I think so. I think what's happening with the implosion of the board riders and all that. I mean, there was 7 companies.
No, I know.
And I'll bet they were doing $1.8 billion in the surf market. The surf market, I think, is only about $3 billion worldwide, maybe 4. But with those guys kind of going away, I think that there's so much room for new companies.
Yeah, it's
you know,
one of the things I felt like a vibe was.
What?
Yeah, to have
there's
opportunity.
There's a lot of small new companies coming up. That's
with good people that could be involved,
and it's healthy. You know, it's healthy for the industry. So I think
competition, right? We're going to see some rivalry brands again. Like
I hope so.
O'Neill Rip Curl and
who?
Yeah. O'Neill Rip Curl. Yeah. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we need that competition though. Keep driving
100%,
innovation.
Right. 100%. Like that's why we have competition to watch here on between two surfers. But I mean, again, healthy competition in the industry creates innovation. It creates creativity. Right. So
it's the forge that makes everything better.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, this licensing company that kind of picked them up.
Yep.
It's kind of like, Roxy Shoes goes to one license, Roxy Dresses go to another. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm kind of hearing that out in the field.
Well, I mean, let me say as a retailer, that's exactly what happens. I mean, as a licensee brand, it's all of a sudden you're dealing with 5 different companies.
Yeah, well,
for one product.
5 different reps.
Yeah, hopefully I don't have that, but it could.
It sounds like it's
you got to have super reps now, though. You got to be able to handle 15 brands. As we watch the replay here, Jose Lopez. Can he pull it off? That's what he needed to do there, but he gave himself an opportunity. Sorry for missing that, guys, to bring that action there for the family and friends of Jose Lopez. That was a good attempt at turning the heat, but without pulling it, just a .93. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. But healthy competition isn't a bad thing.
I think it's great. I love competition.
Yeah, and so as a newbie, we're going to but I mean, what are your thoughts? Like right now, it could be a pretty cool time for wetsuit brands and authentic brands that have been around for a while.
Absolutely, definitely. There's a lot of room to grow and everything.
Because that's another part of it too, is like new brands, but also ones that are still, been holding it on and kind of keeping the reins tight within the, the private realm, I say, not necessarily going public.
Yeah, yeah. But surf companies don't have any right to go public. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, if you're a public company, you have to keep growing. Once you start growing like that, you're going to screw up.
Well,
you're not going to have the right product
of economy, right? Is it's not always going to be roses, right?
No.
It's not always going to be COVID times where we couldn't even keep wetsuits in the.
I know,
right,
exactly.
right.
Yeah, there's going to be the ups and downs.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Hey, I mean, we dealt with it. You can deal with it. I didn't see it coming. I thought we were shutting our doors forever.
Yeah, right.
And all of a sudden,
that's pretty amazing.
There's people knocking at my back door. Dude, I need wax. Oh, okay, I got wax for you. Yeah, you need booties, wetsuit? Yeah, no problem.
I'll leave them by the back door.
Cash only.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
3 minutes to go as Levi Slauson still leading it here. And I've got Pat O'Neill and Sam. I just in regards to our last few minutes here, I mean, is there anything you guys would have to say, just, for the future? Any good mottos?
I think neoprene in the next 3 to 5 years will be history.
Yeah.
I think there'll be new materials that we've been working on that are.
They're going to work.
Yeah, it's something. It's something I've been working on outside the company. I have another company that's set up that just does research.
Gang O'Neills can't get them away from innovation.
Yeah, and so this is something.
It's in the blood.
It's going to be. There's going to be materials 3 to 5 years. It's going to take, but we work with NASA. And
that's where we need. I mean, you think about it. Obviously, those are the places that you would have to look at. Right?
Yeah,
that are looking at different.
They've got all the money, so
that too.
It's our money.
It is.
It is our money. But one other thing, I just wanted to do a shout out to Eppo. He's the new CEO of O'Neill.
Got it.
Global. Great guy. Worked with him for years. And
is he based out of Europe?
Yeah, he's based in Holland, and
cool.
He'll be over here real soon, and looking forward to working with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eppo, you're the man.
There we go. Let's see. We can still keep the focus on this heat because this is Lopez. Definitely going to improve here. Finds a wave inside that's giving him some opportunity. Now, anything above a 4.5 will get him out of combo, and that means, combo means you're actually having to get 2 waves in order to get the total needed to catch your competitor. So he's going to get out of combo. He's going to get himself probably right there with a minute to go. So not giving up. We can keep our attention here.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs a 6-foot middle peak wave.
Yeah, out of the blue, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it's not over till the bell sounds. Come on.
Waiting on the number here for the last of Lopez. It's going to be an important number. Like I had mentioned, let's take a look at the replay here. He did find it underneath, and it had some energy. Those are those kind of ones that have been sliding in with some opportunity. This one going to be, they've already scored it. Does not get him out of combo. Judges did not buy into anything the length of ride. They wanted quality in comparison to the 5.33, and that's a good comparison if you think about it. Like the 2 turns by Slauson outside, very quick and precise, whereas Lopez, you see, had a couple little moments where he got slowed up. A 3.33, so he's still in a situation. We're counting it down. Pat, Sam, I'm going to say
Thank you so much.
Farewells to the folks out there.
Yeah.
For the day.
All right. See you guys around.
All right.
Back home, squad, O'Neill family. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Sam.
Thank
Keep your mics on for now. We're going to go to a quick break. We just counted this one out, and we saw confirmed. Levi Slauson was through with 14.50 over Jose Lopez. Good result for him. But we'll be right back more as we have continuing into Heat 3 of the quarterfinals of the men's right now at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Swim Left logo back in the booth with me. Just got to hear from Pat and Sam O'Neill.
Yeah.
Of course, all super psyched on the opportunity to keep this event rolling.
That rules.
Quarterfinal number 3. Your pick for this one there, Kade Matson, Michael Dunphy. What's your thoughts? Give us a SWAT report.
Well, shoot. I mean, obviously, Michael Dunphy's been doing this for a minute. Kade Matson's been doing this for less than a second. He's already in the big boys, so I'm sure that would be nice for Michael Dunphy to get one over on him. But I've been watching Kade earlier today, and the last couple of days, actually, he's been shredding. He gets on the right wave, he's going to be really hard to beat.
He is. You know, it doesn't make a whole lot of errors, too. I mean, the kid competitively is very, very savvy. Has a good read on the ocean, can paddle like a madman, makes good decisions while in a heat. But Dunphy has as well. And Dunphy's, you know, he has made a we'll see how his decision is going to be going for him right now, because I think he's changed up his board equipment. I don't know if you got any insight on that. Did you?
No, but
I do, though.
Okay, I'm sure. Well, then you can answer your own question. But I did see how big Kade Matson is. You know, I sized up next to him. I'm 5'6" on a tall day, right?
Yeah.
He's a beast of a man. You know, I don't know what they're doing down there.
6'2".
Yeah, 6'2".
6'2".
Shredded.
Yeah. And, you know, he did have to overcome an injury that was almost serious enough to keep him
slow him down.
Completely keep him out of it.
Oh,
you know, they didn't know if it was going to be able to be.
Look, this is old school right here, Pete. Love this stuff. Right along the cliff. See that rock right there? Got to be right next to that nowadays. And the huge explosion that comes off the cliff occasionally. There it is.
Good read. Here he is. He's up and riding. And this board, never ridden it before.
Really?
Yeah. If he's riding the one that I thought he was going to ride, he may have changed it up, because it looks like actually it may not be the board that I saw originally. Does this thing have color on it, Adam?
It looks like it has yellow on the bottom.
Right, it does, huh? No, different board. Never mind. He was going to ride an epoxy that he'd never ridden before.
Wow, great surfing right there.
And then all of a sudden, he was like looking at it, all psyched on it, and it was like almost sold me on the fact that he was going to ride it, and he didn't. He changed his mind.
I'm always impressed with people able to do that. I watched Honey Garcia do that years and years and years in Hawaii. Would grab a brand new board. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
just
never
maybe
ridden it
scrub a
before.
brand new board up and just go out there and terrorize the people. Well, Michael Dunphy, obviously on a board, he looked pretty familiar with the
he did.
And usually, too, you see somebody who's hop on a new board, they're sort of looking at their feet a little bit.
Yeah.
Looked like Dunphy stemmed right into the sweet spot of that board.
No.
And went
and it's
right
funny, he just fully fooled me. Like, yeah, no, the thing looks killer. I was just like trying to be nice and positive for him. He's like, yeah, but I just got it. It was brought up to me for this event because I knew it was going to get small. He didn't even bring an EPS. But look at this one. This was the start. Beautiful outside turn.
Mm-hmm. See that wind, too? Sometimes Pete holds you up a little. Sometimes you want to maybe turn a little lower than the lip line. But you see Michael Dunphy going through that really kelpy section on the inside once you get closer to the rocks.
Yeah, you got to finish, though.
Yeah.
Right? And the outside work and the inside work, this is going to be a number. It's going to be a solid number.
Yeah. Wow. If you don't see a big outside section, you have to have an inside section to give you that big turn.
True. You know, and he was able to get both.
Yeah.
So Kade not on that wave. Didn't have a ton of scoring potential there. But I'll tell you what, did you get to see the work that Levi Slauson did?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm going to love to hear from him. Surfing so well. Well, we just saw Dunphy. Should have stayed with Dunphy because somehow he slid off and got himself another wave off to the side. That kid does that all the time.
Well, that's what I noticed, Pete. He's got a great awareness of this lineup. You know, obviously coming up here, hanging out with Nat for quite some time. He knows about the sneaky little spots. He showed us that 2 days ago. Caught a wave, middle peak, created a nice score away from his fellow competitors to get through.
He just had an opportunity.
He just had an opportunity again.
Yeah, he just didn't.
Notice that backwash, too. Really hard to negotiate. So that last section for Dunphy, not able to stay on his board. But had he, that would have been a nice score.
2.4, 6.0 for the wave previous. As we take a look here at this one, this is the last wave right here. Just somehow found it on the way back out, kept his awareness very high.
He has that pole, then does another wrap into that next section. He's sitting pretty, 2 for 1-er.
As the 24-minute mark. 6 and a 2.4 for Dunphy, and Matson is waiting, sitting out the back.
Notice some of these young men have, you know, really, really good patience, you know. It's hard, you know, the patience game. I mean, if there's a lot of waves, being patient is pretty easy, I think, because you don't have that. You have a lot of waves they'll be looking at. If there's not that many waves, being patient can be extremely hard. So,
23.5 minutes to remain here. I want to ask the boys in the truck. Yep, and I am just going to ask that you notice that we're going to have an interview with our last heat winner there as soon as we're ready.
I like where Dumpy's sitting right here. Sitting way underneath his fellow competitor. As you see Kade Matson, it's right above that little table rock right off the point. So those are the two little zones we're surfing right now. Little waves that you wouldn't even see. Dumpy has an opportunity with second priority. Kade Matson still has yet to catch a wave. So 30-minute heats, Pete. Nice to give him a little 5 more minutes being this inconsistent.
So true. I mean, but when they do kind of make their way to the lineup, they happen super quick. And this one was that, you know, he read that it had that little opportunity on the inside with little bounce. Those are the ricochet waves that we like to see.
Yeah, and I like the variety in this wave. Got up above an average. You know, 6 is a nice score.
Especially at start of heat.
Right now, for sure. And he was able to find this inside section as well. Stayed right above his board, and just really like that technique. Now here's the wave he could have capitalized on, Pete. We saw him catch right at middle peak. That backwash gets him right there, but as you could see, there was another little half section on that, so maybe a little missed opportunity there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, and I think even probably he was a little surprised by the fact that it just kind of slid over to him, right?
Yeah.
And didn't expect to see that backwash. It was kind of the first time we've seen it really on that inside section. Usually it's been pretty clean in there. But I think that's a difference in swell direction, right? If you think about it, we've had such unique swell directions every day that all of a sudden some backwash coming off the cliff towards that middle peak section.
Yeah, you can see that's exactly what you want there. That little double up, that wave behind the wave P, pushing that water into the front, but didn't materialize there.
Well, we're going to be stepping into the booth here. We got another special guest, Renee Golder, and former mayor, now vice mayor now. Yes, talking to the microphone, Renee, and also part of the city council, right? Exactly. And so a lot of information goes through you guys there, especially lately. Is there anything going on with you guys lately?
Well, the thing I've been working most on this year since January 6th has been West Cliff Drive, obviously, and trying to get that repaired and back up and running. And I think that's been the biggest time consumer this year.
For you, I would imagine, right? Yeah. Well, especially as a representative on the council, this is your region kind of in a way, right?
Yeah, since we switched districts, I'm District 6, this is my district, and it's been a lot of work.
Yeah, and how have you liked the progression? We'll get right back to that as Kade Matson gets into the first wave here of this heat. Little wrap. That's one of the things that he likes to do is twist and wrap, Adam.
Yeah, he certainly does. And if there's a bottom to the wave, too, he's got an incredible bottom turn. Gets really vertical up into the face. Now, he must see something in here, Pete. I wouldn't think he'd be staying here for nothing, but he did.
And again, 30-minute heats, milking everything for every last moment. It may have been one of those things where, we've seen an end section come there in the past.
Yeah, and some sleepy waves, too, where they're just waiting and waiting and waiting, and it eventually comes to the inside.
Dumpy, a little splash off the cliff once again. Quickly up and out. Yeah, Renee, and you mentioned West Cliff Drive in the regards to how a bit of a challenge. I mean, where are we at? Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
And in regards to like the progress that we've seen there, you've been happy with it?
I've been happy with it. It's been a lot of collaboration, interdepartmental collaboration. You can't imagine how much red tape there is to get something like that done. Yeah, from the
I can imagine.
Commission.
The sanctuary. I mean, you're doing all the way to the federal level.
Exactly. I
Right?
mean, that's how it ended up actually getting funded, was through federal highway something or not. I don't even remember. But it was like, but
it
that's
should
where
be
we
emergency money. I mean, the storm took the road
Absolutely.
away, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think people need to stay involved and pay attention to what's going on, because we're working on a long-term visioning process and then trying to think about how we can, look at the future and maybe do some nature-based
It's
solutions.
going to happen again.
Do improvements. Yeah.
It's going to happen again too.
Right.
So right, like
Exactly.
thinking 50 years to you know,
Like
and
what we can do.
on top of getting the traffic out of the neighborhoods at the moment.
Right.
Which is another one of those things that I think happens with West Cliff closed
Absolutely.
both directions. Watching the this is actually live action here for Kade. So he's pulling an audible on the inside, and let's head to Levi. Levi, you're up there, buddy. We finally got you going. Let's hear from you.
Was it like a priority thing that you were?
Not really.
I'm here with Levi Slauson, our last heat winner, dropping a 9.17. That wave was amazing.
Thanks. Yeah, it was good to get a fast start like that. Always. I kicked out of the wave, felt like it was a good wave, and then I heard a 9, and the pressure gets taken off pretty quickly after that. This is my third finals day in the last 3 events, so I've kind of been learning how to go about it. But I'm just stoked to be into the next round, and hopefully the waves get a little more consistent.
Yeah, hopefully that momentum just continues pushing you throughout the year. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say hi to my family, and just stoked for the rest of the day. Hopefully I can take it all the way through and win this thing.
That'd be awesome. All right, thank you so much.
Right on, Eden and Levi. Again, standout so far, it feels like, and even on finals day, he's been producing the numbers needed.
Shredding. You know, I've been watching the progress of Westcliff through Osh Bartlett. You know, occasionally was down there talking with people, but
Yeah.
I was surprised to see the workers down there during the storms and stuff. You know, they were working.
Oh, it was incredible.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
whoa, they're actually down there. It's pretty good sized waves. They have a big, tractor and crane work. You know,
Well, under the road is actually infrastructure as well.
Wow,
So there's
yeah,
water, gas, sewer. Like, there's a lot to protect there
Yeah.
aside from the road.
right.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? All of our city roads are basically all of our utilities run underneath them.
Exactly.
Westcliff is an artery.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's a really important thoroughfare for everybody.
Is there anything we need to kind of pay attention to in the near future here?
Yeah, there's a meeting coming up. I would definitely pay attention. Visit the city's website if you're interested. And there's a group, Save Westcliff. I would check them out and get involved and make your
Have your
opinion.
voice.
Yeah, make your opinion heard through surveys and things like that, because we definitely look at all that.
Yeah, I was going to
making
say,
decisions.
even the city has a little information booth down here, right?
Yeah.
With all the kind of the stuff that's happening and surveys that are always, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Is being able to take a litmus of your community and go, hey, this, what do we need? What is most important that we need to look at first and foremost? And obviously everyone gets their voice, and that's the best way to do it.
Exactly. That's the point.
Yep. And for you, are you gonna, is things slowing up, or are you just gonna keep ramping up? You seem like you're pretty busy.
I'm pretty busy, definitely busy. I'm excited. There's only 2 more council meetings this year, and then I'm looking forward to Christmas vacation from work and from council. So
Yeah.
kind of looking forward to a couple weeks off coming up here.
Are you into Christmas? Do you like Christmas?
No.
You're not gonna be decorating the whole neighborhood.
No, we're not going anywhere this year. So we're just going to do some projects at home. I'm looking forward to just some downtime.
Got it.
Not answering emails.
Yeah, got it. Well, enjoy the Coldwater Classic today.
Yeah, this
and
is
thank
fun.
you, Renee. Obviously for all the work that you do.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Dumpy. We had him over for dinner the other night. He's we were calling him a seasonal local.
Yeah, I know
true.
he's up here quite a bit. Wow, here we go.
All right, an answer right now from Kade Matson. And for the moment, hang on. He's got to hang on. Oh, boy. That's one of the first mistakes you've seen. Oh, and he's letting it affect him. He is a passionate surfer. We'll give him that. But that was a good golden opportunity, right? Didn't feel like that way?
Yeah, that was an opportunity he sort of missed there. Unfortunately, at the end of that wave, he wasn't able to ride out of that the third turn, but he was on his way to a nice score, Pete.
Well, and he's not out of this either.
No.
I mean, you think about the score and the
Still a lot of
number
time.
for Dumpy. It's 10.2. He just paddled for that wave and got himself a 4.2.
Yeah.
I mean, Kade even surfed his way to a 5.17 with pretty meager wave, really, right? It wasn't a huge scoring opportunity. Well, that one there, that last one, definitely was. My scores have slipped down.
See what happens here.
Coming up next, Kolohe Andino, Tara Watanabe, a rematch of last year's O'Neill Coldwater Classic in quarterfinal number 4. You're not going to want to miss that.
You just had a new baby too on Sunday.
I know.
On Sunday, are you kidding me?
Okay, so if Mike, your husband Mike,
Yeah.
was you guys had a baby 4 days, are you gonna let him go off?
Okay, it was a different time back then because I was saying that when I was at the hospital after I had my daughter, he went to a wedding that night. He said it was because it was his best friend wedding and he was the best man, but he came back from the wedding. I was less than thrilled. But both times he went back to work before I even left the hospital because
He's a workaholic.
well, yeah, maybe, but I don't know. But so yeah, I probably would have let him go. Yeah.
That's awesome. As we see the O'Neill Sea Odyssey making their way through the lineup here into a nice little clean set wave.
Pretty little wave. On any other given day, that was a beautiful little wave.
It sure cleaned up from yesterday.
It certainly has,
My
yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, yesterday morning, that was a pretty good storm, huh?
Yeah, we had some flooding in the backyard.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean, there was some sheets coming down, I think, right there at like 5 a.m. It was...
And thunder and lightning,
Thunder
too.
and lightning as well, yeah.
It was a light show. It was awesome. I love some real weather.
I liked lightning until a couple years ago.
Right, that was a little
sort of
traumatic.
A little too much lightning.
Yeah, when we had the fires?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it was pretty, though.
Yeah.
Sure. Just, unfortunately, yeah, took some acreage out.
Yeah. Beautiful looking lay of the land there with the boat in the background. I believe that is the...
Renee, your pick for champion on the women's side? Do you know who's in there? Autumn
no.
Hayes, right?
Oh, then obviously Autumn. That's a no-brainer. Obviously, I love Autumn. I hope someday she'll be teaching at Bayview with me. That's my goal for
Classic,
her.
right on.
Look at how cute. There's some.
There's our generational.
I know.
Next generation of female surfers here in Santa
kiddos.
Cruz. So beautiful.
Rocky.
Oh.
And then I think on your pick on the men's side, you're going to say we don't have any local boys there, but
I
you're gonna
know,
say
and it would
Dumpy?
be Dumpy or Kolohe for sure.
Yeah.
The two buddies.
I know. And they're
Either
funny.
one of them. They're both sweeties.
I've done some cliff hangs, which is always something that you always love doing, and with both Dumpy and Kolohe.
Mhm.
And then I threw Nat in the mix on one of them, and it was a pretty entertaining,
Sunset.
moment. I laughed, belly laughs full on, like laughed really hard, which is always good when you have a good conversation like that to have a
Yeah.
good belly laugh. I learned a few things, which is always good, getting educated.
Yeah.
O'Neill van, this is the best seat in the house. I think they even got a picture. They can see the big screen too. Team O'Neill. I remember that actual van has been here since I can remember.
Yeah. That exact van, huh?
Yeah.
Too? Yeah.
No, it's the same van.
Is it
Never
really?
left
Yeah,
the
yeah.
family. That thing's had some
Yeah.
stories to tell. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Potts was in town.
Yeah, I heard there was some infamous stories early days with them taking that down to the Caton contest.
Yeah.
And Team O'Neill.
I remember Potts was
Making
telling
a
me a
big-
story
big
about the
impact.
van that he had. I can't recall it, but it was a good one. But yeah, there's some stories with that van, and love to see it. I mean, this history is so important in surfing, right? We kind of always share our stories for years. That's kind of our tribe in that way. So that's I think why this event and any type of event like say a Bell's event or one that's been there for such a long time, they're so revered. The Eddie Eye Cow, for example,
Yeah.
another one where the story that goes with it is just so important. And this is one of those events that has that kind of same storied past.
This wave here. Let's see what happens here. Pete, 10 minutes, 20 seconds ago. Sort of some sleepy time right here.
Kade with second priority. He's going to take it. A little whip back into it. 417 for the wave that didn't. Oh, another slip.
That was unfortunate.
And that must, again, the little errors here for Kade. But he's not way out of this by any means. A 5.04, that's nothing. That's not a whole lot for Kade. But Dumpy understands with this time frame right here and this priority, it's an important priority that he needs to make sure that if he will take another wave, I would imagine, before the end of this to better the 4.2. Really, right? He almost needs to better the 6.
Still got some time here.
Adam's always so intent looking at the lineup. Is there any changes with this higher tide you've seen?
It's just sort of filled up. That's about it. Filled up. Probably less little waves breaking. But actually, this is better than I thought it was going to be, Pete. Honestly, when I saw the forecast last night and looked at it, I was like, well, this could go either way. this little day. But we woke up, there was still plenty of little surf, and then actually it's gotten progressively better. So we're forecasting, you know, a 10 at 10 or something this afternoon, northwest wind swell, you know, basically.
And that's what, 10 feet at 10 seconds, kind of what the forecasting was. So
I mean, it's probably going to pass right by here, not fill in here too well, but I'm sure it could help as the day progresses. But we do have, you know, an extra 5 minutes on these heats. So regardless of the consistency, it seems like we have plenty of scoring opportunity in 30 minutes.
Renee, I'm going to ask you a question. You know, besides Westcliff, is there any pressing things going on in the city that we need to know about? I mean, you know, anything that we could look forward to in the future?
Well, I think I've just been focusing on economic recovery and public safety and
get the surf shops, get that, swing that around a little bit.
I hope to do that. I want to make sure that everybody's, you know, that lives here is also thriving and successful. And it would be a goal of mine to not have to raise taxes, but to find ways to increase revenue through, you know, increasing tourism. And that's why I think events like this are really important. So that's why, you know, I'd like to work with bringing events like this and other like pro-social healthy events into town.
And I would agree with that. I mean, I think that the Coldwater in the past, as we watched Dumpy utilizing priority here, so trying to better a 4.2, see if this is going to be a good choice or not by the finish.
Wow, I like that finish.
Hammers it. I mean, and that, I think everything, I would have said it was an error on that wave until that turn.
Right.
So it's going to be an improvement, right? I mean, I feel like it was a pretty small wave. It was pretty tough to ride outside.
Yeah, we'll see if it improves on that 4.2. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to be quantified here in the future, but the value of all these surf spots here within Santa Cruz, you know, how you can put sort of a dollar amount to a certain spot. Looking at like what they do on the Gold Coast, you know, they pump sand, they get thousands and thousands of people there. You know, the waves stay good for a long period of time.
That's something we've been looking at and talking about as well.
Cool.
So if you follow the Save Westcliff group, that's some of the nature-based solutions that we've been talking about, wanting to try and find a way to implement something like that.
Mitchell's Cove with a bunch of sand all year round.
Or even the Cowles sandbar. Imagine how much, or, you know, how fun that would be to have all year round.
No doubt.
Like, that'd be so cool.
And it would really help with this this restoration of the coast as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, we should be following the sand, really.
Yeah.
If we want to see where we see less erosion, it's where there's a lot of sand.
Exactly. And if you look at, like, historical pictures of before the harbor was built and how things used to look, it's definitely possible.
Well, seeing that we're righting all these wrongs nowadays, why don't we just scrub that harbor? And
I don't know how the fishermen and the boaters would feel about that.
Yeah. I mean, no, but you're right. You know, there's been some accommodations we have to make for changing, you know, environment, but also the flow of the sand. But if there's things we can do naturally to help the natural erosion, I think those should be things we look into.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's obviously we're as humans, right?
Yeah.
we're changing things. As we watch this replay here real quick, I'll get back to that one. Have yet to see if the number's in here yet.
Yeah. But you see where that wave came in, Pete, really right along the cliff of the lane there. And Dumpy doing a great job. But you said that was the majority of the points will be done on that last little part of the last section of that wave.
5.5 to go, and the score in for Dumpy, it improves a 5.13. And so he adds 3/4 of a point, almost 3/4 of a point there. So that could be very important, right? I mean, it makes that score needed by Kade that much higher. So there's the numbers from the judges. All of the judges agreed to an improvement from his last wave, and I really think it was that last turn that really helped.
Mm-hmm.
And here he is surfing outside of priority, which I feel like almost feels comfortable for Dumpy.
Yeah, no pressure here. Nice speed, too, on that wave and flow. P-wave, he's able to drive off the top and really push and pull.
I would say
that type of surfing.
For Dumpy, that one of the things that when he gets either nervous or anxious, like his surfing almost speeds up to a too fast of a tempo. And that was one thing I had mentioned to him. You know, he had talked about like what's going to do, you know, for him. Because when he gets nervous and he wants to push in, he wants to surf harder, and then all of a sudden it looks a little too fast and it takes you out of timing. And he kind of recognized that as well in his own surfing and said, yeah, no, I gotta surf in a more measured approach, but his measured approach is still gonna look quick.
Yeah.
Right? That's just because his style of
You can read someone's brain when they're surfing. You know, you can see exactly what his intentions were right there. Get driving down the line, go fast. Let's make some movement at the end of this section.
Number 2 in the rankings on the North American circuit right now, so could move into the number 1. May already have with this result. As we watch the replay here, improvement on his numbers here, you think?
I don't know, but I like the way he was surfing, for sure. Woo. Another little right here. And then coming in this inside section, blast. So nice little turn.
Little 3-turn combo on the inside. I mean, again, it had a line on it. Let's see what the judges think.
Pretty small wave. But obviously now we're in that scale, Pete, where you're starting to split the hairs between the 5s, 5.5s, 4.95s, 5.3s.
Just for folks, I've lost my scores in here, so I don't know. I would have imagine the scores in, so it would be less than the 5.13 because it obviously didn't change the total. No. So, yeah, just coming underneath, which I agree with.
So there's what Kade needs right now. So
which isn't much.
No.
I mean, for him specifically, too, and finals day. He's asking for time. It surprises me, actually, that you don't see, I mean, I'd say half the surfers don't wear watches.
I know. I think they're dependent now on all the information that's been given to them by the beach announcer.
But that you can't, I mean, yeah, I guess you can kind of count on it, but it's kind of nice to have it. Here we go. He's going to turn around. Nope. Wow. Renee, 2.5 minutes to go here. And before you step out, is there anything you'd love to say to anyone out there in the community?
I just want to thank you guys for putting this contest on and bringing such a fun event back, and hope to keep it going and make it stronger in the years to come.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So thank you again,
Yeah,
Renee, for all
you.
your hard work
Yeah.
and what you do for us and here in our community. And we'll get Westcliff turned around quickly.
We'll be working on it. We'll be working on it. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Thank you, Renee.
Bye.
And with the 2-minute mark heading down, we have 11-13 two-wave total for Dumpy.
Yeah.
Second priority is now allocated to him. The same number needed, 5.97, basically a 6
yeah.
for Matson in this next 2 minutes with priority. You can see he's in the red jersey. He's up against the cliff there, whereas Dumpy has moved just ever so slightly down. He's not going to be in the selling role. He actually loves that little area of the reef.
Yeah.
And so he's still playing offense, which I like Dumpy's thinking there.
Yeah, improve.
By getting himself some space.
I personally like to see him up next to Kade.
Okay.
Yep.
Trying to do a little selling of a lemon or pushing the envelope a little bit.
Just static in his ear. Just static in his ear. Just like, zzz, like a drone.
So funny.
Like a drone. Yeah.
And so there, you would say that there's some measurement to that working, right?
Well, I just think that
it's like
anytime you're in anytime you're in someone else's ear, it's just not fun.
And sharing energy, right?
Yeah, it's just like, God, you're right. What?
And
right next to me, this is COVID time, dude. Post-COVID, get away, 6 feet.
And instead, Dumpy's actually chosen to sit and look at opportunities.
Yeah, here's something cool too. On the bottom of your screen right there, it looks like that's Brother's carcass. I can tell that chest, that paddle, yeah.
Paddling out from the raw.
Richie Collins would do that all the time, Pete, surfing the inside out and just work you.
It's a different way.
It's a different way to look at this lineup.
Yeah, and tempo too. You all
start differently. Look at fellow competitor. Looks like Tara Watanabe out the back. 25 seconds remaining. Looks like a big dig right here for Kade.
That's it.
That's it. That's going to go back into deep water. He might as well just take that all the way into the beach and say good night.
Yeah, that looks like what's going to happen there. Congratulations to Michael Dumpy, surfing so smart. And unfortunately, their Kade had that one opportunity with the fall. That could have been pretty much could have been the difference. I mean, that wave from a 4.17 turns into a 6.5. He rides it right, and it might have been a different heat. But that's how the cookie crumbles.
That's nice stuff right there. I'm sure Dumpy likes beating this young man who just made the tour.
Yeah, right. And you're very gracious in a win, right? But even Kade, for that matter.
Yeah.
I mean, in Kade, this event doesn't really necessarily matter to him in regards to his rankings, because he's on the championship tour. He will be guaranteed a Challenger Series bid if he so has to. But otherwise, he was here for fun. So congratulations to Michael Dumpy, who needs these points, and it's going to be very helpful to him. We've got another quarterfinal underway. Very moments coming up. Don't go anywhere. The Coldwater Classic continues.
Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
All right, welcome back to the live webcast of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California. Steamer Lane, what an epic, epic venue. My name is Omar Echeverry, joined with Adam Rapogel. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. Now that this rematch from last year's final is in this quarterfinal heat number 4, I'm psyching.
Oh my gosh, I know. My break's done. I came over here, frothed out. I get to be online during the rematch of the competition. I mean, this is it right here, right? I mean, just to lay it up for you guys out there on the World Wide Web. So Taro got second to Kolohe and Andino last year in the Coldwater Classic. Taro got an amazing wave at the end and fell on his last turn. So there's been a debate that if he pulled that last turn, he would have been the champion, but he fell. That's what happens. So that is your layup for this heat. Adam, what do you think?
Well, I think that both of these surfers are sitting like 150 yards apart. They're surfing different surf spots right now.
Love it.
Yep.
I love it. I'm so glad that happened because I was beach commentating. I don't know if you can see as well on here, but there's been some gems down there. So
yeah, when I get out of the cage here, I go out there and look, and I notice that peripherally when you see, I mean, obviously we're only looking at this little zone, but there has been some waves over there. Looks like Brothers identified something that comes in over there, and yeah, they sort of flatten out over there though, and so hopefully he's able to get one with some wall. But if there's any indication of where the good waves were coming from that last heat, it was right there at the slot.
yeah, no, definitely. And we also saw Slauson. He's
Shredding.
Yeah, shredding with that 9. Those are all up the point. But I know that a lot of surfers, they don't like to deal with this beginning hassle, especially the more experienced, tour vets. Kolohe, he's super young, but he's made the world tour multiple times. So, maybe he just wants to chill and get busy.
Yeah, or just surf like from the inside out and take advantage of things exactly like this, where someone's a little too deep, and here's Brother up and riding.
Oh, Brother, beautiful turn right there. A little deep, but no worries, pulls it off. Beautiful cutback back into the whitewater. Another one. Nice flow. Gosh, I love his surfing. I love his intent on every single turn. So sick.
Yeah, it looks like he's changed up his board too. He looks like he's on some light little sled.
Oh, nice. As we'll wait for that score, we're going to throw it down to Michael Dunphy, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, guys.
Hey, I'm standing here with Michael Dunphy. Pretty impressive little heat you had. It's tough out there going into the semis. How was that out there?
Yeah, it was tough. Kade is such a good surfer, so I knew I had my hands full. And I was kind of going back and forth with you, actually, about what board I was going to ride. I had a little epoxy or a Old Faithful, and luckily I just went with this one and caught a couple waves. Kade didn't maybe get as much, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like the board was really positive, and you mentioned the other board. I walked over to you and you were looking at it. I was like, oh, you cleaned your board, and you're like, no, this is a brand new one, and you told me you're going to ride it. And I was kind of tripping, but looking at this board, the way the conditions are with that little offshore wind and stuff, it just looked super positive, and it fit in the pocket well. How did that feel?
Thanks. Yeah, there's a little bit of chatter, and there's kelp, and how the warble off the cliff. So that epoxy is probably a little bit more sensitive. It'd be more lively, but more sensitive, so I was just thinking go with what I know and just ride a couple waves, and sometimes it just works out. I know Kade fell on that one, which went well for me, but he's been surfing so good. He's a World Tour competitor now, so can't wait to watch him on tour.
Yeah, well, you're looking really solid out here at the lane, too. I mean, how does it feel coming out here from Virginia Beach? Because I've been out there. We know a bunch of the same people. I've surfed some of the waves, and I mean, the lane's a different creature, but it really fits your surfing.
Yeah, it's fun. I've been coming out here forever, hanging with Nat. I pick his ear whenever he'll give me little secrets about it, and he's such a good surfer out here as well. So it's been fun, just put in my time for sure out here. I love Santa Cruz, and yeah.
Yeah, well, we love what you're doing. Congratulations on making it to the semis. Keep this momentum going, and we'll see what that epoxy works like when you finally get it in the water.
Yeah, maybe next heat. We'll see.
All right. Killer, man.
All right,
Take care, bro.
Yeah, cheers.
Oh, epic interview. Right, Adam? Dumpy's
Yeah.
been coming up here for eons.
Yeah, he's been coming up here for obviously for a long time. You can tell just by the way he's surfing out there, his awareness out in the water. But this is a nice little wave. You guys can judge it at home. See Kolohe Andino, nice little projecting floater, nice wrap back into it. I mentioned the board. Yeah, it looks like a little different board. Looks really light, really loose, obviously really sensitive, and just chopping, cutting through that chop.
So curious. They mentioned epoxy, so well, I'm super curious what his changeup is. And this is Watanabe. Nice turn off the top. Epic style. I know he did a lot of work with Wave Key, and gosh, look how solid his stance is.
Great surfing from him throughout the week. I know he's going to want to improve on that wave for sure. You know, it's a wave catching event right now. See Brothers Wave coming in at a low 5. Taro Watanabe 2.5. It looks like so. Looks like it's an early advantage to Kolohe Andino.
Right, starting out with that strategy of actually paddling out at middle peak, and he ended up scoring the better of the exchange. But nonetheless, look at this little wave. Oh boy, who's going to go? Looks like Kolohe has the pick of the litter, so he has first priority.
I'm sure he's going to look at this one. It looks like Watanabe, no, decides to let him go.
Ooh.
Nice first turn.
Wow.
Might have been a mistake letting him go.
Oh my God.
2 searing off the tops, Omar.
Oh, wow. Right in the pocket, too. They love that.
Well, that was a short wave, but he was able to go up and down. Good surfing. And I expected this out of both of these guys. I expected the level to rise up, and then I also expected the other guy to level up to that bar. And yeah, because usually you see these guys that surf really well. They sort of size up and level up, as you see right here. Taro Watanabe, great snap and release, Omar. That bottom turn is really nice. And again, so 2 nice turns and a great little wrap with the foam bounce. So
wow, great technique.
Yeah, let's see if that comes to haunt Brother here in a little bit.
Boy, it's hard to say, but he got 2 amazing turns in the pocket. That's what the judges are looking for. They're also looking for commitment. That's
wow, there it is right there.
Wow, doing a turn right off the bat. That's commitment, right?
7.0 the judges deemed last wave of Taro Watanabe. So yeah, he's making Brother pay for that now. So now sitting in a nice little lead. Brother needs a nice little score of a 4.3. So paying off for Taro Watanabe to sit up off the point and at the start of the heat.
Nuts.
Because like we were talking about, usually it's done with priority. Somebody's trying to let someone else play the game first, paddle, catch a wave, and then they come in there and do their own thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like Brother got his backup wave first. Taro gets his, maybe his main wave first. Now looking for that backup.
Yeah, definitely plenty of time. 20 minutes remaining. These guys are vicious competitors. Just like I said, this is not necessarily a grudge match, but first and second in the Coldwater Classic last year, so pressure's on. They both know it. I mean, it's in their head, right, Adam? Like straight up.
Well, yeah. I always think that you're competing against somebody. If you're competing against somebody who beat you, it's more for your keeping your personal score inside yourself. Like I got him 2 times, he got me 2 times. When someone beats you in the final, it's a little different than when they beat you in the quarters.
Yeah.
So Taro wants to get back at Brother right here in this quarterfinal. He's saying that he really wants to get one up on him or even the score. But no, it's a lot nicer beating somebody in the final.
That's right. You think about it, especially second, right? Second to first. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you remember your seconds probably a little more, just for the simple fact that you probably could have, should have won. But in saying that, yeah, that's out the door. Both these guys, as you can see on your bracket right now, coming from the bottom of the bracket, Michael Dunphy, that first heat will get the winner of this quarterfinal 4 to round out that semi 2. Obviously Toledo and Levi Slauson have been on point. Both of those guys surfed incredibly well, so semifinal number 1 is going to be a banger of a heat. I'm placing bets on the side. Got a parlay too on the semi number 2, so if you want to double up with me, you guys, you know my number. But Taro Watanabe right now just definitely took advantage of Brother.
Yep.
Right there.
You know what I do see right here, though? This is a pretty balanced bracket. I would never want Dunphy. He has so much experience out here.
I'm just noticing a lot of regular footers. Usually in years past, we will have a lot of goofy footers that are able to go up and down out here, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
you know, within like 5 feet, be able to do 2-3 vertical backside turns. We don't have Nat Young in the event. We don't have Nate Yeomans in the event. 2 of the guys that have won this event multiple times.
Yep.
That have that type of surfing. So right now we're looking at some nice little waves coming in here.
Watanabe, nice little insider. It just gets kind of wonky. Look at Brother, though, out the back. He's got to go big in the beginning, just like Taro did. So off the bottom, off the top, slash. Beautiful Kade back in the whitewater. What do you think, Adam? Boom.
I'm thinking that was it right there. That's what he was needing to do to have a little bit of difference between what Taro did on his 2-turn maneuver out the back compared to what he did. Now look at Brother right in front of the Pinnacle Rock. He sees something else. Look at this guy's pissed right now.
I love it.
You know, that's I always wonder what keeps guys motivated. You know, obviously this guy's been on tour for years, top 5, top 10, now rallying about all the Groms down south. But what really keeps somebody motivated to compete, you know?
You know what I think it is? I think it's moments like this.
Yeah.
Like,
if
seriously.
if you see their little videos, it's obviously guys like Moses. These little guys down there in San Clemente, little 8, 10-year-olds. As you see Brother, like that release out of the tail, staying nice and high on the wave. Great little pop off the lip right there.
Wow.
So a little 180 rotation. And look, he beaches this like it's 84. There's nothing in here, right? and this just shows you. Look, there's nothing in here. There's nothing going on. But look, he sees a little widget right there.
I love it.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it just, you don't give up on your wave. There's no meat left on the bones. And looks like Brother's going to wait in here. Let's see if he can get rid of that. There it is, yeah. It's perfect reflection of against what Taro Watanabe did on his wave to get his 7.
Yeah. 2 big turns out the back.
Yep.
You could argue maybe Watanabe's were a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, they were.
You know, so that's probably the point of difference. But
one of the other differences, too, is that Brother went from A to Z to get the score, where Watanabe just did it within 5 feet. You know, so someone was able to get that score outside within a short distance. Brother had to work a long way to get that. So that's showing me if Brother gets the right wave right now, his surfing is the judges are obviously taking aware of what he's able to do on a wave. And both these guys are able to get those excellent scores. They get the right wave.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Watanabe's last wave coming in, but it's not going to factor in. He'll wait out there. He needs a 4, 6, 7 to move into advancing situation. That's right. We're man on man right now. So one survivor after this quarter is all said and done will move into the all-important semifinals. So exciting stuff. Yeah, kind of a grudge match or just a good match.
Yeah, just a repeat,
it.
You know, another match of the same guys.
That's right. I like it. Beautiful day here. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic official webcast. A beautiful day here at Steamer Lane in Santa Cruz, California. Picturesque, sunshine, you know, still enough surf, so we're stoked. We've been powering through probably one of the craziest forecasts the Coldwater Classic has ever had. That is a beautiful drone shot. And I think, is this the wave right here?
Yeah, this is Brother's wave.
Rotator.
You know,
nuts.
I don't want to sound biased here, but I think that maybe should have been, you know, very similar to Taro's. Yeah, I just think the degree of difficulty in the second maneuver that Brother had in comparison to Taro's second turn, which was insane, right up in the lip. Watanabe's wave got released. But in saying that, I think there was a little more degree of difficulty in the
air.
Kolohe Andino's air, yes, as a second maneuver. So judges obviously, you know, looking at it. Here's the 7 right here. Really like that snap and release. You know, I'm probably going to eat my words here. So they both had really nice release. Those were crisp turns. You know, now looking at it after back-to-back, we'll see these back-to-back. You guys be the judge. We're not judges. We're just armchair critics. Nice snaps. See, not as dynamic and vertical. And this is, I guess you could say they're a little more lateral. Taro was a lot more vertical off the bottom and off the top. Still, both waves ridden exceptionally well.
So close, though, right?
Yep.
Like, so close. Looks like another Shrek in the inside. Dino's just looking to build on scores. Boom. That was epic.
Dino's his dad.
Oh, that's right. Kolohe, sorry.
You see Brother again on the inside getting right up to Pinnacle Rock. So milking everything out of these waves.
What's he looking to better, a 517?
Yeah. He's just chiseling away. I just eventually trying to, find something on one of these waves to make the difference. Looks like a couple of bumps outside.
Oh, what's going to happen here? From
Sometimes
this angle, it looks good, but you never know.
Sometimes the biggest waves out here are coming from the north, so they don't really have much wall on it. That one obviously looks a little westerly, sort of straight in here, but no wall at all. Would have been a fun wave to do a couple wraps on a free surf, but definitely not something you want in your heat.
No, definitely not. No lip service there. You need the pocket. That's what judges are looking for. They're looking for critical turns in the pocket with consequence, commitment. That's why you'll see those big scores thrown out for those guys that attack that first turn or throw it down. What I mean by that is a big rotator, whatnot, right off the bat. This is a cool angle for Brothers' last wave. Oh, man, that board's looking spicy. Like it. Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful.
That was such a bad wave, and he surfed it so well. It's really, really, really well done.
Didn't help, though. Looks like he got a 4.93.
Yeah, didn't help the cause. But, I mean, see right here, love this little drone angle. You see the lack of, wall in front of him and what he was able to do. Small little wave, really bouncy. Still shredding. It just fills up with water right in here at the Pinnacle Rock.
Brother, he'll make his way back out to the outside. Watanabe's looking to better at 2.50, so he has a lot of opportunity. Looks like he's eyeing up a little insider. Might have more wall. Break it down, Adam.
Wow, like that direction change. That was nice. Unfortunately, not getting a second one right after it. Coiling up, as I say, he just really torques nicely. Both these guys have exceptional tempo on the waves. Unfortunately, right there for Taro, not able to get another turn. But yeah, both these guys read the wave really, really well and don't seem to be over-amping. Really easy to do when the waves are sort of smaller to try to match or create more speed. And then in turn, looking a little rushed. But these guys are definitely looking really poised.
Yeah, definitely. You saw Taro. I want to see the replay on that one. Possibly will, possibly won't. I know the judges, they bring up those replays. But yeah, it looks like he wasn't looking for much. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on it. I was looking for a 4.67. Looks like he gets it. He gets a 5.4. That leaves Brother looking for a 5.91. Next semifinals coming up is going to be Autumn Hayes and Sarah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little heat. The last lone local in the event. So if anybody around town right now wants to come out and watch the Autumn Hayes do her semifinal, it's going to be here in about 10, 15 minutes. So, or yeah, 10, 11 minutes, excuse me.
Look at the crowd filling up.
Yeah, I was noticing that earlier. It seems like when the sun comes out here, Santa Cruz, this is sort of the event people love to come check out. There it is, 5.4 for Taro Watanabe, and that is enough into the lead. So now check this out, 12.4 to 11.6, a really close heat right here. And to advance now, Kolohe needs nearly a 6, so 5.9. Taro looks like he sees something down here on the inside. Tide looks like it's filling up a little.
I'm so curious what Brother will do. You think he'll drop anchor, get busy? He's kind of going with both strategies lately.
Well, now that he's sitting up off the point, he's not going to leave there until he has a wave that's better than that 5, I guarantee you.
Yep. So he's got his anchor.
Yeah.
Anchor, hanging out.
Yeah.
I like it. Spotter, no spotter, what do you think?
At this stage, probably not.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But you never know. Some people really like just to, hey, look, just tell me there's another one coming if it's coming, so I can make the decision on my own, He must be looking at a left-hander here coming up off the peak, that really sort of a slopey one. I don't like paddling back and forth. I call it a V. You catch a wave off the point, and if you get to the inside, you paddle straight back out to the peak. You never paddle from the point to the peak or back. And so now he's going to go back. Unfortunately, Watanabe maybe chewing up a little time. Would love to see him just go back out there and sit next to Kolohe and Andino and just sort of put the pressure on him.
Wow, that's a great analogy. I mean, you're wasting time and energy. Those are two things you need in a heat, right?
Yeah, he's in his 20s. He's got more energy than all of us.
But wasting opportunity as well.
Well, you're consistently wanting to be next to the guy you're surfing against, so the opportunity comes by both of you.
Right. So you're in the game.
Well, yeah, and it's a 5.9. Brother can get that within 2 maneuvers really, really quick.
Mm-hmm.
So you almost want to be right there for it. If it's going to happen, you want to be there.
Totally. Look at this little wave approaching. Brother does have first priority. Oh, that wave just kind of goes underneath him. Let's also keep an eye on Taro. He's just looking to better a 5.4, which he can do in his sleep as well. So it is definitely game on. Both these guys totally in the heat. 8 minutes remaining.
They're gonna play some chess right here for sure. You know?
Yep. Totally.
It's gonna be hard to sell Kolohe on anything, you know. So I think he's going to drop anchor and hang and wait for a good wave.
Right. He's got that idea of like, hey, I'm waiting for a better score, you know, 100%. Boy, look at the nerves of steel. You get to sit there. That is much harder than you think. Everyone out there on the World Wide Web, like sitting there waiting, ultra patient. It feels like a year to me when you're sitting there in the water, whether you need a score or you're waiting for a set, whatever it is, it just feels absolutely endless. Time is winding down on them too at 7 minutes and 54 seconds. If you're just joining us, O'Neill Cold Water Classic, big thanks to O'Neill, all the sponsors doing an absolutely fabulous job. If you are local, you can come down to the beer garden that is opening up at 12 o'clock. It's a 2-drink maximum, and all the proceeds go to Save the Waves. Save the Waves has an absolute epic app now, which uses that data. So the app, go to the App Store, download Save the Wave app, and if you see something that troubles you in your mind, trash in the ocean, a piece of the cliff that fell off, you take a picture, you upload it, it tells them where and what happened. All that data helps the scientists to better protect our coast and surf break. So good stuff.
I know.
Super
Come
cool.
down here and talk about it over a couple
Konas.
Konas.
I like it, Adam.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, it's about that time.
That's right.
Yeah.
I always say it's 4 o'clock somewhere in our globe. Little wave, what's going to happen here?
I don't know. It looks like another West Peak.
Double-fisted West Peak and Kona. Bring it on.
Yeah. So here's a couple decoys right here. Those waves won't matter at all. So 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 30-minute heats. Boy, these are long. I don't know for you guys, but if you're talking about it, it's really long.
Right? That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I could talk about the four-wheel campers. We had Pat O'Neill. I saw Margot Oberg was in here. We got cliff restoration. We're talking sand. Got West Peaks. And now we got Taro Watanabe riding on a little cliffhanger.
What's he thinking? He's thinking air.
He's thinking he wants to get Kolohe to think about what he's doing.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think it's a good strategy when you're underneath prio to just kind of get busy.
Sort of
put pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, or just make him, think because you look, Watanabe needs, 5.4. Brother's not going to let that go underneath him.
That's true.
He's not going to let a wave better than a 5 go underneath him because he knows that Watanabe could potentially get that wave and turn it into a score.
Yep, good call. Good call. We do want to thank our sponsors, O'Neill, Kona, Four Wheel Campers, Guayaquil, West Peak, City of Santa Cruz, Dream Inn, Cruise.io, Internet, Verve, and Save the Waves. This would not happen without them. Iconic event, crowd starting to fill up. Absolutely beautiful. It is only 11:59. That's right. That tent beer garden is about to open. So
it's
crowd's
open
coming.
in the booth here. We already got our Kona big waves.
Got our own beer garden in here.
Our West Peaks.
That's right.
Yeah.
I love it. Wow, look at that. The cliff sitting there.
Noticing too that the just 2-3 days of rain, the water just goes like brackish looking. See how dark and dark green it looks now, and almost brown.
Yeah.
We get a lot of silt, a lot of clay, a lot of stuff in our water here. Got a lot of creeks and rivers and stuff that sort of pump stuff out. Looks like Kolohe's looking at this one pretty intently. It looks like he's giving it a massive dig.
Comes around, kicker, throws the air reverse, pulls it off.
First section.
Oh, beautiful second turn. Oh, the wave just dies out. He's looking for a 5.91. I don't know if that's it.
Wow, big spray up off the cliff for Watanabe. Wow, nice turn there. Turn to wrap, unfortunately, falling off when that white water hit him right there.
It's game on. You think we'll have a battle for prio?
Always. It should be.
Looks like it. This is going to be a close one because they don't just take into account who makes it out first, Adam.
I know.
It's who caught the last wave, right?
Yeah, if it's tie, it's like tie goes to the runner.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
so the tie being if the person who caught the last wave and they tie, it'll probably go to the person who.
I think Kolohe could get it. Oh boy.
He did.
He did. That's pretty cool. So no more prio buoys.
I know. I always like that though. I have great memories of watching, say, the Aki and Tom Kern going after the buoy at the OP Pro. Always like that. Always like that stuff.
All right, replay. What do you think, Adam? Kicker.
Yeah, sort of a sleepy little reverse and a little chop off the top. You know, I don't think it's going to go into his top two. Here's Watanabe's wave. This was the second wave of the set. Nice first turn, but falls off when he hits a soup right here. So that's not going to go into his top two. Yeah, we'll see right now what the scores came in for Kolohe and Andino's wave.
Boy, still waiting. 4.97, not enough to overtake the lead from Watanabe. Kolohe will park it up and wait. Oh boy, time is winding down though. Time is not his friend anymore. It is 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and he's got to get that big score.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? First prio.
Well,
Taking a look at this one. What do you think, Adam?
I can't really see down the line, but if it's got something, he got annihilated.
Nope. Got annihilated right there.
You see that?
Yep.
He got smoked right there. So that's been something that now that is new to the lane because of the way that the cove of the lane right there where that rock fell off created a little alcove. So the waves that actually boomerang out. So you can see right now it gets completely exploded. Look at even Taro Watanabe got smoked and he was on the shoulder.
Oh, and that was a good little insider.
It was. You have to be in those before that wave sends off that concussion. If not, then you'll obviously see what happens.
Yeah, and you can't catch them. It's pretty gnarly, challenging.
I know. There was a wave that we surfed on the other side of town called the Cove. It almost does like what the Cove does.
It does now.
Yeah.
Good call. Boy, look at this. Let's watch it.
Look at this. Watch this wave come up off the cliff. That's where usually we would have taken off right there.
Like no problem.
No problem. And then now he just gets smoked.
Wow, that has gotten challenging.
Yeah, it actually pushed him out of the wave. You know, I don't know if there was much opportunity there other than just maybe one rotation that he would have probably squirreled out.
Yeah.
But it was pretty cramped, pretty tight. Minute 13 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Watanabe's in control right now. Looks like Brother's going to try to force the issue, get on the inside and make him think about something. Usually you can get like 2 or 3 waves.
Looks like a couple bumps. So
Yeah,
he could
when the
force the
interval is
issue and
tight,
get one. Yeah, tight,
Totally.
tight interval. Oh boy, but Watanabe knows.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do something.
Brother.
Yeah, it's not.
Unfortunately, down to the countdown. Well, is what it is.
You know, that was almost like sleepy too. Like he got away from him in a way that looked like he was going to go in. You know?
Oh, he's smart. That guy.
Like, I'm going in.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
All of a sudden, middle peak. Boom.
I'm just in here. Did you see the semifinal #1 coming up? Looks like we have our local girl Autumn Hayes coming up. So don't go anywhere, folks.
That's right. And Sarah Fryer. Herb's a steal on her quarterfinal. Wow, that was insane. Looks like, oh brother, he's gonna have one more opportunity, but this wave is just not gonna break very well. I don't think.
I know,
He's
but
up.
he's a hustler. He doesn't give up. You know.
That's right, dude.
Man.
Wow. Oh, he's gonna go for it. He's got to. Kicker.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
No way. I mean,
hey,
591. Okay.
Hey.
That was nuts.
Hey, he potentially got that.
That was a clean one.
That was a clean little rotation, a nice snap. He got a. I told you, he was like pretending like he's going to go to sleep on the inside and leave. Watanabe couldn't get there in time.
Wow.
He's definitely giving the judges something to think about right here, Omar.
I was
I'm
really
thinking
clean.
about it too. I'm going back. So if you go back to these 5s that we've seen already, now here's the wave on the way on the inside. Look at this long armor.
Okay.
Long neck, long arm.
Let's watch the first turn. Commitment,
turn.
nice. Beautiful slash. This one's big and clean. Boof.
Just that pink flare.
My gosh.
See,
I don't know.
Hey.
That's going to be close. No way. 6-0.
Got it.
Brother got it.
Wow.
Brother got it. That was insane.
I mean, you have to give that a little golf clap. I mean,
wow.
Watanabe.
My gosh.
Had him wrapped up until the last 3 seconds.
Wow. That
4
was
seconds.
insane.
Unfortunate move right there for Taro Watanabe, but as the score comes in, there it is.
Dang.
Great spread.
Yes. Drops a high and low, average out 6. Boom.
6.0.
Brother.
Defending champion, still in the works. Watanabe's got to be perplexed, really. He'd done everything up until the last 3 seconds. He got away from him.
Yep.
That is, brother. And got just a squeaky little inside wave. So great surfing by both surfers. Hats off to brother for not giving up. Showing that 2% crew what it really means not to give up.
Oh, my gosh. Look at that crowd. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned for the women's semifinals coming up next.
Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
With the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
Welcome back to the live webcast of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. We have an absolute cracker for you. And if you're around the area, come down. That's local girl Autumn Hayes against Sarah Fryer. So epic, epic. My name is Omar Echeverry. Joining us is Margot Oberg, first women's world champion in the world. How's it going, Margot?
Great. It's so beautiful out here. Really nice. Really nice.
Oh boy, absolute. Beautiful day here. Look at the crowd starting to fill in.
Right.
Yeah, it's coming together. We had a really cool ending to that last heat. Margot, Kolohe Andino needed a 5.91, and he got a 6.0, and he caught the wave with 1 second remaining.
Wow. Is this blue? It's kind of glary.
Yeah, this is blue right here. This is Sarah Fryer.
Wow.
This is in her quarterfinal. She's the one who sat on the other surfer for, like, gosh, almost 3 minutes. She really,
yeah.
She can paddle, this woman.
That board looks so small almost.
That's right. Okay, Mark, we're going to take a quick break from this booth. We're going to throw it down to the man, the myth, the legend, Kolohe Andino with an interview. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, so I'm standing here with Kolohe Andino, our contest winner last year, and we just had a little rematch heat with you and Taro, and it was a grindy heat.
Yeah, it was. He's such a great surfer. I have so much respect for his surfing. So I was a little nervous coming into the heat, and he gave it to me last year in the final. He actually probably should have won. He just needed to make his last wave. But yeah, I was a little nervous, but it's always exciting, and it's rad. When I drove down today, beautiful sunny day, and Cliff lined up with people, so I got a little bit more excited.
Yeah, once again, you know, the lane, you know this place. We talk about it all the time so well. And, you know, you needed that wave at the end. You kind of went to the automated ATM machine with that signature move, and it paid off in a big way.
I mean, yeah, I do them a lot, but they're still really hard for me, you know, so I get stoked when I make them. And I actually had the wave before that was probably maybe the best wave of the heat, and I got slammed up against the cliff. Not literally, but just the explosion just, like, knocked me outside of the wave. Yeah. So I was like, oh man, that was my wave. But
yeah, I wonder if a little of that is from the cliff falling in and stuff. Have you noticed, because you've surfed this wave for years, do you notice some changes in the cliff since the cliff fell in this year?
Not much. I mean, I've surfed up here a lot, hanging with Nat so much, but my whole life I've always had those waves where I'm like, this is the one, and then the thing just explodes me outside of the wave, and that's exactly what happened. So yeah, it's always still a tricky wave, and I think that's what makes it exciting to compete at.
Yeah, well, hey, the board you're riding looks amazing. What model is it, and what's it all about?
It's a Rad Ripper, stock Rad Ripper Black Sheep, 5'8". I think they're like 29.5 liters.
Wow, so kind of a great all-arounder, but definitely grovels really well, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really an all-rounder. You could ride the tube in it, but yeah, it's just great. I can't get off of them at home. It takes me a couple of days to get back to my normal board when I get away from San Clemente. So
yeah, well, it definitely looks like it's glued to your feet. A lot of things going your way. Congratulations on your new baby and the great addition to your family. So stoked that you made it up here again. Keep it rolling. You're in the semis, and we got an awesome day on hand.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Right on.
All right, Kolohe. Take care, bro.
Oh, epic. Kolohe Andino, what a legend.
Wow, his surfboard did look really good under his.
Spicy.
Yeah, 19 and a half or 19 and 1/8.
Yeah.
That's really good because out here, some of the boards look a little too narrow, a little too small, but he looked really good.
Yeah, I know you and I touched base on this the last heat we commentated together.
Right.
And, you know, there's the confusing thing about the lane, there's a lot of water moving, but it's not necessarily like barreling.
Right.
So you need this combination of enough volume, but you don't want something like too long, too rockered out.
Right.
That's gonna, you know, kind of dig whatnot. You know, definitely with your difference with equipment. Boy, Autumn Hay is the local girl in the lead already. Autumn has a 3.40 and a 3.17. 20 minutes to go. This is going to be a stressful one, I think.
Oh yeah, it's really stressful. Yeah, she got a long ride on that one. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, look at those lines.
Oh, good. I hope to get some waves in here.
You know what's fun about commentating the web is that you can talk about everything. You're not supposed to, when you're commentating beach, you can't call out sets, but I can from here because they can't hear us. It's always fun. Yeah, look at...
that's a good wave, yeah. See, she moves around a lot. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
It's better to do a bunch of little maneuvers than just, you know, pose, I would say.
Yeah, we like to say staying busy
Yeah,
is
staying busy.
so important, right? The judges don't like downtime. They like shredding. Oh, boy, and, you know, I saw Sarah do that earlier, too.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? That section, it's
Right.
It's hard to time.
Exactly.
This is Autumn's other wave. Boom, crack.
Yeah, you said she's from here. She knows the place, I can tell.
Yeah, right. Autumn Hayes. Yeah. She's great too. She does like a summer camp thing with some of the younger girls that are getting better at surfing in our town.
Right.
And she is just an absolute positive human.
Right.
You know, always well spoken
Oh, yeah.
and fun to talk to. So I would love to see her make the final, take away a title. Because
Right.
once you got that first, no one can take that away from you because you're number one, right?
Exactly. Yeah, what I was talking about with the lady in the blue shirt, how she got stuck at the top on that one, and I was looking at her board. It did seem a little narrow for the waves today, but
yeah,
they're hanging in there.
They're hanging there. Look at the cliff. I love this part about competing here because, I mean, they're yelling at you. They're right above you. There has been situations where they'll be telling you to go on the wrong wave.
Right.
I've personally have surfed heats out there where people have said that. Luckily not to me, I'm from here, but they definitely said that to the other surfers.
Right.
It's hard. You got to tune it out. You know, it's one
Yeah.
of the one surf venues across the world where you have to get in your own zone.
Exactly. It
You
looks
really
like
do.
they're going to go more on the inside now.
Look at that
It's
crowd.
swinging around.
That is epic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, this is a cracker. That was a good
Oh,
wave.
Yeah, she's, oh, nice. A little too far back, though.
Too deep.
She saw it. She was paddling over, but then it just kind of collapsed on her.
Oh, what a bummer. She was only looking for
Oh,
a
look at this one.
407.
That's pretty.
Beautiful, right?
Oh, that's really pretty. Oh, here
Oh.
comes another one. Red's got to go. Got to go out there. Get out there.
Next wave. This is the local girl, Autumn Hayes, your current heat leader. She has full priority, so she has any wave she wants.
Yeah. I guess it's too hard to sit way outside because it just keeps backwashing back and forth. But
Yeah,
They
you-
seem to miss some of the takeoffs.
Yeah, I know. You saw Kolohe on that last
Right.
heat got blasted, so I know surfers might not want to sit too close. My name is Omar Echeverry.
Hey.
I am joined with the first ever world's women's champion, Margot Oberg.
Yeah.
Margot, thanks for coming in. Super
yeah.
fun to have
You're
her here in the Coldwater Classic, hanging out, cruising
Exactly.
around.
Exactly.
That's right, bringing the best of the best to the World Wide Web.
Right. It
An
was fun.
icon of women's surfing right here.
Yeah, it was fun to see
Pretty cool.
Pat O'Neill, too, because when they had the first contest out here with the Smirnoff, he was one of the little groms around.
Yeah.
First wetsuits. His dad gave me a wetsuit, and I was the queen of Santa Barbara with a wetsuit. The good turns
Really?
here. Yeah, look at this.
awesome.
Woohoo! Starts a little bit like Kim Merrick, because long legs.
I like it. Well, she was looking for a 407.
Yeah.
I know we're not judges, but we can make calls. Do you think she got it?
I would say possibly really close.
Yeah.
Really close.
Yeah. I like to say approximate. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, you're like, okay, might be a high 3, low 4.
Right.
She could get the 407. Got to wait for the judges. We have a great judging panel
Right.
up there for this event. I know I've worked with these guys so many times. They do a really good job. So lucky to have all the angles from the crew. That's right. Action Sports Productions. These guys bring it. They do a great job. So behind these cameras is a massive crew. You got a drone operator, multiple camera dudes.
Right.
Thanks, guys. I know you get cold, you get wet, you get hot. You do what you need to do to bring this footage everywhere. Wow, look at this
I
one.
know, good set. I thought
Buttery.
you might have been too far inside, but this is so beautiful. Ah, perfect.
Autumn, this looks like a grower, I like to call them. They kind of
Yeah.
start to grow.
Gonna get bigger and bigger. And yeah, she keeps moving, keep moving, keep moving. Yeah, killer.
Wow. Go ahead, Margot, break it down.
Oh, I know. She's gonna set up her big, I thought you were gonna do a big floater, but she did really good. That's really good. Yeah, she
Yeah.
moves around a lot. The lady in blue, is it Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, she got a little hung up right
Yeah, she went.
Autumn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, great wave, but you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And when you're this far in a competition like this,
right,
you don't want to leave the door cracked.
Exactly.
Like they say the door open, I
Right.
say when you're in the semifinals of a QS or any professional surfing event, you don't want to leave the door just cracked it all. Because
Exactly.
all of the surfers surf really well. I've coached quite a few surfers coming into this event before the event.
Right.
So that way I can commentate and
Yeah.
chill with you guys. But we talked a lot, and all the surfers surf good.
Yeah, sure.
They all rip.
Oh, nice set coming in here. I wonder if the glitter out there is as bad as it looks from the TV set, but yeah.
It's pretty challenging. Oh, look, Autumn Hayes, 5.50.
Nice, nice.
Good score.
Yeah, she looked like when she first took off, she had that jitter. I've had that before, where you start to do a push-up
Yeah.
and your hands shake. She was a little tentative on that one, and I used to teach surfing, and I told people to pretend like you're martial arts, like Bruce Lee. Go, yo! You know, when you first take off,
Yeah.
just psych yourself, because it's really easy to think too much at the very beginning.
Yeah, no, I agree. You really have to have a solid stance.
Right.
Going into it.
Pretty wave.
This
Really
is
pretty.
the replay right
Oh,
here
that's
of
a replay.
Sarah.
Right.
Previous of Autumn Hayes.
Right. Yeah, she got, I think it was on this turn, the upper one. Yeah, she got a little bit lagged there. Yeah. That's a good off the lip, though.
Yeah, nice turn. That was her 3.30, but here's Autumn's wave.
Oh, yeah. Pretty angle, too. Isn't that pretty?
That's a great turn right
Yeah,
there.
super great.
Nice cut.
Yeah, she's smart. She looks down the line pretty good, too. Making a good game plan.
Now,
So she
here's-
can hit that white
Here's where
water.
it looked like she wobbled just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Oh. Still getting the 5.5.
It's hard to time it right, though.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Much.
Because you think it's going to be really strong, and then it backs off a little bit.
Yes, yes.
She's good, though, about staying low, bending her knees a lot.
Yeah. Look, 5.50.
It's a good speed. Yeah, there she goes. Ah.
So
You got the cliff and the kelp and maybe a sea lion or something out there.
All right, this is live action. Looks like Autumn Hayes. Oh. Gets a little clip. That won't matter, though.
Yeah.
She has the 5.5. She's in the lead. And it looks like Sarah Fryer needs a 5.60 to overtake the lead from the
Pretty
local
angle.
girl.
Pretty photo.
Beautiful, right?
Yeah, really pretty. They talk a lot about the Hollister Ranch, and it looks just like this, all glassy and offshore. Boy, she's cranking good.
She only needs a
Yeah.
5.6. This is what I mean. You
Yeah.
can't leave the door open.
Yeah, she might get it. I don't know.
I don't know if it's a 5.6.
Yeah, it's probably about a 5 maybe.
But check this out. 12 minutes remaining.
Oh,
She
yeah.
needs to better 2.50. So if you're competing against yourself, which a lot of professional surfers do, to everyone out there on the World Wide Web, is you're trying to better your own scores.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, the best scorers win heats. So
Yeah.
So you have to look at this. Is this better than a 2.5? I'd say definitely.
Yeah.
Is it a 5.6? Not sure. But we'll leave it up to the judges. The 5 wise men upstairs.
Right.
And they're probably looking over this replay too. Yeah, they're waiting. Whoa, she gets a cracker of a score. 5.83. That was
Ah.
enough.
Nice.
No way.
I know, she kept moving. She was doing a lot of stuff on that wave for, like if you're on a longboard, you'd just be sitting there posing. I know she did a lot of action on that wave. Good for her.
Yeah.
Is she from San Clemente area, or Sarah?
I believe might be Huntington.
Oh, Huntington, yeah.
I believe, yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
completely positive on that, but that's what someone told me, so I'll go with it. I apologize if I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old are these kids out here?
Oh my gosh, the ages are
Yeah.
all over the place.
Yeah?
Because you got Eden Walla,
Uh-huh.
so you got some young, you got some vets. It looks
Right.
like, oh my gosh, it looks
Pretty.
like blue on another one.
Yeah, pretty. Nice snap. Oh, good for her. Really good. I know you're looking at that cliff and then doing an off the lip. Go, wow. Call it an off the cliff
Yeah.
maneuver.
Well, just like we talked about, check it out. So she needs to better a 3.3. Was that better? Possibly. So she's already chipping it away at Autumn's lead.
Exactly.
So we'll wait for that score and check out the replay. What do you think, Margot?
It's so close. It depends on, like I said with the judge. See, that was pretty neat. If they, yeah, her exits are kind of cute. Well, of course, you're right in front of the cliff.
This turn was good.
Yeah.
Slash.
It's a short ride, though. That's the thing. It's like
Not
maybe
sure.
a two maneuver type of wave.
I'm thinking it's going to
It
be
might be
in
good,
the
though.
mid to high 3.
Yeah, because she kind of floated it a little bit, too.
Yeah.
God, what a beautiful day.
Wow.
Go
she did.
abalone diving. Do they still have abalones out this way? Maybe.
I'm not sure if they do in this area, but looks like she did better her score.
Right.
She's got a 3.9.
Ah, nice. She's got a great smile. I know all these girls in the contest. They all could be fashion models. They all have the
so cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. God, what a beautiful setting. I liked it when the O'Neill boat went by. That was really pretty.
That was absolutely beautiful.
They take kids out, for ecology tours and stuff, which is really nice. Really nice. God, look at that star glitter. Psychedelic, as you might say. Good word for Santa Cruz.
Diamonds.
Diamonds.
Diamonds in the rough. And that's what these surfers are looking for. Diamonds in the rough today. Autumn Hayes. Okay.
Yeah.
We got a situation. Autumn Hayes, the local girl.
Right.
Started off dominating this heat. 9 minutes left, but she now needs a 4.24. So now she's down to second. Pressure's on.
I know. It's really close.
It really is.
It's super close.
That is Eden Walla. A little ripper.
She's really friendly. Is she about, 14, 15 or something?
I don't know her exact age.
Yeah.
I should, There's her dad.
Yeah. She's so sweet. I've been talking to her a lot. She has a lot of energy. Very, very friendly.
Yes.
Gosh, nice lull.
Their family is awesome.
Where do they go after this? Do they have another qualifying thing?
Oh, yes, Morro Bay.
Oh, Morro Bay. What are the dates on that? Do you know?
I don't exactly, but it's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of the surfers, too, they're doing the ISA International event in Brazil.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, some of the younger ones will be heading over there to
Right.
defend the U.S. title. Or I don't know if it's defend, but to compete for the world title at the ISA Games.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Super, super fun. There's
Here comes the paddle race. Dun, 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 dun.
Autumn Hayes, pressure's on her. First priority.
Oh.
She needs a 4.24. What's she going to do? Take
There
this
she
one.
goes.
Looks like it.
Yeah, good wave.
This does look like
Yeah.
a decent wave.
Charge. Nice cutback. Smooth. That wave just gets slower and slower and slower.
Boy.
It's hard to surf. Boy.
This is the all-important inside.
That's why they're
Is
the
it going to give it
best.
to her? What do you think,
I
Margo?
think so.
Go.
I don't know. Maybe
Go,
one.
local girl.
Yeah,
Come on.
Oh, see, that was good. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Up into the ice plant.
Look how close she is to the
She
cliff.
did not do a face plant. She did an ice plant.
That's right. You can't hear it on the web, but the crowd just went
I know.
bonkers. They're psyched.
I know they get to drink that Kona beer and
West Peak?
At West Peak. That West Peak
Right.
is really strong.
Yes. Have you had any yet?
Last year, took a couple cans home.
Nice.
I like their ads though. I think the donkey was drinking and the horses and
Yeah. Great. It's a local company.
yeah, great.
West Peak. They're doing a great job. That's right. West Peak, Kona Brew.
Right.
Great sponsor.
O'Neill had a great ad too. Very, very good photography.
Super creative. So much fun. Oh boy. Autumn Hayes. Is it going to be what she needs? Looking for that
Pretty darn
4.24. I think it will be.
Here comes a little set though. It's.
Do you think she got it?
I think she did. It's so. I don't know. I get all excited watching it because it's a lot of suspense. Plus, she can be the best surfer in the world, and the wave won't come to you. So it's like right now, it's completely flat.
Yeah. Here's the replay.
Yeah, replay.
Beautiful first turn.
Nice.
Commitment.
Yeah, she did.
Slash.
Yeah, another little turn.
I think she got
cutback.
it.
Yeah, I think
got
she
it.
did. That last move was pretty brave. Yeah,
Yeah.
we keep hoping.
A lot of dead time, though. The judges
Yeah,
don't like that.
Yeah,
They do
she's
not.
trying to get the up. That was good though.
Yeah.
That was really good.
That was good.
Wasn't she the one in the semi?
Yeah, look at the
Yeah.
crowd. Psyching.
She had the flying board. Was that the one in the semi? Or, I'm not
That
sure.
was awesome.
I love that.
Autumn gets a 4.50. She pulls it off into the lead. Now it looks like
look at this wave.
Sarah Fryer needs a 4.17.
Here comes a good set coming in here though.
It's not over until the horn blows, right, Margo?
Yep, it's not over.
It's never over until it's over.
In the operas, it's not over till the fat lady sings or something.
Yeah. Oh boy, look at that one though. That was a terrible wave.
Yeah, it kind of died out. I love how they had that one little duck or something. It just always out there.
Yeah.
Reading the swells. A year or two ago or something, I remember there was a bunch of seals that invaded everybody.
Oh yeah, barking at everyone.
Yeah, yeah. They do it. They're off the lip, off the sea lion.
Yeah. I definitely want to thank the sponsors, O'Neill, Kona, Four Wheel Campers, West Peak, Gayaki, City of Santa Cruz, Dream Inn, Verve Coffee, Cruise.io Internet, and Save the Waves.
Right.
Great organization. Thank you, O'Neill's, to bringing this, 36 years, Coldwater Classic. Look at the crowd. I mean, QS 1,000, but look at that crowd.
I know, it's so beautiful. It's really fun on the beach because everybody's like super stoked.
I love the fact of the Coldwater. I mean, regardless of what star it is, whatever, the community comes, the surfers come. It's pretty amazing. I was talking to some of the really high-ranked surfers. They didn't need to come here, and they're like, I was like, yeah, why'd you come here? You know, like could have been lazy bones and hung out.
Right.
You know, like
It's so beautiful.
yeah, and like you already made the CT, whatnot, and they're like, I want to win that event. Like,
Right.
if I could say I won the Coldwater Classic,
Oh yeah, it's status.
I don't care. I want that. That'd be cool.
It's super status. This crowd's fun too because it's like a big family reunion. There's people that are in their 60s and 70s, and then there's the little baby kids, and they're all running around. And everybody's dressed like a surfer, and it's really fun. Really fun.
And what you're seeing right there is Autumn Hayes. She's playing defense. So basically,
she's got priority.
No, she so she's basically trying to get Sarah to go on a wave.
Nice set.
So you're baiting them into
Catch the lousy one.
Yes, exactly.
Here comes a good wave though. They must not see it sometimes, or it just looks different from where I am.
Oh, it's so hard to see waves when you're sitting right there.
Yeah.
It is like a challenge because the first wave blocks everything else.
Right.
It's one of those point breaks that is so elusive when it comes in.
Yeah.
It's like you almost have to look left.
Right.
You have to look and see if there's a line way over there.
Yeah, like I surfed Bells Beach a few times, and that's an easy place to see farther out.
Right.
Yeah, this is way more tricky.
Right.
The other day it was like Makaha. It was all bouncy.
Yeah.
Honolulu Bloomberg was in a heat, and yeah, she surfed so great, but it was like all bouncy, and it was like just a half a point between almost all of them, the top four there.
Yeah, she reps.
Yeah. It's hard to read those waves. It probably will do that a little bit later, when the tide comes up, start bouncing more.
But now, Autumn Hayes,
Okay, look at that wave.
you got to be scared, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no priority. Sarah Fryer has priority.
Oh, okay.
And she is looking for a 4.17.
Ooh, that's pretty close.
She could probably get in her sleep.
Yeah.
That's how well these surfers surf. Now it's up to Mother Nature.
Yeah.
And the clock. You got
Right.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Got the local crew supporting Autumn Hayes.
Is that the daddy?
I believe so.
Yeah, Daddy Autumn. I love the long hair. It's so cute up here. Yeah. The girls have short hair, some of them, and the guys have the really long
Boy, you
hair.
think he's nervous?
Oh, he's super nervous. I know.
I feel like it's almost worse for the relatives.
Oh, completely. My son, Shane, he got invited to the Mike Stewart bodyboard contest at Pipeline, and it was like 10 to 15 feet on a bodyboard. I was a nervous wreck watching him.
Oh, my gosh. He got invited to that?
Yeah.
That event's legendary.
Yeah.
Mike Stewart's one of the best watermen in the world. That
ever.
guy's crazy.
Yeah, it was right when the bodyboarding came out. They had a big crew from Kauai, and even David Hubbard right now, he's a champion on bodyboard, and he's one of our good friends from Kauai.
That's cool. Look at that, though. What does she need, Margot?
Gosh, I don't know.
417.
Triple backflip. Double Lutz, triple flip.
Here we
Ooh,
go.
Look at that
Is she
back
gonna
one.
go?
Oh.
No, I like Autumn's trying to sell her on it.
I know.
That's good. Good strategy.
Strategy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You want to bait her into the wrong spot as a local. Let's get closer to the cliff.
Exactly.
This wave,
Oh,
look.
only 1 minute or so. Oh, brother. God, I'd be so stressed out right now out
This
there.
one looks okay. From here, I don't know. Then, oh my gosh. Looks like a couple bumps. 1 minute to go.
Right.
It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, a little inside maybe, but...
I don't know. Is it going to
God.
break? It's so hard to tell.
I know.
Torture. Look at that insider. Little lip right there.
Yeah. Can they actually see the priority stuff from the water?
Yeah.
Is there certain
Yeah,
color
they have
signs?
a huge
Okay.
priority, like a digital
Sign.
priority sign.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's massive. It looks like 4 television
Right.
sets put together.
Right.
It's big.
Yeah, it looks like Red's clinched it because the ocean is going to sleep
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
Ready by time.
I don't know. 28 seconds. Is there time?
God.
I'm not sure. Looks like there might be 1 or 2 waves to come in to end this heat. boy, the scare. Oh, there is.
Oh, look at, there is a set
no,
coming.
there's a great set coming.
Oh, gosh, 15 seconds.
I think it might be enough time.
That second wave's good. I think we even have a sea otter out there.
Oh,
swimming
no,
for it.
8 seconds.
Oh, look at that set.
Yeah, she doesn't see it,
Stressful,
though.
yeah.
Yep, not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, so
417, not right there. I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
417.
Nope.
Gosh.
I mean, wow,
Unbelievable.
pressure.
Ooh.
That was fun.
The rocks.
Local girl made it.
Yeah,
That'll be fun.
So. I think so.
That's right. She is now into the finals.
Great.
That is the place to be.
Good job. Good job.
She's got to be psyched. Absolutely pumped. Family's pumped.
I know.
Or stressed.
Hope
Can't
they
tell.
don't get hurt on the way in. Those rocks are radical.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very radical.
Oh, Eden's about to paddle out.
Yeah.
That was Eden Walla's dad.
Ah.
Pops, he's got to be psyched.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Crowd getting pumped for Autumn Hayes.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the end of semifinal number 1. Next up will be semifinal number 2. We're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
My name's Omar Echeverry. I'm out of here. Margot, thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Dynamito.
Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
And we're back, and all smiles for Autumn Hayes, passing up what she was able to do last year into the O'Neill Coldwater Classic final, her first final, and an opportunity to be a champion today. Well, one more heat to go. That was a good one. And we've got another one. We're going to find who she'll be surfing against in semifinal heat number 2. Eden Walla. She'll be in the red. Kiera Pinkerton in the blue, both out of San Clemente. Joining me in the box, I'm Pete Mel. Joining me, John Hunter. And of course, has been watching Eden's short, young career, but spontaneous and exciting.
It really is. And I've got to just throw out a big shout out to Autumn, man. I know she wanted to make it to that final, and she did it. So congrats, and I can't wait to see what happens in this heat.
Yeah, and either way, she's going to get a solid competitor. John Hunter here, who's been a long time with the Brandon O'Neill and instrumental in making this event happen, an avid surfer. I grew up surfing with you, and it's been an honor to hang out with you.
Yeah, we've had such a great life here in Santa Cruz. I mean, people don't really know all the little nooks and crannies, and that's a good thing. And
well, there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean. It's like we can surf every day of the year, I always say, between Carmel and a spot a little north of here. You can get wet every single day of the entire year if you want to.
Staying with the 30-minute final or set finals today. This is semifinal number 2 for the women, and a youngster, Eden Walla. And I'm trying to think back of a result that she's had in an actual professional event. Would this be, her best? Let's take a look at this one here. We had a bit of a paddle here.
Ooh.
And at the beginning of a heat, basically position is where you're going to have no priority has been allocated. But what does happen, though, is that sometimes there's a block that happens, like Kiera basically blocks or whatever, and they'll give you, they'll initiate who has priority. Right now, I'm looking at Eden Walla has the priority. Kiera Pinkerton now in second priority. So that little paddle battle determined who's got priority now. But John, in regards to Eden Walla, what you've been able to see from this young lady and her career. It's a very short career, but I was going to say, is this her best pro result, I would think?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
For sure. And thrilling because she wasn't in the event and she was down the list a little way and they're
as an alternate.
Yeah, as an
so
alternate.
She wouldn't really have any points.
No, and her, as we've said, well, here goes a wave. Let's watch this and we'll go back to that.
Nice big deep bottom turn to start this wave off, and look at the conditions, glassy and beautiful. North winds blowing, which just it makes these nice sparkly sections. So a good start for Eden Walla. Not going to be a massive number, but good start to start this 30-minute semifinal. We just saw and witnessed our local girl make it into the finals. Autumn Hayes is down on the glass.
I'm here with Autumn Hayes, hometown hero, semifinal #1 heat winner. Autumn, nobody had the crowd as loud as you did today. How was that?
It was really, really nice. It was funny because, my 4, I was so stoked to, pull that last turn because I had, 0 speed coming up to it, and I was like, oh, my God, this will be sketchy. And everyone was screaming, and I wanted to claim it, and Austin's like, it's going to be just the score if it is. And I was like, what? Everyone was so stoked. That must have been way better.
Clearly, you have this amazing squad of Groms who all look up to you. You're such an inspiration to everyone here. What do you have to say to the girls?
I'm just so stoked, and I can't wait to compete with them soon. Yeah.
Awesome, Autumn. Anything else you want to say?
Just thanks to everyone supporting me and the whole Santa Cruz crowd here screaming every time I stand up, even if it's not a good wave. I appreciate it.
That's my best friend. Woo!
All family, all smiles. Good to see the flag being woven here at the steamer lane. That's the car plot. And you know what? All smiles there. So local girl into the final.
Awesome. Just what a great thing for her, being a Lane Santa Cruz local and bringing it this whole event, bringing it last year, and now she's in a final, which she's worked toward, I would say most of her life, right, here at the Lane.
The dream to compete in your home waters, at your home break, an opportunity to become a champion and cemented in legacy here in Santa Cruz. So what an opportunity is, right? One more heat, and we'll get to see it. But right now we're going to wrap up who she's going to be surfing against. And the last score came in for Eden Walla, 3.83. Not a massive number, but an okay start. We've seen inconsistent times happen throughout the day today, but that last heat actually had lots of opportunities. So that's good signs for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we've seen some tough heats, and having a 3.83 under your belt at this stage of this heat is a good little thing to have, and she'll build off of that. That was a great little paddle battle that got Eden priority. Now Kira, who's also been completely ripping in this event, has priority, and we've got a really cool heat on our hand.
It's so true. I mean, and it'll be considering that Autumn would be the most experienced competing at Steamer Lane, right? Kira has a very long, illustrious career and still very young, but I would say in this heat, she was going to have the advantage of more experience competing in a jersey at the Lane. Not only here in the Coldwater Classic, which came in last year, which she was a competitor of, but also some of the Surfing America events that have been going on here at Steamer Lane during January have always been, a good time to be able to practice at the Lane and learn this wave, and Kira has done that. We'll see how this heat unfolds. Could we have 2 vets in the final, or could we have a new face in their Eden Walla's first ever final? We'll see.
Yeah.
In 22 minutes time.
It's going to be fun.
The tide again was as around late 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or late 1.
Yeah, I think it's at around 2 today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's again not a huge change, which is always good for the Lane. Lane likes at mid tide. Turning around here, Eden Walla without priority. Having a look. Gotta love the drone. I mean, remember back in the day we were trying to figure out ways to get this angle, and now we've got these little planes that fly over there and give us images? How cool is that?
It is the best. I really love this view, just looking at the landscape of Steamer Lane, the view for the whole event, and everybody out there watching the webcast. It's awesome what it brings, just a whole different vantage point.
Of course, you can see right there up onto the cliff line to just look right down on it. Almost have your own personal drone angle off the cliff.
Yeah. It's where a lot of the coaching happens, huh?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how many competitors actually use that. I mean, it can be an advantage, especially if you got a really good set of eyes up there. but it also is an extra distraction. At least I know that, like John's asked me, he's like, dude, I know what good waves look like. Don't you worry about me. Well, what if, you can kind of like know if there's 3 waves in a set? And he's like, don't worry. So a lot of surfers decided that they don't need that distraction. I mean, at least how John looked at it, at least.
Yeah, and I think at this level, and even looking at Eden, who's early in her career, we had talked about this. Eden and Kira, they do know the lineup, and here she goes on a pretty glistening, beautiful little wave.
Ooh, and hammers that section. Is there more? Stays with it. I would say that one advantage that Kira is going to bring to the table, being a little older, a little stronger, is going to have a little more oomph in her turns. Eden just has such great technique and is so fast. And those are going to be the distinct differences here. So I think that leaning into it, Kira should be really trying to accentuate those turns by digging that rail in, because Eden Wall is just so small. She's not able to really dig that rail in to get that power element. So you're trying to think of ways to differentiate yourself, whereas I think Eden, she can get on good waves and carry a lot of speed because she's light. She's so quick in transition. I mean, and so she would see her accentuate the speed element and the ability to so radical too. She likes to just jump into the lip, no worries, not scared to do that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The unique thing, well, here we go. Here's a replay, and I really think this first turn is everything you were talking about too, having to go into it, hit it in the critical spot, and then backed it up. And the thing I saw about this wave where I think it's going to be a decent score is it went all the way to the end and she even finished it. And you guys talk about that all day long during these heats. You have to, even if it's not the biggest finish ever, if you finish it, it just adds a nice little bonus to the whole wave.
Well, and you're not getting a whole lot of lip attempts, where you can actually tag the lip. And that inside section does provide that on some of these waves. Not everyone, but most of them.
Yeah.
And so if you can get that first turn, which we saw that Kira did get, look at the number, 6.5. That's exactly what it is. I mean, and a lot of that score came because she was able to get that last hit and complete the entire ride. And as an overall presentation in the good range, 6.5. So let's see how Eden will answer to this one. She would hear that number, and that can be kind of sometimes a little rattling, hearing a pretty good number like that.
Yeah.
Especially on a wave that's not that wasn't like a major set wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's good and it's bad. A competitor like Eden, I don't think she's going to let it rattle her. I really don't. And then going back to like style and weight, Eden is young and she is small in stature, but if you watch how she surfs, she's very solid on her feet. You don't see a lot of bouncing. Well, I say that now, and maybe we'll see it, and you'll be calling me wrong. But you see like more grounded surfing and in the pocket, and very mature for a 14-year-old. And I think that is very unique of her, and that's why she is here in the semifinal heat.
Yeah, very mature style, and I mean, and more than that, just competing at such a maturity as well. I mean, it's not easy to have to make wave choices and decisions, and all of those things are all pretty much instinctual. It's not, I mean, unless I actually saw Eden's parents, they're sitting way on the inside, so they're not doing any coaching off the cliff. It's pretty much all just letting her do her thing. And that's empowering for a competitor. I think it's empowering for a young woman like that to be able to have that ability, that independence to run her own ship over there and have success doing it.
Yeah, and your point is right. Like when I was kidding around about the coaching on the cliff, I'm really thinking of the NSSAs and the school contest. You got like 10 of the dads up there.
Oh
and
no, I was up there for the
it.
last Scholastics Associate. It was nuts. You had coaches and dads.
Yeah, you got it all. So that's what I was talking about. But I do think at this level with these surfers, even though Eden is younger, and then Kira, she does have some amazing experience. Like these guys, they're on their own and they love being on their own. They don't have any distractions happening right now.
Within the first exchange, just under 3-point difference. So distinct advantage giving to Kira there. And good wave choice. I mean, that was only the one wave, and she was able to get herself in a good position to get that nice strong turn and then finish it up. That's that veteran heat IQ that she has, because she's won major events. She's had CT experience, which competing against the best in the world. She's had Challenger Series experience. She is just trying to fulfill that dream of getting to the championship tour on your own. Challenger Series, at the moment, 5 women are able to graduate each season into the championship tour. So it's not a lot, and that's globally.
That's a really scary number, because there's a lot of really good girls and women out there right now.
Moving to the inside, Kira Pinkerton going to back up her 6.5. Again, smart heat IQ and identifying a smaller inside wave with some wall. And job done. She's going to improve, obviously, second wave, but also the fact that she's able to do that without priority. And she's going to put some pressure on Eden Walla.
Wow.
Although, does she respond to pressure? I don't know. We haven't seen that too much where she's been affected.
I think she will respond, but we need a wave to be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and there's an opportunity. So let's see how she feels about that. She takes a look at it and says, no, I'm not liking the looks of that wave. She wants more out of it. Did she make the right decision? This one's going to be a little bit more inside, but it might have a better line on the inside. We'll see. She's going to take this one. She's paddling from behind, tough. And a mistake there, unfortunately. She'll keep the priority, though, but that way, not enough juice on that outside section to get her through. Taking a look here at the replay.
This is a great little wave, like it grew, and that second turn was the winner. And then still, once again, popping off another one, and then almost got the finish here.
Yeah, it would have been pretty solid to get that finish. I mean, she did leave probably a good half point there with that final move out on the board, but no inclination of what that last wave was. Starting to see it, scores trickle in now. And it's going to look all right. I think she'll be pleased with the little two-turn combo on that smaller inside wave. It's going to be, looks like better than the 3.83 of Eden Walla. It is a 5.0.
Wow.
So Eden now in a situation where she's going to probably need 2 numbers in order to turn this heat in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
She does have priority here, so it seems to me like an important priority with how much time is left on the clock.
Most definitely, yeah. And it's interesting too, like we're halfway through the heat already, and that seems like it went really quickly.
It did. Snap your fingers, right? A couple little lulls here and there, a couple waves, and boom, we're halfway through. Men's semifinals coming up after this. We already have our first finalist, local girl Autumn Hayes, right here from Steamer Lane. Great story to see her into, last year she was a semifinalist, came up just short. This year, into the finals. And a golden opportunity as we see a nice looking little wedge here, John.
Yeah.
This is a good looking wave for Eden. Let's see what she can do here. Let's see if she's got any nerves. Doesn't look like it. Nice little roundhouse cutback to start this wave off as it starts to load up with energy. Good quickness through those transitions once again. Watch out for the kelp.
Find this little low road.
Gets it. Gonna stay with it. Can she find one more opportunity? A little roundy again as that wave dies out. So a lot of cutbacks. First snap was nice deep bottom turn, set wave. Feels like it's going to be better than her score of the 3.83, but doesn't feel quite like we'd see it go all the way upwards into the 6.5. We'll see where the judges place that in relation to the 5, really. That's what's the important score to look at.
Yeah, can it get to that 5? It'll be interesting to see. It was good surfing, good wave, but like you said, a little bit more, not quite as railing and high in the lip as she would have probably liked.
Yeah, it just didn't provide the vertical face. I mean, it looked like it was going to wedge up. The first section was really the best section she got. And, you couldn't have asked her to position herself in it better. The timing was there. It was just a nice wrap. And, again, good flow through these moves, though. She kept the rails clean, didn't dig any rails.
Yeah, and you see that solid stance I'm talking about, the weighted, not a lot of hopping, more carving, definitely a good young style there that's very solid.
These two surfers coming from the same town, so Kira Pinkerton would know exactly who Eden Walla is if we take a look from the upper angle of our drone view of that last wave. Still waiting on numbers for her. But you'd have to say that, like, Eden, obviously looks up to Kira, one of the ladies she would be surfing with most every day, which is, I think, influential for sure, especially since they've got such great surfers down there. You got Sawyer Limbad to look up to in the women's side. Incredible. Quick wave there, up and out. We're still waiting on the number here as the score is starting to trickle in. It's going to come under the 5.0 of Kira Pinkerton. A 4.5, half point lower, but that does help matters in a big way. Now, looking for a 7.0 instead of almost a 9. So
a much more achievable number.
Yes.
And we have seen a few go that high. I remember a couple heats ago, I think Autumn, to get to that last heat she threw out a 7 early in the heat, let 7.5, I believe. And yeah, it's a number that's probably achievable if the right wave comes.
5 judges on the panel, all great surfers in their own right. Throw down the scores, and then you'll see the high and the low will be knocked out, and they average the other 3 scores together. That's where you're getting your averages. And then the 2-wave total is right there on the left of your screen. That's the number where they're added together. That's going to, you get the highest number there up to a possible 20. 20 would be perfect heat. Haven't seen a lot of perfect heats in our time, but they have been done.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of what would have been. I don't think we've ever had a perfect heat at the lane.
No, I mean, I think Chopes, right? Probably.
Yeah,
quite-
no, there in Fiji we've had a
Okay.
couple. I'm trying to think of where else. Pipeline would have
yeah.
perfect heat.
Oh, yeah.
But like, you think about it, I mean, that'd be pretty incredible to get, at the lane to see a perfect heat being done.
It really would.
It would be two really nice, beautiful waves. 11 minutes to go. Gotta love these north wind conditions. It's just with the sun out, not a cloud in the sky. I mean, shoot, we went through. This is our fourth day competition, right?
Yep.
Started on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, took Saturday off, and then here finals day, 4 days. And every single one of these days has been a different style of steamer lane.
It really has. And today is just the glistening, sunny glory day with still some fun waves. And what's really helping today is, the 30-minute heats, I really think has definitely helped the surfers be able to find the waves. And for the most part, I would say there's been enough waves in most of the heats.
Fairly, yeah. I mean, there was one heat, I think, that we saw the
Slauson heat, maybe?
Slauson heat, yeah.
That was the one that
one-sided.
stands out to me. That was a little off with the amount of waves that came.
Yeah, and it really, I mean, I guess it was just that, you make, as a competitor, you choose not to ride one wave, and all of a sudden, the next surfer gets it, and, you're sitting out there out the back, and it goes quiet. Next thing you know, he's already gotten 20 minutes gone by, and you haven't even ridden a wave, which is kind of what happened to Jose Lopez in that heat.
Yeah, I agree.
He kind of stayed out, got a little picky in regards to a couple waves that came by he didn't take. Levi was able to capitalize and get the 9. That always changes the way you compete in the heat, too. All of a sudden, you feel like you just had a 9 dropped on you in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you start looking for something else that's probably not out there, so you get a little more antsy. That's why you want to drop 9s in the beginning of the heat, is apply pressure.
Yep.
It's kind of what Kira did here in this heat, dropped a big number early and making that selection for Eden a little more challenging, although Eden's responded well. Maybe she gets an opportunity here.
She's keeping herself moving around, and she's ready to act if the right wave comes.
I like what she's done by putting herself inside of Kira here, because she's going to make her think about her decisions. She's just got to be careful she doesn't get in the way, right? That's when you are sitting without priority, you don't want to make a mistake by getting in the way, because
we've seen that.
A priority interference too is probably the, it's in a way it's a full. You're not going to make your heat. It's just going to be very challenging to do that because you're having a full wave docked off of your score. So it's a pretty severe penalty. It's funny, you look at every little moment and bump, you're like, oh, is this one? Is this a good one? It's hard to get even Adam to pay attention because he's always staring at every little bump in the water. All right, looking like she's going to make the call here and get on this one.
It's a neat looking little wave. Oh.
Progression element being used there. Little tail chuck attempt there from Eden Walla.
Yeah, sometimes just getting that feeling under your feet and can set you up for the next wave too. So I kind of like that she went for it. There was only room for one move, and she went for something that's definitely a little more progressive than some of the stuff we've been seeing. So it was a good idea.
You'd have to say, when the youngsters, they watch all that content and see what is possible on a surfboard. As I remember when I was, trying to, our surfboards weren't nearly as good and responsive that the kids get these days for their size.
Yep.
Remember, like, our boards were literally they were like shortened versions of the big boys, and they're still 20 inches wide. And now you've got these ones that are 17 and a quarter and don't even fit on a rack.
Yeah.
And they're basically miniaturized high-performance surfboards, where ours were just kind of, Here we go. Kira. Eden making sure Kira's going to commit. Is she too deep? Can she get around it? Quick pumps, gets there. Trying to improve on a 5.0. Good glide here. Again, doing the cutbacks as similar to what we had seen from Eden Walla, and her 4.5 needs a nice clean finish. A little stronger on the turn there, but not completed. I don't see a change in my eyes. John, you differ?
I agree with you 100%. It's going to fall under that 5, so she just needs to get back out there and hope that Eden doesn't get a 7.
Yeah, well, again, it's one of those things where you have priority. You always want to better your situation, and this wave did look like it had an opportunity It was just unfortunate that the paddle here put her behind because I think there was some section of scoring opportunity right in there. Well, she got there in time.
Yeah, it looked good.
She didn't lose anything. It's just that this wave didn't have that finish, a little stronger finish. Would have been nice. Waiting on scores. Oh, yep, 4-2-3. So it does not factor into the top 2. She completes that cutty. Maybe you start thinking about it, but either way, it wouldn't be by a massive number. So Eden Walla, 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. She has priority and is looking for a 7. And I know that your daughter's good friends here. Where would Vivi be watching this event or watching this heat from?
I mean, you saw the little the girl squad behind Autumn right then. That was Rivi and all the girls that have worked with Autumn that all surf every day together, and they're in a little pack somewhere together cheering her on, probably right on the other side of the beer garden, I'd be guessing, or down on the rocks.
There is a definite contingent. The most crowded we've seen here at this year's O'Neill Coldwater Classic is happening right now, and it is a lot of the local surfers out in support of Autumn.
Yeah, I'd love to see that aerial view of just the whole event right now, because we had that beautiful. There it is. Hey, you wish for something, and we get it, right? Look at this.
Gotta love. I mean, it's rail all the way down, so it's good to see the support down here. What a beautiful way to watch a surfing event.
Wow, that is a beautiful sight. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
You know, I'd asked you this once before, but I'm going to ask you again just on finals day. Was there a moment that that you remember that, I mean, whether it be from 1988 or 2008 or that a Coldwater moment that sticks out for you?
I mean, I have a lot of fond memories of heats more than final results.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, there's the current, you know, finals and semifinals.
That afternoon, right, at the indicator.
And then Gary Kong Elkerton, was that him and Curran that I'm thinking of? Which that just for some reason, I don't know why, it stands out every time I think of him, and I do go back and look at some of that stuff. Here's Eden.
Eden with a little wedge, and first turn, glides through it, no worries. Again, carves back, little open face, snap, and then kicks out. Needing a 7.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to go that high, but could it maybe improve on the 4-5?
And if it does, it's going to help the situation for sure. So a job would be done if she's able to better the 4-5, obviously wanting to get the number needed to turn the heat with 4 minutes to go. But anything closer and inching your way closer is going to do it. So anything above a 4-5 is going to shorten the number needed to get across it as you take a look here at the replay. You know, that rail there was held pretty deep and gouged in.
And nice, yeah.
And the snap there, I would have liked to have seen that combo been a little bit more strength in that final snap, but it was water moving out at her, and so it kind of affected the way she was able to get through it. And judges, take a look at it, 3.27, so no change, does not improve on the 4-5. Judges didn't buy in. They want to see a little bit stronger in that final move. There's the panel's numbers.
Yeah, they were looking for that, at least one big move somewhere in there. And it was more like kind of going what you've been saying, like the more of the cutty on rail, good cutties, but still a cutty.
Yeah, it's still a cutty. I mean, especially if you can come out of one of those, maybe with a little roundhouse and come out with speed, go straight into the bottom, turn into a snap. That combo has been scoring pretty well here.
Yeah,
roundhouses are fun and killer as long as you know they're not usually high scoring maneuvers, being that you're not usually going as fast. But like if you can do that full figure 8, hit that thing on the way back with a nice nice flow, generally go into another turn, that combo will score well.
Yeah, and coming out of that cutty sometimes throws you into that inside section where maybe you can go up and throw a little air or something bigger with the speed you get coming out of it.
So the wave does go into her top 2. No, it doesn't, sorry. The 383 is still holding tough. So again, still looking for the 7.0. So right now, Kira Pinkerton's strategy, obviously, is to not let Eden get too far away. As the only opportunities you would have now you can take away with priority. You know, a lot of surfers having to put their hands up onto their eyes to look out to see. The low sun plays a role here, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
You ever wear sunglasses surfing?
I mean, I've tried it when I had some, like, you know, when you get like almost pterygiums and your
Yeah.
eyes are so messed up. So I have tried down in Costa Rica when I'm down there for, 3-4 weeks surfing.
I keep throwing that out there because I want to see somebody come up
with a really good pair. I tried all the ones like I would say it was like
water
25
jackets,
years
right?
ago.
Hopefully
Yeah,
you had a water jacket.
and they were rough. They were rough, and then putting on different elements onto them to where they don't beat up. And I've tried it all, and I never found that perfect match yet. So it's got to be coming.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's one. We look at like Ross Clark Jones was brought up earlier today because he was wearing actual goggles, and that seems like the most functional would be a goggle.
Yeah.
But
Yep, some type of a goggle would be the ideal thing with the proper, treatments on it to where you get that perfect water wicking, because the last thing you want is drops on your outside.
No matter what, I think
Yeah.
it'll affect you. It's like, windshield wipers in your eyes.
That's what it's going to come down to. We'll probably have little wipers going.
Really?
Maybe. I mean, it's reality.
You make the
It could
motor
happen.
small enough.
Yeah. They're doing it. They're doing it on other things. So it's coming to a theater near us. soon.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, look at this.
do we
little,
have?
Little bump. Okay, so opportunity with first priority is Kira Pinkerton. So is this going to be a wave that she's going to have to cover? Is there two? That's really what Eden's hoping for. So it looks like outside, Eden's going to force the issue. She's got to be careful. There it is. So she sells her on it. Looks out the back, realizes this wave is going to back off. So job done, just now 35 seconds. Is there another wave for Eden? She's taking a look here. Not enough juice, only one wave. So good read there for Kira Pinkerton, 20 seconds. And that's going to be it, I think. Is there another one on the outside? Down to 12 seconds. Kira's calling it a heat. Is this wave going to come in time? No.
What a great served heat by Kira. Overall, really good. What a great run for Eden, too.
So cool to see the youngsters coming to the Coldwater Classic and performing at such a high level. Thank you, Eden. That was fun to watch, and we'll see more from you. Kira Pinkerton, congratulations. You're in the final with Autumn Hayes. So these two surfers will be going at it in just about an hour's time. As we see Kira there, we're going to take a small break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to bring on our first semifinal for the men. Davi Toledo, Levi Slauson coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here, Steamer Lane.
Welcome back to finals day action at Steamer Lane. This is the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and we've got semifinal heat number 1. Hitting the lineup, Levi Slauson has been a standout. Davi Toledo, a quiet surprise, and putting it together here on finals day. Both these surfers have had the highest heat totals of the day so far, and they're meeting each other in this semifinal number 1. And I'm going to welcome to the box a couple super legends. And first off, Darren Brillhart, who your first Coldwater was what year competing?
Competing, that was when Rufo won. The very first year,
85.
it was the PSAA event. Remember that?
It wasn't even a PSAA. It was just a Hotline Lighthouse Classic.
There you go. See,
PSAA.
you know all the information. But yeah, that was the very first time I came up here and first event here at the Coldwater. So
85. And then Tori Meister, legend, who this event means a lot to you, being that you won, and then all of a sudden you're a sponsored and O'Neill athlete, and you've been there ever since. And that was what year?
2013, I think.
So
we just looked it up.
10 years.
Yeah.
You've been with the brand, and you were basically at a crossroads at that point in your life. Like, what am I going to do?
For sure.
I want to be a surfer, but
Exactly. Yeah, I had the hard choice of trying to figure out what I was going to do, and then I got blessed with this, and it's been 10 years with O'Neill, and it's been some of the best 10 years of my life.
Yeah, and you love it, and you've been following Swell ever since. And matter of fact, you just came off a good run of surf heading to Portugal.
Yeah, I was in Europe for like a month and a half, and we had some great waves. And I always try to spend a lot of time during this time of year there.
Right, the fall.
Yeah, and it's nice. I mean, we've had the cold water the last 2 years, so it's kind of been a good little warm up before coming down over here, you know, and getting used to the cold water again, and yeah, surfing some heat. So it's been sick. I was stoked to get in this event.
I'm always stoked to have you here and participate in every cold water. You know, Darren, going back to you in regards to this heat here. Now, actually, I want to talk about the fact that your role is now. You've been basically putting this event together now with Brillo Productions for almost a couple decades, right?
Yeah, it's been 23 years.
23 years.
Can you believe that?
I mean,
yeah.
And explain why. I mean, you pretty much do everything. I mean, I know that if you're going to set up an event, yeah, you got to get the permits, got to go talk to the sponsorship, make sure everyone's happy, judges, all of it.
All of it, yeah. I mean, we put everything together from the infrastructure to even the prize purse, the payroll. Hiring the staff.
Got to write the checks. Wow.
Write the check. I wrote your check.
Yeah, I did. I saw that.
I didn't get a chance to write you a check. No, yeah, but you didn't make the money round. But you know.
I was going to ask you about that.
But yeah, but I really enjoy doing what I do. I mean, I'm blessed to be here, and for 23 years I've owned my company, Brillo Productions. And,
So literally the first year you started the company, it was the first year you did the Cold Water Classic?
Yes.
The same year?
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
so they've kept you around since the beginning?
Yes.
Right. That means you're doing a good job, right?
Yeah. Apparently so. But, yeah, I mean, I used to compete in this event for a number of years, and then from there just transitioned into running the events and had a lot of fun. So,
yeah. And, of course, this is Tori Meister here, Darren Brillhart. Thanks for joining us in the box. My name is Peter Mell. We've got semifinal number 1 underway, and talking about Davi and Levi, you guys have been paying attention, right, a little bit here. Tori, for you first, what do you think about it? Do a little SWAT report on Davi Toledo and Levi Slauson.
Yeah, been watching these guys rip all week. It's been super impressive. Obviously, I think Levi's been a huge standout. I watched him get a 9 this morning. He seems to be having a really good rhythm with it, and that's kind of what you need out there at the lane. And Davi also in the semis. I mean, he's been putting on a heck of a show, and yeah, it's just kind of whoever really gets a wave right now. I think that's what it is. It's tide's kind of coming up, and it's whoever has the most rhythm and mojo out there. So we'll see. It's going to be awesome to see who gets into this final.
Darren, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, just like Tori said, it's really who gets the better waves. Both surfers are surfing very well, obviously, to get to this point, right? And we're hoping that new swell would pick up a little bit more, but it's fairly inconsistent. That's why we made the heats 30 minutes. And it's going to be the ones that are going to pick out the ones that have that wall to it and have that critical section to get major maneuvers.
Well, we're waiting for this first set of waves to make it into the lineup. There is a wave opportunity here. See if these surfers are going to take a look at it. Nope, not a whole lot of energy. Let's head down and hear from Kira Pinkerton, who's down there with Eden Edwards.
I'm here with Kira Pinkerton, our semifinal Heat 2 winner. Kira, I know it was hard out there, but you were able to capitalize on the opportunities that you got.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. I felt like there was only one wave that really gave us like a good closeout opportunity, and luckily I was able to capitalize on it. And other than that, we were just kind of looking at waves that were fading out and hoping to get like 2 turns before it died. So
yeah, that's awesome. And what does Santa Cruz mean to you and this contest?
Yeah, I love Santa Cruz. I've been coming up here since I was probably like 10 years old. It's where I kind of learned to like ride bigger waves, and actually Autumn Hayes was the one who kind of talked me through one like incident that happened out here, and I was like very inspired by her, and so to have a final with her out here is pretty amazing.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. I'm so excited to watch. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Thanks to my grandma and my dad and mom for watching, and maybe my brother if he is too.
Awesome. Thanks, Kira.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kira. And what an opportunity up against. I mean, that's funny that Autumn has been one of those women that has always been the first to support her fellow competitors and the young women here in town. So it's interesting to hear that she actually had a story where she helped out Kira Pinkerton and me, because the lane as a whole, if it's on a bigger day, it can make you pay some dues.
For sure. There's raw power up here. It's awesome. So.
Well, you think about it too. I mean, the lane, you know, you always talk about the wave that's good from like, 2 to 20, right? And this is one of those places that can hold any swell direction and any size, really. And you can have rideable waves out here. I mean, the reefs go out and around and go, last year we had this really massive day. And literally I was out on the, third or fourth reef out here catching waves, which is, a quarter mile to the right outside. So it's still rideable waves, and we still call it the lane.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you've had a lot of warm-ups out here getting ready for Mavs.
Yeah, no, it's,
Yeah,
I mean, as far as a training ground, yeah, it's pretty good because it's a pretty broad, open ocean type of wave. It's got some punch, and you can ride big boards and get to use them and try them out, which is kind of nice to have a place that you could actually try your boards out before you actually go put them into, to Mavericks or to Jaws
sure.
or.
Nice to see if they work before you go
if they
to
go
places
float,
that want to kill you. For sure.
Slow start to this one. We will see what the head judge says here because we do have restarts today, right, if we had to?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we haven't...
We'll talk to our organizer here.
Of course, yeah. We haven't done a restart just yet, but, we are maybe a minute and a half away from a potential first restart.
And explain what would happen on a restart.
Yeah, I mean, we just reset the clock back to 30 minutes. So that 10 minutes, we just restart the heat.
Yeah, so, I mean, if there's waves that were opportunities for the surfers to move in and get it, although looks like there's a minute remaining and we may not get a restart because, well, we still got that option open. 1 minute to go.
Well, here's the thing, too. If there's rideable waves and they pass up on those rideable waves, the head judge could say, hey, no restarts. But we haven't heard that, so I think there's a really good chance under a minute here that we're going to see our first restart.
Yeah, I mean, again, you want to see them both get the opportunity, and it's all of a sudden you make it a 20-minute heat with no waves ridden. Hey, let's give them another fresh clock, and we'll see 30 seconds till that moment. I would imagine that your biggest moment was winning here at your event, but is there any other time that you were able to show up here at Steamer Lane during the Coldwater Classic, or a memory that you remember watching that just comes to mind?
Yeah, for sure. We used to come up here all the time for the Coldwater Classic tour. Back in the day, we used to have like a tour of like 3 events.
Yeah, there's Scotland,
yep.
Right. They went to Scotland, which was killer.
And Tasmania.
And Cape Town, right?
Yep.
In South Africa.
Yeah.
Which was rad to see. That was
and
kind
Tofino, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way, that's right. We did go to Canada.
Yeah, that was a really cool tour. That was really special. And, coming from Hawaii, you're going to all these really cold places with wetsuits and, booties and all this stuff. And I remember we'd do Tofino first, and then we'd end here. And, yeah.
There was a bounty on the win, too, right? If you won.
Like 50 grand if you
50
won.
grand, right?
Yeah.
If you won 3-event tour, which was kind of cool.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the good old days. That was fun. But I always really enjoyed doing these events. And,
because you like cold water? I mean, you come from Hawaii.
I know, it doesn't make sense.
Does it not? But you spend a lot of time in cold water, so it obviously doesn't bother you.
No. Well, I mean, O'Neill wetsuits are so good these days, right?
Good setup, huh? Good setup on that one.
For sure.
But that's
it's like I'm trunking it at all times.
Yeah.
But I'm warm. But no, I always really enjoyed this contest. This place is really special. It's like an arena. I think it's the closest thing to arena that you can get at a surf contest. Everyone can sit up on the cliff. They can tell you which waves to go on. They can see every single thing that's happening in an event. I think it's really great for competitors. And actually, there was a really fond memory that I had. It wasn't even me that did well. It was one of my best friends at the time, and he got second in the event. And it was really special watching him do super well, and I think he almost qualified that year. But yeah, it was.
Who was that?
That was Tonino Benson.
Yeah. Tonino.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, that was really cool. I remember it was freezing cold and flat, and we were just like, it was like one of our first years, and we were just like, wow, it's so cold. And the guy was just hammering out heats, and we were just sitting in the rain. And I was just caddying for him, and he was on fire, and that was a really cool moment.
He's had his struggles, I will say, Tonino Benson, but. Hope he's on the right track at the moment. Don't really know that, do we?
No.
Tonino.
But it was special to see him do that great, and it was, and then to come, I think it was, I don't know, maybe 5 years later to come back here and not have a sponsor for 3 years, and then, this felt like a godsend kind of win for me, and to win this event was like it was a weird full circle.
Well, and the funny thing about it too is that it felt like such an easy match. Like you came right into it, and it literally was just like, oh, it was so right that you just Tori's perfect for the brand, right? And you know, and it's been a decade later, and you're still a sponsored athlete, which is saying a lot considering how days are these days.
Yeah, for sure. No, I feel super blessed, and yeah, the way it happened was crazy, and yeah, this place means a lot to me. I look at the lane as a place that gave me my career back.
Yeah, cool. It's special, isn't it?
Yeah, very special. So, but yeah, I have a question for Darren though. Darren, do you remember how you did in '85 in that event that you were in at the lane? Do you remember what place you got?
Probably
you served a few more cold waters after that.
Yeah,
Maybe
no, I did.
What was your best
cold water,
result?
but lane events.
I would have to say quarterfinals.
Yeah.
I never made the semis, but there was maybe a couple of years where I made the quarters. But that 1 year, the very first year, it was just a one-day event.
Oh wow!
And I think I might have made one heat.
Nice. Was it big?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I mean, it was Northwest Steamer Lane. They were surfing indicator for the most part,
Right.
right? You were
Yeah, it
surfing
was.
indicator rather than the slot and all that. It was like literally a different.
You do remember, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was here.
You.
It's funny how
Photographic
like
memory. With heats.
Only moments, right? The moments that were impactful moments, and I
Right.
remember that being an impactful moment because Steve Price was there, and there was some video that came out that I know that VHS video that would be to add to my memory banks. Is that I got to watch that. You know, and that's something that I kept going back to because VHS was something that we looked at, right? And especially in '88, right? It was like new technology. We get to rewind.
For sure. That was when I was born. That's the year I was born, '88. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, there's been some really challenging years. There was one year that we didn't finish the men's. It was only the only time that happened. And we finished the women's, but we didn't get a chance to finish the men's. I'm sure you remember that.
Yep.
And
what year was that?
It was, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but it was a prime event, which would be equivalent to a 6,000.
Or Challenger.
Or a let's say a Challenger Series, of course. And we had to go to Waddell Creek quite a few times during that week.
A couple times.
And that's one of these.
We didn't finish it. I remember.
Yeah,
that.
and that's the tough thing here for Steamer Lane is that when it does go small and gets high tide or it goes flat, there's just not contestable waves.
For sure.
I don't know if we caught it, but we did get the restart, by the way.
Yes, we did.
Oh, look at the otters. This is another thing that's so special about Santa Cruz. Look at that.
That's
so cool.
I will say that is the odds-on favorite to be our legendary otter of 841, which was at one point taking surfboards.
Oh, that's the one.
That's the one.
Oh, it's famous on Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely famous.
Love the soft tops.
Yeah,
The
and
bright soft tops.
it recently had a child, and
Nice.
still resides here. You know, it was actually raised at the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary and released back into the wild.
No way.
Yeah, and this, you know, obviously caused a little bit of issues by taking some surfboards away, but
I mean,
hey.
he's a loke.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah, and it's funny because you talk about the surfers that had the incidents, they're like laughing about it, like going, so what? Like, yeah, I took my board, it came back later, it's all good, and you know, they wanted to go and try and rehabilitate 841, but they never caught her. She was always on the lam and never got caught.
That's
Best
so
thing ever.
good.
And then had a baby and everything's cool.
Yeah, she's
yeah,
all
the
mellow
warrant
now.
for
That's
arrest
what
is
happens.
lifted.
The locals have kids and they mellow out,
Yeah.
you know? That's how it works, dude. I'd be so stoked if an otter took my board. I'd be like, please take it.
Do we have 2 restarts, Darren?
Dude, we're double re.
We've done double restarts?
I mean, it could happen.
It could happen?
But, yeah, this heat, very slow. I haven't been watching all the heats, so is it
And this is
obviously
tough, too, because you're getting this perspective here is that you don't get to see if there's anything inside.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, there are some waves on the inside.
There
It
is,
looks,
right there, for sure.
Yeah, that's tough.
And we saw it earlier this morning. Actually, I was up in the tower during heat where the women were told that, hey, there's waves on the inside. The fact that you're positioning out there and you're not getting waves, sorry, we're not going to do a restart. And they let them know early, communicate it.
Yeah.
Well, that's important that they know that
Yeah.
because they could be just banking on a potential restart. But on this one, there really hasn't been much opportunity other than that wave we just saw on the inside.
They should follow the otter.
And a
He
lot
knows
of that,
where it's at.
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Follow the otter. But like a lot of it too is that they generally will say, hey, they won't give you a restart if you out positioned yourself, right? But they're sitting in the primary takeoff spot. Yes, there is waves outside of that primary takeoff spot, but you kind of have to look there and go, hey, you guys are trying to battle each other too hard. we're not going to, you guys basically let waves go by battling each other. These guys are just sitting there. So
Well, the tide's still coming up. It's 5.7 at around 2:15 this
So
afternoon.
it's a little later than 2. I thought it was right around 2, but it's
Yeah,
a little
it's
later.
just a little after 2 o'clock on that high tide. But we're also supposed to see a little bit more swell too at that time. And if there's more swell, it can break through that. It's not like a 6-point or a 7-point high tide. It's definitely high, but it's not an extreme high tide.
No,
So
it isn't. It's like kind of all day. It's been that kind of mid-tide too. And you don't get a huge tide swing or a huge coefficient between tides, the high and the low. Generally, it doesn't affect the consistency of the waves too much because you're not getting as much water volume moving around, right? So it doesn't affect the lineup as much. It does do a little bit. I mean, it's obvious here we're seeing a long lull.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, it's unfortunate. So we'll see.
When you're talking about positioning, I was remembering some of my first Coldwater Classic moments and when we didn't have priority and 4-man heats. And
How
you'd have
great.
heats like this.
And up
and you
against
didn't
the
have
cliff.
priority. Yeah, and guys were
Legendary.
slamming each other into the How many? You must have had a couple jiu-jitsu
have.
matches up against the cliff.
And there was great techniques you could use. That,
Yeah, I bet.
And a lot of times, depending on where your judges tower is, you're not seeing it.
Right.
Right. So if there is some stuff going on behind the cliff, you'd never see it.
What was your coolest moment? Did you?
Like I will, in competing, one thing that happened with me, and this is actually a really cool moment between friends, but we'll get back to that in a second. It actually happened the year I won. But
oh, nice. Oh,
quick wave there. So we are not going to get another restart. We have the heat underway. Quick one there for Slauson. Not going to factor in. Just going to be a quick ride and to see if Davy Toledo moves into the inside now. He will.
Yeah.
But it was with Rufo in the final. Drummy and Larson were in the final with me. It was pretty good pumping lane. And there was a moment where Roof could have, with non-priority, as we watch that replay, non-priority, basically I was up, but I gave him space and he could have come underneath me and let me, and took it and taken away from me with non-priority, and he didn't. He let me go because out of respect, out of us being friends, and I was up, and it turned out to be the winning wave.
Wow.
And I talked to Rufo about that. Actually, he told me that story.
Yeah.
And he's all, I mean, obviously he was stoked that you won, but
he's like my elder, dude. I couldn't do anything there, but it was kind of
take
nice.
the win there.
I mean, I would never have a QS win if it wasn't for Roof, so thank you, Roof.
Yeah, Roof. What a nice guy.
All right.
How many times has Roof won it?
Once only, 85, the year that we very firstly done it, but he had made several finals, but didn't get the win again.
So was that at the beginning of the heat or at the end of the heat?
That was probably right, like 3/4 in. That was like literally the end. He had another. He in his mind probably was going, "I'll get another chance," right?
For sure.
But that was my second wave, and I somehow I can't exactly how managed it out, but I just know that that was one that he could have taken from me, and he didn't.
Nice.
So thank you, Roof.
Yeah, Roof, legend.
But he also said that you gave him a wave earlier in the heat too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
Oh, well, see, I'm such a nice guy.
You are.
Well, and I didn't weasel him.
It probably
right?
wasn't that good of a wave.
I didn't weasel him. And that was the whole thing. It was opportunities where I had the inside or whatever, and it's like that he was repaying what I gave him the respect of his turn, right? As locals, we sharing in turns. That's how he learned the etiquette here. In surfing, we take turns.
There's a lot more etiquette back then.
Yeah. Well,
There's even more etiquette in heats back then. I remember if I had a scary Hawaiian dude in my heat, I was like not gonna back paddle Sunny. There's no way.
No way.
He was waiting. I was scared for my life.
Yeah, same.
No,
I mean,
or any of those guys.
Those days were over, Tori.
Those days were over, dude. Dang it, I missed it.
Yeah.
Now that I got old.
All right. Slauson just
times.
a .50. Toledo now. So this is going to be a funny little chess match, probably. It looks like an opportunity here. See if Davi can get in position. He's going to see it now.
Yeah, this is a nice wave.
Yeah, Slauson's on the outside there. Davi to the side, but Davi has priority, so if he wants it, he'll let it take it. And both are paddling. Davi takes it. Little arc to start and a fall. First fall we've seen from him. All that sitting.
It's a lot of sitting.
Right, a little, sitting and kind of paddling around. Oh, man, that was a missed opportunity, it feels like.
For sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you sit that long, it's really hard to,
have the pop.
Stay warm. And
for sure.
And, I mean, the water is really not that cold as it normally is 55 degrees. It's
Nah,
probably,
normal,
58, something like that?
Normal fall temps, but I will say that the actual weather as far as the temperature dropped last night, right? It got a little chillier last night.
This morning,
It was the coldest night that we had this year so far, at least I remember.
For sure. Yeah, the water is warm, but you sit long enough, man, and you're in a cold place, your feet are going to, become hoofs.
They are.
Yeah. I don't see hardly anyone using booties.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You're not wearing booties, are you?
I did last year. It was way colder last year. Yeah, I wore them last year. I love booties, but this year's was pretty warm, so I kind of just been standing. I didn't wear them at all.
Real quick, looking at our site right there, when we had the blistering winds that came up of 30, 40 knots, all those tents you saw right there behind the judges' container, they were all lifting, which is the tents that we're sitting under right now, and we almost lost them that night. I mean, that was pretty brutal, really challenging. It happens, I'd say every 5 or 6 years we get hit pretty bad weather-wise.
And what is your go-to in that moment? Bodies?
Gorilla tape.
Gorilla tape?
Yeah.
Or zip ties?
Well, yeah, not zip ties. Zip ties don't hold as well as, I'd say, duct tape, gorilla tape. Yeah, that is the best. But, we're lucky to have this railing right here because we anchor everything off to the railing. And then also,
we care about our railings, dude, around here, man. I see we just replaced a whole, like, right from this right here on this top has all just been replaced.
Right.
Wow.
And I was like, why are we replacing that stuff? It doesn't seem like it's that worn. But we did whole new footings and everything, and so again, that's we care about our railings.
You need it. Last year you guys got hit wild with all those storms, man. I mean, you got a whole new rock in the lineup. That's like a whole new thing. Everyone's talking about that. It is, for sure.
Affecting today's lineup.
That would have been hard if we didn't have priority. You guys would be banging each other into that thing.
Yeah, it would definitely, a few fins would be lost on it for sure. And I'm sure already a few have.
Yeah, guarantee. Looks nuts.
Yeah, we've, with the erosion, it's been happening for billions of years here, right? So ultimately, we've got natural bridges that are turning out right now. Just on the other side last year when we had a lot of effect, we actually lost a huge chunk of the cave, which is on the opposite side, which is basically going underneath the lighthouse.
Okay.
And then we've got on this side, which is, you can see right where that wave is heading into now, that is actually had a big wall. They had actually had a wall that was there to try, it's all broken down, and now that's going through. And so there'll be a natural bridge that's going to happen inside the cove there, pretty much underneath that bridge. And I'm sure it's going to take a few 100 years, or maybe 2 big storms. Who knows?
Who knows? You never know. It's Andino this year.
Yeah.
That's wild. It's almost like the cameraman is listening to you while you're talking about this right now. He's like, it's like,
yeah.
He's like moving as you're talking. You notice that?
Yeah. But that's where you see, when you mentioned that rock that had fallen, that big chunk of that cliff right there, falling into the ocean, and I was hoping that it was going to get pounded and broken down quicker than it has, because there's that little pinnacle rock that is basically, on a south swell, you can use that as a little ramp, and it'll actually glide along the cliff line and wedge up. But now it breaks now, and then it actually sends water across your face every time you paddle for it now. It used to just let you lift you up and you could ride it, but now it like literally comes at you and just gives you a nice little left hook.
Yeah, it's crazy.
As you look in again, the Otters kind of trying to show the lineup. And yeah, everyone here watching, this is semifinal number 1. Darren Brillhart, Tori Meister joining me in the booth here. It's been a pretty neat Coldwater Classic as we pretty much picked the optimum time of year to run this event. And it's been a little challenging with conditions once again there, Darren, but ultimately you love coming up here every year.
Well, yeah, it's been challenging, but I have to say we got pretty lucky as well because, some of the cells that came in on that storm, it hit us at nighttime, and we're able to have a real big day on that opening day, and the waves were really good. The storm held off just enough, until that last heat, and then the next day, we were able to get another good day in. So those are really important days for us to run through the high tide. Just to get to this point. Yesterday, we were looking to potentially finish and not have our finals day on Sunday, but with that storm stalling out and then coming in on pretty much at 4 in the morning and pretty much wiped us out all the way till the afternoon, you know, brought us to today. You know, we're hoping a little bit more swell, but the conditions, beautiful conditions.
It's so true. I mean,
props to you, Darren. This has been a hard one to call.
It is a little bit. I mean, even yesterday we probably could have held off, and at the afternoon it looked okay, right? It had some waves, and we didn't think that the forecast had enough energy there. It was supposed to be kind of flat, and it was still waves.
And there's been like 2 big storms too. It hasn't just been one. The first storm, I watched Darren. He was out there with Gorilla Tape just
and
down
hanging
all
off
the hatches. I was like, dude, you need help. He was running around. Well, and we had another one too.
It was
yesterday,
it was that last heat on that opening day. It was Nat Young's heat, and as soon as the heat started, the winds picked up 30, 35 knots.
Yeah, it actually started a little bit before. It was like 15 to 20, and then the Heat 8 started, and it went from 25 to 35.
Yes.
And then by the end of the heat, it was 45. Right, like stuff was hovering.
Goodness. I went up north that day, and it did the same thing. It was all glassy and nice. I was like, oh, maybe this thing's not coming. And you could kind of see it. You know, the sky was all gray. And like, where is it? It's coming. Then an hour later.
I love that. Otter 841 has the attention always. Just loves it.
Look at it.
It's don't know if the baby's a boy or a girl, but
yeah, this is so good.
So good. This could be a chess match, though, man. I mean, no scores on the board yet. 12 minutes.
Yeah. I kind of want to see one of the otters take someone's board.
How good would that be? Weird? Oh my God, that would be epic, right? Yeah,
all right. Let me
happy
teach you
being
how
mom
it's
now.
done. Yeah. She's right there, though.
Of course, I have to thank Kona Brewing, West Peak, as that is into the beer garden there. Of course, O'Neill, Guayaki, Save the Waves. They've been instrumental in creating our beautiful coastline here and keeping it that way with the surfing reserves. I mean, you were just coming from a surfing reserve, right? It's usually end up going to surfing reserve. You've got Bell's on there. You've got the Gold Coast. You've got right here, Santa Cruz is a surfing reserve.
Right.
And you were just in Ericeira, which is a surfing reserve in Portugal.
Yeah.
12 stationed all over the world. So Save the Waves has been a big part of that. So thank you to them and their partnership here.
Thank you, Save the Waves. We need to save them.
Yes, it's true,
It's
right?
true.
I mean, it all actually, now that I think about it, one of the catalyst that started it was Madeira. One of the first years in Madeira, there was a thread of a wave there, and that's how the association, the foundation started.
Yep. I actually just went down there, and I didn't even know that's where it started. And
Yeah.
I was with Miguel Blanca, who's a big advocate for Save the Waves, and
Yep.
he was like, this is where it started. We surfed that wave and everything. And
Good
he was
wave,
telling me
too,
to start. Great wave.
Yeah, we were lucky
great
that
wave.
actual, when they did, refurbish that harbor, that it didn't ruin the wave. It still affected it slightly, but it's still a wave that's on the map. Luckily, that, I think, awareness probably would have helped at least make sure that when they did build that thing out, that they're taking that into consideration and they're not building an extra big flat wall that just sends reverberation into it, right? You got to utilize all of the people that are around that you know to develop something that works for everyone.
Definitely. Think of how many good waves have been destroyed.
Tons.
It's wild to think. Yeah.
There's a few created too, though.
Yeah,
I will
there
say.
is.
I'll give some props to that. Our one town, have in town. We have the Santa Cruz Harbor that isn't exactly legal to surf, but shoot, when it's on, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and Kelly Slater's wave pool.
Right? Let's go to the other extreme. Oh man, what are you thinking, Tori? What's your thinking as far as this heat here and how you'd be playing it out? Would you move further inside? Like,
oh my God.
I mean, the one issue with moving away from the primary takeoff zone and going, say, into Middle Peak, which may have a wave or two,
For sure.
you could lose your priority.
Definitely. I mean, I think if I was Davy, I'd be moving in trying to get something under Levi because he's got priority. But yeah, this is just a dogfight. This is a hard heat right here. I don't know. It's kind of how do you play it and hope that it works out, right? I mean, you could sit and wait for that one wave, and I think if you have priority, that's what you do. That's what Levi's doing. And but if you don't have priority, you kind of got to move in and just stay busy, right? Maybe, there's some middle peak waves. They're tough, but I mean, what's going to happen? These guys only got 0.93, 0.5. It's crazy. And who knows what's going to happen? Might as well. It's better to be riding, right? So I'm sure they're both kind of tripping on that.
Yeah,
and
for sure they are.
I would rather probably be Levi right now with priority. But, one exchange and it'll change everything. But it might be hard to get two good waves at this point.
And the pressure, too, that you would feel with priority is like, okay, if it's going to come down to a one-wave heat, right? Like, that choice is going to be paramount.
And they've been sitting for so long. I mean, how long has it been? We had a restart.
Yeah, no, it's been 30 minutes.
They both fell in their first
Over
wave.
30 minutes.
Yeah. Levi's first wave was pretty good, but it was like way down the line, so it was pretty where he was. I mean, he was in a tricky spot. There was no priority.
And then Davy had the fall.
Yeah, and
right? Davy had the cut back to fall.
Yeah, so he couldn't have been down there because Davy would have probably won. So it's just been a tricky. He is full chess match, and I think priority is really going to be the most important thing that wins this heat. So I think we'll see what happens, right?
I'd have to say too, it's a major concern too moving forward. I mean, it's really,
you just put your official's cap on.
You see that?
Wait a minute, this isn't fun for action.
Yeah, what's going on here?
You know, I'm looking.
Are we going
here,
to 1L?
we really don't have a lot of flexibility, right? Because we delayed the start to 8 o'clock, thinking that maybe the swell is going to pick up later, so it's maybe best to finish a little bit later. We were scheduled to start at 7:30. The quarterfinal heats were at 25 minutes, and we decided to go 30, which I think that was a good call to do.
For sure, and there's some good waves.
And there were some good waves, but now, you know, as you can see, with the tide creeping up, it's just less consistent.
Yeah.
And this heat right here, I mean, there's...
What would you do out there, Darren? What would you rather have, priority right now, or just go sneak a bunch of waves under everyone?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd rather have priority, but what you can do is you can move in. Your priority's not going to get suspended if you move in a little bit, because I was talking to the priority judge earlier today, and they're deeming right there on the outside and also a little bit further on the inside is also spurable waves.
Yeah,
so that's where the priority lies. And so if you move inside a little bit, you're not going to get your priority suspended.
And that changes. I mean, you think about that. I mean, this would be a great event to kind of look at, because we've had all these different swell directions and swell types of swells. I mean, every day has been a little bit different, and so that can change. That primary takeoff zone is what we'll call it, according to the rule book, right? It's a primary takeoff zone that can expand and contract depending on conditions.
Yeah. And it's a south swell, right, that's moving in today? I mean, the slot is great on the south, right?
It's supposed to be northwest. It's supposed to pick
northwest.
up. But,
okay, I thought it was
but
south.
I think it's literally a lot of the majority of the waves you've seen today have been that leftover south swell that's still lingering.
And also it's a real steep swell, and there's wind swell as well. I mean, you see the outer water winds are picked up quite a bit. The winds are blowing, I think, now out of the northwest, right? And you can see the outer water white caps right there where that sailboat is. And a lot of times, right? I mean, I don't live here, but I come here.
You know enough about
I know enough of this place that
waves work.
If it's pretty steep, it really passes the upper part of the point.
It does.
And goes more towards the middle peak.
We're lucky that we actually have the outside middle peak second reef, because that second reef is what makes this place so consistent. It actually grabs the swell and kind of steers it in here.
Nice.
Otherwise on northwest swells, we'd see a lot of missing if it wasn't for that shallow water to be able to just kind of steer it in here.
Good to know. Well, usually this wave is the best wave on the coast, so if it's
very consistent.
It's very consistent
And clean, because it sits where it sits in the our predominant winds are out of the northwest. That's going to be our trade wind, basically.
Right.
And, most of the afternoon, as we see here, an opportunity for Slauson to pull the trigger. He's dropping in. This is going to be hard. Can he get to his feet? He does. Wow, that was a last-second decision.
Oh, my gosh.
Wrapping Kade and goes down. And that's unfortunate there for Slauson.
Yeah, that's 2 falls right there. So both surfers had missed opportunities there.
And I think a lot of things that we're not seeing too is there's big kelp beds everywhere. You're seeing a couple of guys getting stuck as they do a rebound. They probably run into one of these kelp beds, and they literally feel like someone's grabbing your fins in the wave and pulling your board down. So, it's just another thing to kind of add to surfing the lane.
It's
another
so true.
little variable.
It is so true. That's so tough too, to climb over the whitewater and get it done. A little wrapping Kade and then just falter, and that would be frustrating, especially when you think about the time in this heat. So it is still up in the air. Slauson's use of priority here, and it's just a throwaway number. As a matter of fact, it's another 0.93 for Slauson. He was actually the best wave of the heat, tied with the first wave of Davy, which is the exact same thing. A roundhouse cut back to fall. They got the exact same score. That's classic.
They're consistent.
Right? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, the judges actually, they had different numbers for it, but it averaged out. And that 0.93 conceivably is a backup number right now.
Right? Certainly
going to be.
So it's even Steven. I mean,
and we're
now
looking
again,
at 4 minutes, 3 minutes here. Yeah.
Toledo is holding court with that priority. You know, and if there's a one-wave set, if there's a two-wave set, I mean, oh man, the decision-making right now would be very stressful.
For sure. Yeah, really, this is a full chess match right here.
An important
What do you
chess
do?
match, too.
Yeah,
I mean, you think
like
about
for the final.
right? Like, yeah, it's a birth the final. Levi, you know, this is really becomes a quote unquote result with the QS 1000 is when you know, are getting into the finals. You know, semi kind of result. I mean, it's, you know, as a 1000 and you've got these bigger events, this is so much easier to qualify with like a good result in the 5000. But this is going to count. This is going to be good for Levi. It's going to be another result for him. And considering he wants to be in that top 7.
For sure.
All right, so he does not have priority. Davi does. It goes.
Oh, watch out for the others.
Yep. Be taking out the locals. They'll come out to you. Section here. Sparkles and pulls it down. Nice combo there for Davi. Oh, and there's the kelp.
There's the kelp. That's the best wave of the heat by far. So
By
we'll
far.
see. Yeah.
So that pulled the trigger. He did not want to wait. There was an opportunity. Went for it.
Mm-hmm.
So with it being small like this, the kelp is more in play, obviously, because you're riding the wave a lot further in. I know usually with the higher tide, the kelp usually is not in play as much as the tide when it's low, but...
Oh, yeah, if we were dead low tide right now, that would be even worse with the kelp. So watch that little cutty there. I mean, this is going to be a score that's going to be in the top 2, so it's an important score for both
Surf that
these
wave
surfers
really
to know.
well.
He did,
Yeah, really well. So light on his feet. I mean, this is so hard right here. And he was so light and springy. Threw a lot of spray.
Riding the dark arts.
Wow. And that was great. I mean, yeah, the kelp is the fin grabber, dude. There it was.
Big
But
time.
It didn't even matter. He kind of did the work before.
5 points.
5 points.
And the lead. So now Slauson is going to need exactly that, a 5.0. What happens then? Oh, I guess if we we're going to say that it goes, if they, right now you've got 0.93 as their backup numbers, a 5 for Davi.
Oh my God.
I'm just throwing out there because I have nothing else to talk about.
I love it.
Levi Slauson gets a 5. The reason why the 5 is enough, even though they'd be tied, is because there's a third wave. So, yeah, third highest wave, the 0.5.
We talked
compared
about
to the
catching
0.3.
waves. Yeah. That's wild. That could totally happen.
It could.
We're hoping Levi gets a chance here.
Yeah, we hope that, well, 120. Man, look at, is there a moment out there?
Oh,
Next
trying,
heat, Kolohe's
it's
doing the
trying.
paddle out from the rocks.
You'd think if you're Kolohe and Michael Dunphy that you would have a lot of heats here. Or a lot of waves in your next heat.
Well, you would think.
You would think. We'll see. Hopefully.
Yeah, and I think Darren over there is going in his head going, oh, high tide's still not for another 2 hours.
Goodness.
Well, I know it's not going up too much more.
Yeah.
But the problem is, too, is once it gets high tide, it seems like on the backside of the tide, it slows down even more.
Yeah, it does take some time to
And,
see the
it
water.
it takes a good hour for the water to rush out
Settle.
of the pool, right?
Yeah, settle.
So to speak. So
for sure.
I noticed that in the last few days.
That shot of Levi Slauson, I would say, is probably 5 years old, maybe, or even longer, maybe. He looks pretty young right there.
He looks young. That's NSSA Explore Boys right there.
Yeah, that's too good.
Yeah. Oh, man. Hopefully.
20 seconds. Is there a moment? What a bummer for Slauson. I mean, really, his surfing has been spot on all event long, and has been really the standout, especially this morning with that 9-point ride. But it is going to be over.
Yeah. Dang.
We're going to wrap it up. Semifinal number 1 is done and dusted, and Davi Toledo into the final. Gotta love that. Levi Slauson is a little frustrated, as he should be. That was a tough one. Chess match won by Davi Toledo. I'd like to you guys get back to work there. Darren, you got to get back over there, make sure we're going to be running enough waves. Maybe get out there and get a little, I don't know, what can you do to make some waves, but fingers crossed.
All right, thanks.
And of course, Tori Meister, we're going to bring in 2 more legends of the sport as we watch this replay here. And that's the result. Davi into the final. Levi finishing equal third. We'll be back with semifinal number 2 right after this.
Pete, thank you.
The O'Neill name is synonymous with the ocean. 25 years ago, Jack O'Neill, the founder of the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, created a program that reminds us daily that ocean education should be free and accessible to all. Providing school-age youth with ocean education at a critical point in their development is what we are passionate about. So check out our website today, o'neillseaodyssey.org, and learn how you can contribute to make this program possible.
We are back at the Coldwater Classic as we look to our northwest and up in the water now. Michael Dumpy, Kolohe Andino, and in the booth, Nat Young and Ian Crane going to break it down for these two guys that you guys know very well. Bloodbath. Well, after you watched what happened in that last heat, I don't know what's going to happen, and hopefully we got some waves that'll show up in the lineup.
Yeah, that was the slowest heat of the comp. It's interesting to see where these guys are going to start this heat because there are waves off the cliff, but then there's also good waves inside where Kolohe's at, so it'll be interesting to see what comes first.
We saw Kolohe do this in his semi or quarterfinal heat, and he sees something again. Look at him jetting towards Middle Peak.
Dunphy's fired up. He said he's ready to punch the cliff, so.
Brother doesn't want a piece of it right now. He's just giving him his face up top. He knew Dunphy meant business right now.
Is that the vibe you felt? I mean, you would have seen these guys before the paddle out, right? Dumpy, he was like in the boxing match, and Kolohe's like in the Irie camp.
I didn't see Kolohe, but Dunny said he's ready to paddle into a wall. So.
Yeah, Dunphy said if it came to it, he's hitting the cliff.
And you would say that, I mean, I've seen it over the years where Kolohe is not one to bow down in a good paddle battle. I mean, him and Gabe Medina paddled to frickin' Timbuktu, and I watched him at the Tahiti Pro. They went so deep.
Here he comes. Now we're going to see a little battle right here.
Oh, that's good. Ian Crane, good to have you on board here. Longtime O'Neill team rider. And actually, you were able to compete in this event.
Yeah.
Put on the jersey.
Yeah, Coldwater Classic is coming in the jersey again.
Right.
Here goes Mike.
Mike with an easy paddle.
Glides into it. Is he riding the same board there, Nat?
Yeah, he had me bring him down in epoxy, but I think just bouncy, and there's still little waves when, you know, the ones that come through that you're actually riding are decent enough to ride a normal board, so I think that's his normal short board.
Yeah.
And you're the one that convinced him, because I talked to him and he was all fired up on the epoxy, ready to ride it.
No, he called me and told me to bring down his epoxy with his stickers, and he hadn't even ridden the board, so I think it might have been a sketchy call riding a brand new board in your heat, but he's doing good on what he's on, so.
Yeah, it's true.
I think it was that Levi Slauson wave in the quarters, that like 9 he got. I think he saw that and he's like, okay, I don't need to grovel that hard. There's still good waves coming through, and especially at the lane, like it's got so much like power in the face and lump and bump, something like
it's
a
good
little
to hear that you say
be.
that, actually. I mean, I wouldn't ride Serpent Light does have a lot of power. I mean, generally speaking, it gives you a little bit more than it looks. Like when you're looking at it, you're like, oh, it's, 2-foot wave, it doesn't have a lot of juice. But then all of a sudden you're on it and it feels like you got power under your feet.
Dunphy getting a little 3.6, starting to, reform.
Oh, he is so in the East Coast vibe right now, just riding anything that moves. He's going to get himself a second number here. And look at a section.
Oh, put it down.
Oh,
Mike.
showcase the fins right there.
Brother paddled for that wave. He couldn't catch it off the cliff, and then Dunny swung it.
That's going to be a good score.
And that finish move on the bricks, basically, right here on the rocks. And I would say that Michael Dumpy has a pretty good awareness of the lane. He can sniff out waves.
He does. See, oh, this is his first wave.
Yeah, this is his first wave replay here. That one came in at a 3.67.
Yeah, Dunny's been surfing it like inside out here. It's almost like he starts out way inside and kind of gets these inside ones that stand up while everyone's out the back waiting for something that's not coming.
And that's kind of like what we saw in the last heat. Like those guys are anchored out the back, and there's all these little insiders like this one that Mike's on right here, where they could have been getting scores the whole time.
I did not see this section on the inside.
Oh.
I guess we're a little tighter with the camera work, but he saw it, read it, 5.17.
Nice with it.
That's a keeper. Oh, here goes Kolohe.
Okay, Kolohe, watch out. This kid knows how to ride a small wave.
Small wave guru, huh?
He is. Carrying some speed here, a couple cutties. See if he can find an inside connection. He knows what one looks like with a little extra juice. Look at that, drives the cutty.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go. Is that the best wave of the heat?
That's got to be around Mike's 5, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah, in the zone, huh?
Also caught it on the outside. You think about where the 517 was caught by Dumpy. That was on basically middle peak.
Yeah.
Right? Even though it's very inside middle peak. But that one caught off the cliff for Kolohe. I think that advantaged Kolohe in my eyes.
There it is. 573, yeah.
Okay, half point extra there. So 573 for Kolohe and Andino. We got Davi Toledo on the glass and our first finalist. Let's hear from him.
I'm here with Davi Toledo. That was such a hard heat. Not many waves, not much opportunity. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was definitely a nerve-wracking heat. Really tough out there. I know people were watching waves on the inside, but the strategy, remains the same. Unfortunately, we didn't caught the waves that we were waiting for out there, but I just want to say congrats to Levi. He was ripping out there too, all throughout the event, but came out on top, thank God. I just want to thank everyone that were watching, all the homies cheering me up, and let's keep the vibe going,
We're looking forward to seeing you in the final. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
There you have it. Davi Toledo through on the outside. Here's Dumpy. We also saw during that interview the wave of Kolohe and Andino. I don't know how he was able to pull off that air, but driving through these sections here is Dumpy. One of the best of these two. Probably some of the best. I mean, I would say for sure the two best on the North American circuit as far as small wave surfing is concerned. Like these guys have always been one to somehow find speed in a wave that doesn't look like there's anything there.
Totally. Dumpy is definitely, you don't want to draw that guy when when the waves are small. He'll, it seems like he wins every comp that's when the waves are small like that. And he's really good at the lane. He seems to like pick these waves that he sees that other guys aren't seeing. I don't know if it translates from the East Coast or whatnot, but he's got a good eye for the right wave out here.
And I think that's what the relationship is, as far as, Ian, like the relationship. Some surfers love the lane and some don't, right? I mean, there's many surfers that we've talked to, legendary surfers that have never been fans of the lane and always have been tricked by it. So, how was your relationship with the lane?
I mean, I love the lane. Just coming down and just being able to surf with everyone, like the whole vibe of the place is special. But yeah, there's something about picking a wave out here that can really trick you. It takes time for sure. Like you got to put your time in out at the lane to figure out where to be and what to be on. The relationship's good, but it takes time. Like you're not going to paddle out there first try and luck into a good wave. It seems like it'll surprise you and put you back down. It takes a while to get back up.
Ian Crane, Nat Young, long time surfers here at Santa Cruz, but also San Clemente. Ian Crane, a long time O'Neill rider. Nat, your experience had a little bit of a rough one here at this year's Coldwater Classic. All of a sudden, a storm decided to show up during your heat.
Yeah, it was a perfect storm during my heat. It was kind of like any local knowledge just goes out the window as waves breaking like everywhere. So it was unfortunate. I was pretty bummed, but yeah, it's cool to see both my friends in this heat right here, and one of them in the final. They were both at my house for dinner last night, so it's been a fun week.
Yeah.
And hopefully one of these guys can take it down.
I did some cliffhangers with you guys, and you guys are entertaining. I was actually talking about it, the fact that I actually just like full belly laughs, and that's those times that you get to watch the sunset and sit and watch the surf with some good friends and chuckle it up. You guys have been classic this week, so thank you for that.
It's been
this
fun.
week's been epic. Hanging with everyone, just talking shit on the cliff's been epic.
It is all about it. There we go. Kolohe has been moving around this lineup, sharking, and somehow was able to find this.
Boom.
0 speed, and able to get the whip into reverse, and the number a 5.10. And then this one in the replay here, a little different type of wave.
This one didn't really have like the end section that you want, huh? It kind of just shouldered out, and he did a couple cutbacks, but I'm sure he wanted that closeout turn at the end.
Yeah, that closeout turn on the end's been crucial for getting scores today, or kind of all event with these soft waves. Like if you get into the lip on that end turn, it's like at least 5, kind of it seems like, and just those shoulder carves aren't really getting the score, seems like.
Separated by just under a point. Dumpy with the 5.17 and the 4.67. So the comparison, the 5.10 went to Kolohe with the air, and just that kind of was it. And then the driving carves, 4.67, so advantage to Kolohe and both of his scores, so that's why he's got the lead. But still, very tight heat. Mid-5s really have kind of what's been the scores lately.
It's tricky because like at any moment like a really good wave could come through, and like if you catch that really good wave and just ride it, it's going to be like more than an 8. So it's like whoever has priority at that moment when that wave comes can flip the whole heat on its head.
So true. So true.
But Dunny's back in his spot, way in from the cliff.
Your read on this next final, Autumn against Kira. Obviously, Autumn, first time into the finals here.
Yeah, Autumn knows what to do out there. She knows what she should be looking for, and I mean, I'd definitely say she's have, you know, an advantage in terms of picking the right waves.
That'd be the Cinderella story right there. Local girl.
Yeah, and again, where she's at in her career, this is kind of like, hey, this is a big moment. So you would have to say the expectation pretty high here, especially with everyone on the cliff. Their expectation to have her take a win.
Yeah, the cliff was getting loud during that semifinal with Autumn, so it'd be sick to give the people what they want with Autumn and a big win.
You remember your time competing in the championship tour in your home break, you know, at San Clemente at Lowers. You know, tell us about that moment and how it made you feel as a competitor.
Oh yeah, whenever you're like able to surf in front of like a home crowd and everyone just kind of rallying behind you, it's the coolest feeling ever. You like feel it, you know, like.
And did it make you nervous? Was it harder to compete, or did you feel like it was easier?
I
think it's different for every local.
I don't think competing's really like what I'm best at. So like,
so you don't really
just
care.
like, I don't think it gave me like any like thing other than just like it made the experience more fun. So
yeah, that's
something like that. I kind of feel like that's kind of where Autumn's at too, just like for doing it as long as she's been doing it, and just like a contest at Steamer Lane to win it at the Coldwater. It's like probably every kid from Santa Cruz's dream, right? Like
100% it is. I mean, I was going to go to Nat with the next question. You competing at home, you had your first final would have been the OP or the junior, right? Oakley Junior here when you actually won at the lane. And that was a final, and at that moment, that would have been a big final. You ended up winning it later, a year later probably, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, a year later you ended up winning the actual pro event. But, I mean, I know that competing as you know, in your home break, as a youngster, how did that make you feel?
It was cool, yeah. It's super fun, like, running out for your heat and everyone, you know, cheering for you and seeing all the people you surf with every day. And, you know, Autumn's about to feel that right now before the final. It can be nerve-wracking. I mean, you know.
And did you find that it helped your competing, or did you feel like it was tougher for you?
I feel like it probably helps. It's always like reassuring to like kick out of a wave that you think felt pretty good and hear everyone on the cliff, you know.
Even if they're a little bit swayed.
Yeah, I mean it helps. I'm sure the judges, like, it factors in when they hear everyone on the cliff cheering.
We're human.
Yeah.
We're human, and yeah, that's definitely an energy that would definitely focus. I mean, I know Autumn said that when she was talking about that one wave at the very end of her heat, she kind of needed it. It was a last, it needed a pretty high 4, I think, and she had to like hit the closeout, and she had no speed. She like just forced it, and then everyone screamed, like, she's like, oh my God, that's gonna be the sickest score. And then she's like, you got a 6. She needed a high 5. She got a 6, like literally just got it. But it did turn the heat, and maybe the crowd helped.
You can hear it too, like out in the water a little bit more so than anywhere probably else in the world, just with the stadium atmosphere out there. Just, you know, you kick out basically underneath everyone that's on the cliff, so pumps you up for sure on the paddle back out.
Yeah, she's giving the people what they want right now in the final. It's gonna be sick. Hopefully they get some good waves and she gives a show for everyone.
A couple of people have been calling Dunny and brother like honorary Santa Cruz guys. Like Dunny's got his.
Come on, there's no way, not yet. They got way more years. I'm not giving it to him, sorry.
Dunny's milking it.
Nah.
Dunny says he's the guy.
Okay, well, it's just because he's staying at Nat's.
Yeah, he's driving around in Nat's truck all week with the tinted windows. People have been thinking it's Nat. He's getting waves.
You let him
and
drive your
boots.
car?
Yeah, he just took over on the thing.
Oh, what are friends for?
He's been babysitting though, right? He's earning it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's good. Uncle Dumpy. Well, let's see. This is a good matchup, though. I mean, these two have been longtime friends, obviously, and longtime rivals in a way, really. I mean, East Coast, West Coast, kind of similar age.
You don't want to be anyone more than your friend, too.
Right.
or lose to your
Especially
friend.
if you're hanging all week long. And so it's not only the competition that's happening. Like, I saw you guys had a bunch of games on your table. You guys playing games at the house, too?
I think it might have been Rocky's Toys.
Oh.
Play-Doh and some little puzzles or whatnot.
So you haven't been playing any games?
No,
There's no card games going down?
Nope, no games.
Okay. just cliff heckles.
Cliff heckles, that's it.
It's just like, we just like sit in a circle and talk and change locations. We like start at my house and then go down the lane and have the same conversation and go to a restaurant.
Add someone else's point of view into it. Yeah. Well, how did you feel about that? What I heard at the WSL. We've been having a good old time.
A lot of laughs.
Yeah, there hasn't been much wave, so it lends more time to talk and shop.
Yeah. All right, so up against the cliff, little bounce into it. Carry speed, no worries. Trying to better a 5.10. Watch out for the otter. Snapping through. This is where the kelp kind of comes into play slightly. Pinnacle rock, which has no pinnacle anymore.
Boom.
Does that better the 5.10?
It's in that same range. I like kind of, if it does, I can't see it going too much higher, right? Kind of like in that range of those scores right there.
Chloe's been doing so well at like picking the sections to hit hard. Like there's not many times where you get to like tag it, and I feel like it's so easy to get in like that lully swoop here at steamers, but like he's been really like jamming those one turns and like kind of boosting his scores just off of like where he's kind of
the moment that's on the wave that's
point
given,
on it.
Yeah, it's been solid, right, for sure. I mean, example being the 5.10 was the air, right?
Yeah,
that was basically came out of nowhere. It was a surprise in my eyes. I mean, I don't know how he had enough speed to even do that, but he did. And so you're right. I think this isn't going to really factor in. I'm seeing the score come in, not yet. But in relation to, say, the 4.67, where Dumpy was doing those driving cutbacks.
Yeah, he's kind of
stronger
like
finish, I think.
Put himself in that first place position just off of these like grunting through some of these turns more than Dumpy's swooping.
That was a tough wave to surf. It was like real backwashy and on the kelp, but it stood up for him right here, which is definitely a difference in the two waves.
You know, what's crazy too is the only reason why the judges are going to be able to see that is this broadcast right here, because he goes behind the cliff. They're not seeing it
Oh, is the
live.
bomb out the back?
Uh-oh, here we
Mike's
go.
moving.
Paddling outside. Who's got this position-wise? Kolohe waiting on the score, not going to factor in. And here we go. Dumpy, important wave. Looks like a scoring opportunity. Didn't like it.
Fizzle.
Fizzle dizzle. He saw it, read it. Look at that. Smart. Kicked out. Keeps priority.
That's like the lane we were talking about. Like sometimes like you see a set coming or something like that and you're like, it's on. Like a bomb's coming to me. I got priority, and it just goes nowhere.
That is true. Yeah, it's inevitable that there is some mirages at Steamer Lane. That's why the locals love it so much. They're like, oh, yeah, go for that one. It looks killer. You go on it, and the thing just into the channel.
Both of these guys, like Brothers last heat, did you see that where he got the wave right at the end?
Yep.
And then Dumpy yesterday, like caught like a wave, like literally off this inside rock right at the end to both kind of get through two pretty sketchy heats. So these guys have been making it happen in, really tricky conditions.
We're going to take a look at a little moment that has been etched in viral memory. This was during the first of his heat. No, he's just during a break, and he goes, what do you guys think of this?
OTC.
He went OTC right there.
Was that in the girls' heat?
No, it was during a break, but it was after, right? So,
dude, I've been telling him he's got to land that. He's going to, for sure.
Well, that one was a perfect opportunity because he got this splash off the cliffs, but it actually kind of breaks the fall halfway down.
Pushing, huh? Dumpy might have something.
Ooh, this got a line on it. Pretty deep, though.
A little deep.
First turn.
Oh, no.
How does he stay on his feet for that? That was tough. Well, now gave priority back to Andino, and with the lead. See if all that championship tour experience is going to... he's going to be able to utilize that in this one-on-one competition here at Steamer Lane.
Mike's got room to move now, though. He doesn't have priority on those inside double ups that we were talking about as well. He might be able to find some sneaky wave and put it to him.
Well, we saw that first, when Kolohe had priority, he was sitting way up on top of the cliff, and Dumpy actually positioned himself way on. Oh, see, they're doing it again. I mean, he saw priority. He's going to concede it to the outside. Dumpy has not been gifted second priority. You think he'd at least get out far enough to get priority and then kind of slink back in?
Yeah.
Right? Because ultimately, if you get second priority, you're going to get gifted the first priority if Kolohe makes a mistake and paddles for a wave and misses it, or goes on a wave. So you want to get that second priority.
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
I didn't even know. Where are they giving you priority?
You need to be out a little further, obviously. I mean, they said that they were going to stretch that zone, but it's more stretched wide than it is inside. So you need to get out to a certain point before you're going to get gifted your second priority. He needs to figure, I mean, I don't think he's probably looking in now and realizing it, but he does need to get out a little bit further. And once you get it, you kind of start to cheat a little bit the other direction, right? And they're not going to definitely yank it away from you, but it would be very important to get second priority, in my opinion, in this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yesterday when I was watching, I was like, saw them, someone with priority would paddle like almost all the way in, and they wouldn't
take it away.
Suspend it.
Yeah, they wouldn't suspend it. They were
Yeah.
saying middle peak, and so it's a weird one, right? That's the judge has to make that call. Here we go, outside wave, and Kolohe is looking in position, first turn. Again, you talked about capitalizing on the one steeper section. That was a moment. It's so hard to surf. It really is. I mean, in that bump.
It's dead high tide right now too. This is like definitely the trickiest conditions of the day. But
I love the effort for Kolohe. And outside move, again, trying to improve on a 5.10.
He's riding one of those little epoxy skateboards too. He's on like one of those Rad Ripper models. It's like super fat, super wide,
I
super
saw
thick.
the tail on it. It's got a pretty big, wide tail block. And
Yeah.
it's EPS as well.
It's like one of those stringerless, I think, half carbon epoxy kind of.
So it's a unique construction, really. I mean, made for small waves.
Yeah, definitely like a surf skater, like a toy, and that's kind of like how he's getting all that release, like he does right here. He's just jamming that tail and pushing it around so easy, and then it still carries all that speed through these flat parts.
And it's not easy. The only drawback to the EPS construction is the fact that he's feeling every pothole.
He's got a fresh baby though. He's got the dad bod weight.
Dad bod weight. He's carving right through it.
Yeah, pushing through the chop.
It's funny how the men actually do pick up weight during pregnancy. I know I did. It happens. Maybe you're just you're eating with your wife because she's eating peanut butter and chocolate ice cream all the time. Score coming in, it's enough, 5.87 to improve his situation. Matter of fact, that's the best wave of the heat. So in addition to his point total, 11.60 total, now Dumpy needs a 6.43, and that feels like an 8, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's wave like stood up for brother. One steep section. It's like that's like the difference in this heat. It seems like it's finding that wave that's gonna stand up for. If you do 2 turns, in a steep section, they're gonna
reward it, and I think that's what we've seen. I mean, 6s at 6.5s and above, even today. It's like where you can get the clean turn and straight bottom turn. The 2-turn combo has been good numbers, right? And we really haven't been able to see that in this heat, particularly because it's just been one moment in the wave, and then obviously linking it together. But we haven't seen anybody just link 2 beautiful turns together in quite a while now with this peak high tide. So down to 7 minutes. What does Dumpy do here? Get his wave chant? Start trying to summon something from his god, whatever it is.
VB God.
You guys have a wave chant?
I don't know.
You don't? You don't
No.
have one? Am I the only one who has a
You?
wave chant? I got a wave chant.
Did you have the chant going at Mavs that one day?
No, not that day, actually. That was just, I was thinking about just that part of the reef. But I didn't actually summon the wave. No, I didn't have that power.
What's the chant?
I've done it before. I'm not going to do it right now.
Come on, man.
No, not yet.
Does John have this wave chant going?
I don't think he does. No, it's funny. It came from high school. It's the dumb little thing. It doesn't actually work, I don't think.
Never know.
Never know.
Might
You
have
do
to
it
try
now.
it.
Oh,
Let's hear it.
That's it.
Is that what it is?
You're gonna hook Mike up right now.
Right? It's
Look at there's a wave coming.
it's almost like you're meditating, maybe. It kind of has that vibe to it. I have no idea where it came from, like from a friend.
The wave chant working. Look at it.
Oh my god.
That looks like it's a good one.
But it's supposed to work for the guy who's using it. Although it'd be kind of cool to summon some waves for them here in this heat, so we can make for some entertainment.
We need to get you out on that point right there.
Yeah,
start doing it. Like
start
that
doing
didgeridoo guy on the Gold Coast.
Oh, dude, Russell Carwa.
Mike's making a move.
I actually have a knife that Russell put Aboriginal art on it, painted it specifically for my son, and gave it to me to give to my son. It was pretty rad.
Mike.
This is huge.
Wow.
Answer.
Oh.
2-turn combo.
Huge.
Wow.
Look at the otter. Is that
Look
otter?
at 3. Nice little driving hack. Finish. Tag.
This guy's about to go
We just
ape
saw
right here.
excellence.
That was the
Wow.
wave, like that one wave comes through and just like
You just said it.
breaks the whole heat.
That's huge.
Was it my wave chant?
That was the wave chant.
like
You
it.
just did that for Mike.
Sorry, Kolohe.
Oh, man.
That turns the heat, right? I mean, it feels like pretty easily.
Oh, yeah.
four
Those
big
other
turns.
5s that they were like getting and pulling hairs to get like a little higher of a 5, that was like night and day better than all those waves.
Wow. What? I mean, you mentioned it, Nat, that there is that one wave during certain times that just comes together. That one was definitely one of those waves. It had golden opportunity on the face and 0 mistakes by Dumpy there.
Yeah, it came right off the cliff. It stood up the entire way. You know, he did 4 pretty big turns.
This first one, he even goes like into the lip, gets airborne a little bit.
The flow out of it was really key element too, because it kept the speed into the arc.
Was that an otter or a photographer?
That's an otter. There ain't no photographers. There's 2 of them out there. It's mother and daughter as we see the finish move there, and score is not in yet.
Every turn was different too. I feel like they love that.
Variety is part of the criteria. Variety, speed, power, flow. Look at their first number in is an 8.
Oh,
so excellent.
snowman.
Yeah, no, you pretty much guaranteed.
This guy.
Mike is making it snow, huh?
Yeah, he's going to start splashing water and shit.
Well, one more score.
Oh,
Come on, come on,
This
put
is
it
his
in.
little like backup he's been getting. It's like a
slingshot. Oof.
Release out of the fins.
Oh.
Stuff the nose. Goes down. Okay, well, this is kind of important for Kolohe to know what he needs, because it's going to need to be, you know, a pretty high 7, maybe 8.33 in for Dumpy. 7.5 or 7.64 needed. So he basically needs an 8 really for Kolohe with 3 minutes to go. He's got priority, and let's do it. Oh, Billy Billy Om Deo.
Yeah,
Let's give him a chance.
Oh, brother,
Billy Billy Om Deo. Let's give him a chance.
I wonder if these guys are talking. I know brother doesn't like to talk in his heats.
Well, then maybe that might be a strategy that Dumpy might try. Here's take a look at Dumpy's good one again. This is 8.33 and just a little wedge off the cliff as the otter taking note. Yeah, look at, didn't even move out of the way. That was mom just said, you know what? You're moving out of my way.
Mike just stamped it, huh?
Yeah, that was a great wave.
Easy money, Mike.
That one felt good.
Well, and I would say that, you know, where he's finished already today, he's going to take that lead into the ASP North America, or sorry, ASP, geez, where am I been? The WSL North American rankings.
Too much.
That was in my zone. Yeah, the World Survey North American rankings. So he is going to put himself in a solid, but I would say that he would love to become a Coldwater Classic champion. And at the moment, he has got the defending champ against the ropes. Kolohe needing a 7.64.
This guy's been deadly, though, like at the end of heats, needing scores. Against Taro, he got that wave with like 1 second. Last year, he beat Taro with like a buzzer beater, like in the same way. Like,
that's true.
Earlier in the contest, I feel like he's just been getting these like little gem of waves when he needs them. And
I'd love to just an opportunity. I mean, in a minute and a half, there's, you know, could happen. I mean, all it takes is a wedge, very similar to that. You'd have to say with all the experience and in the jersey that wouldn't be any nerves for Kolohe to turn the wave.
I was thinking, I bet you out of like everyone in the world beyond Santa Cruz locals, Kolohe's probably like surfed here more than anyone. He loves coming up here and surfing the lane. So this guy knows what wave he's looking for out there. He just needs it to come.
I mean, but how much time do you guys put in at the lane? I mean, honestly, when there's waves elsewhere, you guys are elsewhere, right?
He loves surfing out here.
Really?
He surfs out here all the time.
So is maintenance in between surfs after you guys go wherever you go, come down in the afternoon, and you're going to go for a lane surf for the evening, and he's always on it?
I mean, the lane's easy. It's right here. It's
It is.
right down the street, so I like that about it.
yeah, something about like paddling out from out the back. It's like you're on like a boat trip or something. You just like hop out the back, dry hair, do a lap, and then you're in. Like you do.
And you don't have to. Your hair's not wet. You know, you're barely touching the water. You just literally slink in and slink out.
Yeah, one wave at sunset's way too easy.
It's true.
You could ride in, walk right back around, not have to paddle at all.
Oh yeah, you could get a burger if you wanted. You talk shop on the way out.
Remember when Rat caught a wave all the way in and he took someone's bike and rode it back up?
Yeah. They made a rule after that. You can't do that anymore.
I remember it was on
the locals had their own bikes with mopeds, and you know, and everyone else had to run.
Wow, this thing's over.
It is over. No, my chant didn't work for Kolohe. It worked for Dumpy.
Mike.
Wow, that was he capitalized there, and what a gift that be given that opportunity. He is into the first final ever for Dumpy in the Coldwater Classic, correct? Back in that one?
Honorary Santa Cruz guy right here, they're claiming.
He's so fired up.
Roof was trying to give him a wave here, calling it Dumpy's Bowl, and I'm like, oh, wow, well, Dumpy found it, and he's getting that honorary badge.
Hope
Congratulations.
Yeah, hope he doesn't peak in the semi right here and he could take this thing home.
Well, we'll find out. Well, he's going to be up against Davi Toledo. So we've set up our finals as we have the women's final coming up next. That one right there was won by Mr. Michael Dumpy. And boys, thank you. Any last words?
Keep that wave chant up.
Oh, goodness.
A couple more of those in the final.
Here, and we're going to come right back with more action here from the Ono Coldwater Classics. Thanks for joining me in the box, guys.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the live webcast of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California, Steamer Lane. My name is Omar Echeverry. I am joined with Adam Rapogel for a cracker of a women's final.
Yeah.
Local girl Autumn Hayes, Kira Pinkerton. What do you think, Adam?
Going to be a great heat. Really stoked to see Autumn Hayes in there to this final. I believe this might be her first final here at the Coldwater Classic. So everybody in town most likely down here to support her.
So rad. We saw in her semifinal heat was so cool, explosive, right? Just absolutely frothing. The crowd got into it. I mean, Santa Cruz, definitely the other surf city. So crowds get into it. Crowd is building. It's beautiful. It's sunny, and there's little waves, Adam. It's pretty awesome.
It certainly is. Looks like we have a guest in the booth here.
Hello. How are you?
Right on, Aiden. How you doing? Good. We're doing good. Just excited for Autumn in this final. Obviously, you are as well.
Oh my gosh, I've been surfing with her in contests since I was like 12, since we both got into it. So this is just a dream of everybody's, but especially like she's worked so hard for this.
Yeah. And go ahead.
That is so cool. And I mean, obviously, growing up underneath Autumn, you know, probably looking up to her. How special is this to you to see this happen?
Oh my gosh, this is everything to me. Like I couldn't be happier for her, and like watching her go and pursue the QS in general and all the travels that it has brought her, like, and all the experiences. I just love to hear her stories.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And the crowd out there, it's getting good. It's crazy, right?
Oh my gosh, everybody is going wild. Like the energy out there, you could feel it from here, I bet. We have a really amazing squad and a family of people that all love her very much.
Very cool. And if you're just tuning in, that's right, the finals of the Coldwater Classic Women's. We're talking about the woman on the screen right there, Autumn Hayes. Her first Coldwater Classic final. Adam, you have a title. How special is this title for someone in Santa Cruz?
Well, it's extremely hard to accomplish. Obviously, competing in your own backyard, you have a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure you put on yourself. But look at Autumn looking at a nice wave right here. Looks like a 35-minute final, so a lot of time out here. Let's see if she's able to get into it. A lot of concussion off the cliff.
Oh my gosh, and you've been out there lately. Gnarly, it's so hard to catch those.
Oh my gosh, it is so hard to catch those. And I don't know if it has something to do with erosion, but the recent cliff changes have made this explosive compaction that just makes getting into it on the side so much more difficult.
Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, as you see Kira Pinkerton, she's been coming up here for years, and obviously second-generation surfer, maybe third for all I know. As you still, seems no priority yet, it looks like. So Autumn up and riding.
Oh my gosh, take it away. I want to hear your breakdown of Autumn's wave.
Oh my gosh, her typical cutback into snap. She has just been surfing so good, so consistent. She has this lane bump on lock and always finishes.
No doubt. That was a great way to start her heat. As you can hear in the background, that is all the locals down there, folks, down there supporting, as you see on the cliff right there. You know, I'd go to say that there's thousands of people down there right now, quite a few people.
No, there is. One of the best venues in the world. You're here at Steamers Lane. Beautiful crowd, but we're going to take a quick pause from this heat because we have the winner, Michael Dunphy. Let's hear it, guys.
All right, I'm here with Michael Dunphy, finalist for the Coldwater Classic. Dunny, take us through that heat. How was it?
Yeah, brother was ripping. Luckily that wave came. I couldn't believe it. I had to look at it like 50 times paddling into it. I kept looking back, and yeah, it was just I don't know, the wave just showed up. Everyone was screaming. I was like, just don't blow it. I feel like I could probably start it better, but it was such a good wave that, yeah, it worked out.
So how's it feel like with all the crowd on the cliffs here screaming at you compared to like other beach breaks like in Virginia, like people yelling at you at the cliffs? What's that feel like?
It's funny. Usually we go to events and it's like raining sideways. You're out the back a mile out. No one's even watching. So here to be, like arena style, everyone's screaming, like supporting, and they've been calling me like a adopted son around Santa Cruz, hanging with Nat and you. So it's been fun. Yeah. Local support's strong.
Sick. Coldwater Classic, it's got a lot of, iconic history to it. How would it feel to be a Coldwater Classic champion?
Yeah, there's so much heritage to this event. It'd be awesome. That's, this place has a lot of memories for me, so hopefully I can get another couple of those waves that came through.
Right on, Denny. We're rooting for you. Good luck in the final. Thank you. Yep. Back to you guys.
Oh my gosh, the stoke in his face. That's right. He's been coming up here forever. Yeah. We all see him in the water constantly. He is part of the crew. Definitely, good friends with Nat Young. Those guys have been travel partners off and on for the World Tour forever. So pretty rad to see. But check out this one, Autumn Hayes, Adam.
Yeah, that was sort of a dicey little entry right there, too. Wasn't going to make that mistake twice, though, about getting blown out the back. But Autumn was able to put the first wave on the board. I'm not exactly sure what the score is. Probably judges looking at this again. We didn't see the end of that wave, but there was the end of it, actually. Nice ending turn for her.
That's right. Looks like Pinkerton opening up her account with this wave right here. Smash. Nice turn off the top. Good cutting back into the whitewater. Boy, it's going to be close on this exchange for sure.
Yeah, a lot of kelp in there, Eden. A lot of kelp.
Ouch. I mean, we all know that rail. I mean, so hard, right?
Especially with the kelp on the inside and the inside bump, like your board could fly anywhere. I was actually talking to Kira earlier after her previous heat win, and it's pretty cool to see these two girls in a final together. I know Kira had an experience out at the lane when we were about 14, and she had an almost drowning experience. And Autumn was actually the girl who pulled her out of it, told her to laugh it off, and she's looked up to her and been friends ever since. So this is really special to see them two together.
That is rad. My name is Omar Echeverry, Adam Rapogel, and Eden Edwards joined here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic live webcast. Thank you for joining us. How was your journey through this Coldwater Classic?
The Coldwater Classic is my favorite week in Santa Cruz. It brings all the up-and-coming talent to show us off at our home wave. I actually ended up doing the trials for the event, didn't make it through, but local Ashley Held did, and she's also an incredible ripper. It's so cool to see the way O'Neill has this fleet of athletes, and especially upcoming women surfers, and every girl in the trials had an O'Neill sticker on her board. It was pretty special.
Pretty amazing, this next generation of female surfers in Santa Cruz, Adam. It's next level. We're out in the lineup and we're like, wow, talent through the roof. I can't wait to watch the charge of this next generation who is kind of led by Autumn Hayes, really.
Exactly, and look, inspiring right there, 5.0 for Autumn Hayes. So that's a great first wave for her. She'll sit out there and try to wait on priority. It looks like she has it back again. So this right here was Kira's wave. Obviously, the judges wanted to see this wave. But this is a nice little wave. Unfortunately, we talked about the kelp right here. Really challenging to sort of weave through that. And combined with that backwash, that can happen.
Oh, boy, I just caught the rail there. The lane will do that. The kelp will do that. It's like the kelp monster wants to eat you alive. And it looks like Autumn again. Eden, take it away.
This is that same wave. This is a replay, actually.
Oh, again, that's right. So
judges are checking this out, trying to really dial in their bracket and make sure that their scores are on point.
Yeah, so the really cool part about the judging now is the judges, they'll pull up the waves right after each other. That way they can compare them. So they already dropped the 5, so they're using that 5 to judge the next wave of blue. It's really cool. Like you watch them and they're
nice comparison.
Yeah, super on point. And it looks like Pinkerton gets a 5.5.
Yeah, there you go.
I am just so impressed with the progression of surfing and surf contests, going from, you know, the middle school contests when you're young to, you know, now the WSL QS events are so tech, and like you just really can see how we're just looking at the most critical and fair way of judging and surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sport has come such a long way, and it's so cool to see between priority, surfer on surfer, the technology, we have replay, so many different elements have come into play. It's great. It's an Olympic sport, guys. It made it all those years. And if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning into the O'Neill Coldwater Classic online. Always want to thank the sponsors, O'Neill's. Everyone's doing a great, great job bringing it to it. Look at that crowd. Look at the beauty. Insane, right?
Yeah, I like those otters.
Aren't they cute?
Well, they just seem to be right in the way every time, actually. They're getting the best view out there. Nearly every wave that these women have taken off on, the otters seem to be in the face or really close to their turns. So, yeah, they seem to be getting a great view.
Look at them right there, right in the lineup. Chilling.
They're sort of owning this place lately, really.
If you took a look at Dumpy's 8.5, I think his second turn almost wrapped an otter.
Yeah, no doubt. Wow, looks like a nice wave coming here. Let's see what this wave's like, Eden.
Oh, boy, it looks like a little line coming in, and we can call them out because we're on the web. Wow, that's a lined up one, a nugget. Ooh. Both surfers just miss it. Aye.
A little deep there. Unfortunately, a little deep. Can't see it on the shoulder there, but maybe it closed out. Who knows? But
that table rock section is so hard to navigate because sometimes when it's higher tide like this, it's the only part that's breaking, but other times it's just going to break too fast and get ahead of you.
Yeah. I feel like it's almost another side wave now since the cliff broke, right? Like, I don't know, there's always the one, Adam, right, that would slingshot?
Well, obviously you want that side wave sort of to get in and then get going down the line before you get into that section right past Table Rock. The steamer line, you want to get up and get speed right away. That's the fact of this wave. You want to get up and go and sort of dictate what you're doing on this wave. If you're sort of smothered in the wave and sort of going wave tempo, wave speed, sometimes you can have a really challenging time breaking out and getting any type of maneuver that looks like a scoring maneuver.
100%.
But you can do cutbacks out here all day long. I'm good at them. I can do cutbacks out there all day long. The guys that are able to find that open face, or women, find the open face and get vertical turns, seem to draw the difference. The judges notice that, and obviously the points aren't as tight. Right now you're sitting on a couple fives. Back up right there for Pinkerton with the 2.8, but really a breakaway wave right now needs to happen. In the final, you really want to try to get one of those upper, excellent waves. You want to get up into the 8s and 9s to really try to solidify a win.
Yeah, you saw that with that last semifinal. That was gnarly. That was just a nail biter with Michael Dunphy getting an 8.33 at the very end.
Yeah.
We have Eden Edwards in the booth right now. What is next for you? You doing the QS? You amateur? What's going down?
Currently, lucky enough, I am able to just surf and travel, and my sponsors are happy with that. And this past year, I've definitely gone more towards like bigger waves and wanting to get barreled, and that's kind of been a new discovery for me.
Look at that crew. They look up to you, guaranteed. That's the next gen in Santa Cruz.
That is the next gen, and they are all so sweet, and they're all so positive. Like, they're the girls on your Instagram photos, on everything. You inspire me. You're the best. Like, I love them all so much, and it's so cool to have that community that, growing up, it was really only like me, Autumn, and maybe like 2 other girls that were in the lineup, and now like you can't paddle out without having like at least 50% girls in the lineup.
No doubt about it.
Yep. No, it's so cool to see. And I love the silent competitiveness of this group right now. It's got this like calculated kill kind of mentality, because I watch them surf heats, and it's just like they're processing, they're creating strategies. They're so young. A lot of the next gen that we're talking about is in that 11 to 14 range, and absolutely shredding. So cool that you guys have become mentors to them. Great job. So travel-wise, where are you going next? Are you going to go to Mavs? Are you going to Jaws? where are we talking?
Actually, tomorrow I take off to the North Shore,
cool.
and I'm going to probably post up there for a few months while that's like the mecca of waves for that time of year. And then hopefully back down to Mexico this spring and summer. Got to do some step-offs down there. And yeah, maybe Tahiti. I know it's going to be hard with the Olympics going on to get some time and practice there, but I love that place, and I would love, love, love to get better out there.
That is so cool to hear. Those are gnarly waves. So good luck. Be safe.
Thank you.
Be calculated, please.
Yeah.
And we're going to jump back into this final. Boy, look, Autumn Hayes right here, Adam.
Yeah, Autumn with a nice amount of speed. Unfortunately, right now, not getting a section. But you saw right prior to that, Kira Pinkerton on a nice little wave. Now she's looking to throw away at 2.83, so that might have done it. We'll see if she increases her lead. Autumn Hayes obviously needs to find a nice little wave right now. Still 20 minutes remaining, so that's a lot of time. Love to see her sort of sit there and wait for a nice one, though, and really try to win this thing. You know, really try to find the right wave to win. You know, not try to increase the small score right now. Try to go for an 8 or 7, you know, a really big score. Because these waves, this is helping Kira right now, but the reality is I think there's going to be better waves. There's that otter again. There's going to be better waves, and this might just be a way for her to chisel those points away and increase that score line. But in reality, it's nice to just to put it away. You know?
Yes. Yes.
Like put it good night. You know, you're sitting on a 5-5 or a 5. Go try to find a really good score.
Yeah, well said. Obviously, a former CT surfer, Adam.
But well, look, it's easier said than done. You know, you could sit here all day long. You get your backup score first, and of course, everyone knows. Oh, I'm just waiting for one more. That's all both these women. I need one more. Need one more good one. Yeah. She got 20 minutes to get one more good one. So, hopefully, she puts on a show. So, or hopefully, there's more waves, so we don't have to talk.
I think that there's a lot of truth to that, though, Adam, that people don't understand in the sport of surfing. A lot of it is so compressed inward. You know, of course, you're against an opponent, but in the sport of surfing, self-expression, you're against yourself, your own scores. Yeah, look at the Groms. Love it. Oh, my gosh. Who we got down there?
Everybody.
Looks like Kira, KK, I don't know, all the Rivy, maybe, I don't know, all the Groms.
It's all of them.
That's awesome. What a good crew. Look at, they can look right. What a venue. Are you kidding me? That's like you can just look right down at the surfer. Boy, look how intense that is, too. Look at the paddling.
That's what unlimited yerba mate and their favorite surfer in the water looks like.
No doubt.
Seriously. Yeah, we got to cut the kids off or something, right? It's going to get wild. The lineup, I talked to them. They're all going to go surfing after.
Yeah, I heard that. So let's definitely, we won't be out there.
No. Adam and I will be at the Kona.
We'll be at the Kona Big Wave tent.
Yeah.
We're trying to find a couple West Peaks.
There we go.
At that time.
I'm going to be paddling over to the West Peak. You'll be holding down the Kona Bowl. Let's do this. 18 minutes remaining.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, a final. It looks kind of stressful. You look at it, looks like Autumn Hayes only needs a 4.51. That's a short offer.
Right, but
second priority.
Yeah, but would like to see, you know, her wait regardless and wait it out. Not even try. I mean, obviously you want to build on that 5, Autumn. But yeah, I'd like to see, a nice wave ridden, and then we just get a blowout and we go, yep, made another $50. I would have put 50 on Autumn.
There you go. I like it. Bring it on. And that the true fact is too, we're on the other side of the tide. So any minute, the waves are going to come.
We hope so.
Yeah, we hope so, right? Willing Mother Nature.
So it's for the win here. It's not for the advance, but we'll see a 4.5 for the win.
The win.
Yeah, she's going to go for the win. But obviously, she said, you know, it's an uphill little battle right now. It really is. You know, 4s feel like 6s, 6 or like 8s. You know, 8s are going to be like 10s right now. So
Yeah, definitely. I know it's challenging when the waves are like this. You know, we say 8s or lates in professional surfing because a heat total of 16 makes majority of heats. That's where that saying came from. Everyone thinks it's just a fun rhyme, but that's just the truth. Of course, on days like today, you're looking at a lot of heat totals of 12 or 14 or winning.
Be lucky. You know, I think heats today were made with 10, and I saw a heat that was less than 2 points. You know, So there was a couple of really challenging heats and a restart. It seems like sort of the luck of the draw. If your heat happens to have a couple good waves early in the heat and you capitalize on that, you're pretty lucky.
I feel like with that variety in heats, it's really hard to like look back as you're preparing for this final and be like, okay, what is my strategy to get busy on the inside to make sure I even have a 5-point heat total, or to wait for that wave, as most people usually do.
No, heat strategies here at the lane are so challenging. You're dealing with like, gosh, almost even on a small day, you're really dealing with 3 peaks. So you almost have to have like 3 different zones, and then you got priority, so you got to create scenarios for the priority. Super challenging. I think that's a big reason why everyone wants a cold water title. Like, I mean, you know, for a QS 1000, this has some of the best surfers in the world, 100%, right? You got Kolohe, Andino, you got these just insanely talented people. Kade Matson, all these guys are just, they want a cold water title so bad. I think it's because it's just a challenge and a half and a cool crowd. That's it, right?
I think this event has a lot of street cred. You know,
Yeah.
it's been around for a long, long time. There's been really, really good surf here. Some really good surfing has been done during this event. So I think a lot of surfers, I know the local ones, definitely could use the money because everyone's broke. But they want that trophy. You know, they want to be able to say, hey, you know, for other, you know, for the town as well. We don't like to see that trophy leave town. You know, we like to see that trophy in town. And right now, Autumn Hayes has an opportunity to do that, but she's got an uphill battle. Kira Pinkerton is sitting with priority, so she's not budging. She's got 15 minutes remaining, but Autumn Hayes needs to get a wave under her priority and/or let Kira get a wave, hopefully make an error, and then really sort of wait for that good wave.
Right, hassle her into a wave. Not hassle her, bait.
Yeah.
Bait her into a wave. Well said, Adam. Eden, sitting like in this situation, how brutal, how hard is that?
Oh my gosh, it feels like hours go by within minutes, and you know, every decision is critical, and it, like you said, it is kind of like the luck of the draw. You know, what's going to happen is going to happen, but at the same time, I saw Autumn in her last heat, and she did a really good job under priority of, like you said, baiting into waves. You know, because she knows which ones are the good ones out there, and I saw her paddle for a couple, and I was like, I know that wasn't your goal.
Yeah, totally. Well said. Like, sitting there, it feels like eternity. You're just like, oh, can something please happen? They're replaying all the waves in the seats so far. That way everyone out there on the World Wide Web can get a good idea if you're just tuning in. We do have the finals, the women's all-important final in the water. So whoever wins this will be crowned the cold water champion. So, yeah, exciting stuff. 13 minutes to go. Autumn Hayes, right now, the local girl, only needing a 4.51.
Have you seen the belt this year?
Yeah, it's.
They got a serious belt this year. It's like, yeah, it's like WWE right here, but it's a the CWC. Yeah.
I think that matches the decals on Autumn's wetsuit. Actually.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is classic. Yeah.
That is so good.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Coldwater Classic, beautiful venue. You are looking at the cliff right there. That is the famous Lighthouse Point, Steamer Lane. Look at all the kelp right now. Wow. Great shot of it. Thank you, drone crew. Want to throw a huge shout out to Action Sports Entertainment. They do a great job. Productions, the boys. That's right. Jay and his crew. They rock it every time. So looks like the final coming up next. You got Davey Toledo and Michael Dunphy.
Yeah.
A battle, right?
Yep, no doubt.
I'm excited to watch that heat. Both those guys.
Be a good one.
Yeah, they've been serving heats really well. Like, I like it when you get like two.
Sure hope so.
Yeah, I make the final. I know. But I mean, do you think of Davey's quarterfinal? I got his first 2 waves, a 7 and a 7.5. That's pretty consistent. I think he only caught 3 waves in that heat.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. So I'm excited for that one. Looks like. Who is that, Adam? Taking a paddle?
I'm taking a look.
Yeah, Autumn looking on the inside there. Still 12 minutes remaining. A lot of time. And just a lot of time to think, you know. So
There's nothing quite like competing at the lane. You're basically in like the Thunderdome of like completely surrounded by a coliseum of people, and it can be daunting, but it can also be the most inspiring thing ever. I saw Autumn getting cheered on from the cliff, and I swear she pulled a turn only because everyone willed it, you know, with that. You see on the inside that there's that rock, and it really pushes water up, and it makes that end section, like you said, combined with the kelp, just really, really difficult.
Yeah.
So rad, so beautiful.
A lot of kelp.
So green this year, right, guys? Oh, my.
Oh, yeah.
This is insanely beautiful. There you got the beer garden. I bet there's a few people in there with their Kona and West Peaks rooting on Autumn.
No doubt.
Getting wild on you. Beautiful sailboat going by. Got the cliff. It's gone a little quiet, guys. What do you think? Long lull.
Yeah. This is where that, maybe getting busy in the beginning and just going on those insiders might have made you feel a little bit more comfortable, but at the same time, like 11 minutes can completely flip-flop anything.
100%. You do have priority with Kira Pinkerton. Autumn Hayes, second priority. Autumn just looking for a 4.51, not much. She has a 5 and a .77. Pinkerton has the single highest scoring wave of the heat so far, so she's going to look to better that 4, of course. Yeah, it's the patience game right now. Super, super tough. What a beautiful venue. Eden, did you cruise around the whole area recently?
I've been here 4 days straight. I have seen every inch of this place. And
love it.
Yeah, it has been great. I haven't seen a single person with anything but a big smile on their face. All the vendors, all the booths are awesome. Got some permanent jewelry, drank a West Peak, got a t-shirt, did just about anything. And this contest is just the best.
You got toasted?
Yeah, I got toasted. Toasted jewelry.
That's all time.
That's so rad. Oh my gosh. Autumn up and riding, looking for that 4.51, Adam.
Yeah, we'll see what Autumn's
You can
able to do.
hear them from here.
Yeah, she's trying to make something there out of nothing. That really wasn't the wave she was looking for, but willing to give it a try.
Ooh, from here I see a couple lines.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would wish she would just stay sort of put out there and not take herself out of position, because if there's a move made by Kira, I want her to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And sort of not look at that wave. Even if it's under a 5, I don't want her to really look at it.
Yep.
I want her to really go for the win. I want her to look at a wave that's going to make it really difficult for Kira.
Right, maybe even baiting her into a wave, possibly being the local girl, right? Sitting underneath priority, whatnot.
Yeah, Kira's been coming up here for years. I know her dad pretty well. I've seen her up here since she's been a little kid. She's not going to get fooled, and she's going to wait for the wave she wants to make it. She's done a really good job at this event so far.
Yes.
With priority, and she sat there and waited to get through a couple of her heats. She did some really, really, really smart management with priority. So
yes,
I'm expecting the same out of her, and it's going to be hard for Autumn Hayes right now to turn this around. It will. It really is.
And just like you said, I think I see an anchor on Kira Pinkerton. She's dropped anchor. She's waiting. She obviously is a great competitor.
Yeah.
She's not going to look at anything unless it's a 5 or above as well. And she's holding down priority. Looks like a nice little bump. Eden, what do you think?
I think navigating this section is going to be everything. Oh, and the otter, once again, right under her feet. It's really hard to tell which ones are going to stand up, but little wrap, and maybe if she sticks with it, the inside will stand up, but just doesn't.
So this is good. This is good for Autumn right here.
Yeah.
This is really good. Now giving her
that exchange.
Yeah.
Yep.
Giving her a lot of time. She can sit there and regroup, think about the task at hand, take some nice deep breaths.
I can't imagine the weight that just probably
Yeah.
slightly lifted with that little one up and priority change.
Yeah, definitely. And what you're also got to think about too, as that last of Pinkerton comes in at a 2.57. So that doesn't better her 4. That does put Autumn in a really good position. And here is a replay of that wave. So Pinkerton needs to better her 4 to increase her lead at the moment. Right now, Autumn Hayes, she's posted up. She has priority. She has dropped anchor. She needs to get something better than a 4.51. Pressure's on. 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Oh gosh, it feels somber. Like you look at they're like, oh gosh, okay, now everyone knows what she needs to do now, and they're just, come on, will a wave, something.
I mean, it's been crazy to see the diversity of the conditions and the swells and the directions and the wind and the rain and everything this week has made it really hard to hone in. And it just seems like some people have been magnets for them and some people haven't. I mean, I've been surfing the lane for as long as I can remember, and usually you can kind of tell this one's going to bowl up, or this one's connecting to the middle peak section and going to give you a nice end section. And today it seems like all the waves that I've been sitting oh, they should go on this one, they should go on this one, have just ended up being pretty mild.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell.
Meager was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Hey, throughout this event, we have had every weather condition. I believe every swell direction, Adam, that exists.
It really wasn't a friendly weekend for the locals. The week for the locals. It could have been anybody's game. I noticed a lot of East Coast guys surfing really well because it was almost like a beach break. Yeah, but it was just what, we need here at the Coldwater. We need it to be challenging. I really wish they would have ran it yesterday, personally. It was challenging out there, really challenging.
Yeah.
Raining and cold, and it was the cold water.
Yeah.
But look, they showed up today. This is better than I thought it was going to be. And you're starting to see a couple waves right now. I mean, this could be the difference between a win or a loss right now. Let's see if there's any wall on this wave. No. Potentially the second one, though. You see the wall coming in. Could have some wave over here off Table Rock. Let's see who's in position. Autumn Hayes with priority. This is a big wave for Autumn.
This is a good little wave. So important. Adam, break it down for us.
Yep, right over the Otters there. Autumn Hayes. This is a great looking wave. Nice turn up into the pocket. And again, so Autumn Hayes, 2 nice turns so far. Needing that 4.51 to get into that first position. Another little snap as well.
I think she got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it out there. Eden, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think she got it. That wave is kind of what I'd like to see. It's bowling at you a little bit more and not going out to sea, so it gave her that opportunity to go up for, a more proper turn and not just cut it back. And, yeah, I think she got it.
Wow. I wonder if they're going to look at the replay. Yep, looks like they are. This turn's the important one, Adam.
Yeah, really like that nice turn right in the pocket. And again, nice wrap. So it is, just a bunch of cut downs, really, is what she had right there. So the judges are going to analyze this in relation to those other 5s, most likely, and see exactly where that fits into the scale. I've noticed we watched a lot of, there it is right there.
There it is.
5.37.
Score comes in, it's enough. Oh my gosh. Now you got to look at the clock. This is when you're like, please end, if you're local, depending on who you're rooting for.
Well, this is
two great servers.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity, though, for her now to sort of push up into the lineup in a way that gets into the space of her competitor. Really, I'd be right up underneath Kira, sometimes even outside of her to try to, start just looking at stuff. But yeah,
wow.
I mean, maybe not paddle circles around her, but get really close to her.
Hey, why not? It's competition.
Yeah, 4.87. So Kira Pinkerton now needs a 4.87 to get back into the lead. She had it for quite some time. Autumn Hayes took advantage of an opportunity given to her by Kira for taking off on somewhat of a meager wave. So great work of priority there and way to manage that time.
Boy, crazy though. It's not over until the horn blows. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Looks like Kira Pinkerton needs a 4.87. Not a massive tall order for her. It's up to Mother Nature and the surfers right now. That's all you can do. But that was a great job by Autumn Hayes. That first turn was rad. Pocket turn.
Nice turn.
Super, super clutch. I mean, Eden, you look nervous.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. With the amount of buzzer beaters recently, especially Kolohe's with Intaro's heat, that was phenomenal. Had the whole crowd going. So, it's not over till it's over.
No doubt.
Her last heat, she had 2.5 minutes left and was in the lead, and I was just praying for it to go flat. So, with 3 minutes on the clock, I'm definitely a little restless.
Yeah, there's those otters again right in the way. I mean, that threw me off a little bit.
I mean, they've been stealing surfboards. Have you guys
Oh, yeah, I'm hip
touched
to
on
them.
that?
Yeah, I'm hip to them.
They're getting the shot, guys.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're having fun.
They're only interested in wave storms, though, apparently.
I know, it's awesome.
I love it. Boy, Autumn Hayes getting the score.
Now, Autumn trying to now increase a 5.
Ooh.
Let's see if there's a section on the inside. I don't think she would have taken off on that unless there was.
Yeah, there just might be.
Yeah, she
There's
knows.
this
Look.
tricky section.
Nice turn there. Gets a 2 for 1-er.
And finishes it.
Ow.
All right.
So is that going to be better than a 5? We'll have to wait. But yeah, so right now she's playing build the score. Kira Pinkerton sitting out there, dropped anchor. She has priority. 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. This is going to come down to the wire for sure. Oh boy, look at the crowd. They know. Look at that. They look nervous. I like that. It's so fun. Look at the girls. Oh my gosh. It's so rad. Oh, gotta love it.
We haven't seen one of those really good all the way across bowling waves come in, and 2 minutes is a long time.
Minute 30 seconds here remaining. Judges deliberating there again.
Wow, she upped the ante, guys.
So she upped it by, what's it, 0.3 of a point.
Yep. Quite a bit. Wow, awesome. Now, Kira Pinkerton needs
Wow, look at this wave, though.
5-2-0.
This might be one of the better waves we've seen yet.
This is looking like one of the better waves.
It's going to shoulder off maybe sort of quick. Yeah, looks like it's one of those waves that sort of comes into the point.
I love it. We get quiet. I think everyone's getting nervous.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Kira, bummer. I mean, I like to see a battle.
No doubt. So 45 seconds remaining. There's Pat Wick Murphy. Looks like some of the locals down here ready to cheer Autumn up the stairs here. Watch out, slippery when wet.
35 seconds remaining.
I like this not give up attitude right here.
Wow. Straight, not giving up. 5-2.
Wow, right up onto the rocks.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a mayhem.
Guy, look at that crowd.
I love the
Yeah, that's awesome. Like, you know what's really cool too is that everyone's cheering, but obviously they're cheering for both of these gals. You know, surfing community here is really, really cool. Oh my goodness, Autumn Hayes has got to be just out of her skin.
Wow, that was awesome.
Couple West Peaks tonight.
Oh yeah.
That is just incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, did you hear the crowd in the background? You can't hear that online, but there it is.
Yeah.
The claps, the froth.
That's awesome.
So cool. Autumn Hayes, the local, coming away with the win. Eden, what do you think?
Oh my gosh, I am clearly biased to Santa Cruz in general, but we have the most insane community, insane crowd, insane talent, and Autumn has been foreheading that forever, as long as I've been surfing, and it is just so cool to see her finally take this home and, you know, carry Santa Cruz through this.
This is awesome. This is awesome stuff. Cool. There's John Miller, everyone down there.
Wow.
Great job. She's been working her tail off for years and years and years. Wow, Tim Patterson too under her feet. Didn't notice that till just now. So Timmy Patterson, great job with that tool right there for Autumn Hayes.
Wow.
Surfing really, really good.
So psyched. Oh, they're gonna cheer it from the rock.
John Mellon, Ariella.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
That's so cool. Okay, be careful. That's kind of nuts.
No, that is precious cargo.
Yeah. Wow.
That's
legendary.
Awesome stuff.
2023 Coldwater Classic
this
champion.
is too good. This should be turning into a poster for next year. This is really awesome stuff.
Up the stairs.
Oh my gosh.
Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Love it.
So cool. When was the last local to win? Do you know?
I don't, but that's just epic.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Crowd's pumped.
Must have been Nat Young, I believe, might have been the last person to win.
Might have been.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, Autumn Hayes. We now have a new women's O'Neill Coldwater Classic champion for 2023. Legendary Autumn Hayes. So cool. She has worked so hard for this title. She has been in the mix for years. She now has a title.
That's awesome. That'll be on the mantle. That's good stuff.
All right. Looks like we're going to dive into the final. Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, well,
crazy. We're going to say goodbye to Eden.
All right, Eden. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Eden. And we're going to have Adam Rapogel in here in just a we're going to watch a replay real quick.
See what's going on here. You see David and Dumphy up and riding. So, yeah, this was taken. We'll see right here that coming back into that otter section. And Dumphy just weaving back and forth. So
beautiful.
Taking off where he left off. Gosh, nice wrap.
Wow.
And again, so he found a little gem right here to give him a lot of opportunity on this wave, a lot of turns. So great little start for him.
Awesome. Okay, Adam, I'm going to take off.
All right,
we're going to welcome back in Peter Mell for the final. Pete Mell.
You'll see right there the man on the hour. All right, we got another guy in the booth here.
Yeah, we're going to bring a three-person heat here, or a three-person booth with Daryl Flea-Verosco joining me, Adam Rapogel, my name is Peter Mell, and Dumphy already a score in the books.
Yeah, man, that was sick.
Yeah.
That last heat, seeing Autumn Hayes come all the way through and win this local event, she's been working hard for.
Yeah,
it was insane. How was Michael Dumphy's first wave?
Pretty good. 6.33. So what a way to start. Get a little semi-celebratory moment for Autumn, but we'll get a little more celebration as we get into the awards ceremony. But congratulations to the local girl. Like we were just trying to think, Flea, when the last local to win this, it would have been Nat Young in, what, 2013. So it's been almost a decade.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And, you know, Michael Dunphy's staying at Nat Young's, you know, house. So
he's going to kind of almost get a little bit of the...
Could be a little stuff going on right now. He's been sleeping in the loft. So, you know, Nat's been coaching him every night, maybe telling him some things. It looks like it. His rhythm looks good in all these heats.
Yeah.
He's getting really good scores. His surfing's on. Yeah, it's been fun to watch.
That's Daryl Flea Verosco, Adam Replogo, my name's Pete Mel, longtime friends, and we get to call the final here for this Coldwater Classic. And, you know, Flea, last year you weren't able to join us, but glad to have you as part of the team again this year.
COVID. COVID was crazy last year. It was bad timing, but just stoked to be here.
That was kind of the other end of COVID too, right? There was another year before that.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, don't want to test here, and then just had to test, and I was like, oh, and I think I had strep throat at the same time. The whole family did. It was just like, ugh.
Well, you're here now. You get to enjoy it. You got to see Autumn Hayes win the Coldwater Classic, and of course that's, I would imagine, a lifelong dream for her.
doubt.
She has had a QS victory before in her past at Iquique, Chile, but to win in your home turf at your home break,
it's hard.
Nothing better.
Yeah, it feels sweet. Guarantee it. Having her friends and family here, been trying for quite some time. Had the semifinal berth last year. This is tasting good.
Yeah, and I was just, you know, mentioning on the beach broadcast that she's been going to school full time, getting her teaching credential. So she's been working hard at that too. So not just surfing, you know, she's a hardworking young lady.
Dunphy on the Dunny Bowl, as Roof likes to call it. That's been a wave that he's been picking up right there at that same little Zot, inside slot, really. And Dunphy goes down on that one, but it looked like there was some opportunity. So early momentum is with Dunphy.
Yeah, but let's not count out Toledo, man. He's been doing some huge airs.
Autumn Hayes just won her second QS of her career, and the biggest one of her career right here, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Let's hear from her.
I'm here with Autumn Hayes, our 2023 Coldwater Classic champion. This is your second QS win. How does it feel?
It feels really good to win a comp. I won the last one when I was 18, so I was like 6 years ago, and it was the only final I made. And this one means a lot more to win in front of my home crowd. And yeah, it felt so good, even just like catching waves and hearing how psyched everyone got. And I was just getting so fired up. Even when I needed a score, I was like, I got it. Like, I got it. Yeah.
How was it having everybody here on the cliffs today, feeling that energy? I think we could hear them from 3 miles away.
It was so awesome. It was the coolest thing ever. And it was funny because when I wasn't on a wave, it was like I could hear like crickets. It was silent. And I was like, it's crazy. Is everyone as stressed as I am right now?
I was, yes. Is there anything else you'd like to say to everybody?
Just thank you to mostly the Santa Cruz community and everyone who showed up for my heat and cheered me on. It means so much. It means the world. And thank you to my family and my friends who support me and my sponsors and O'Neill for putting this on. I'm so stoked that I can say I won the Coldwater now.
Well, thank you. You won it for all of us. We love you.
Chicken skin.
Good stuff.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Proud parents guaranteed hanging out.
And it's funny how, I mean, you can see locals win at their home breaks and so forth, but for whatever reason, look at, like, you can hear the horns going too. It's like everybody's
We got
involved.
a small town. I mean, some people come in probably think we have a pretty big city. It's a really small sort of town here.
It is.
Everybody knows too, Brody, because like, it's online.
Yeah.
You know, people are hearing this and going, "What? We got to go down there."
We got to go down there.
Go drive on Westcliff and go honk the horn and you do a parade right here. Well, we still have a final of the men's here, and right now Dumpy's got a hold of it just ever so slightly, 6-3-3. 2-5, and Davi, like, you start questioning when you're sitting out there with priority. You're like, oh gosh, do I move in now? But you know that there's we saw it. There's set waves still that can happen. We saw Dumpy able to find one. Paddle here, strong paddle. Matter of fact, he's going to lose it and lose priority.
Well, not now.
Yeah, because Dumpy's taking it. He likes it, and he'll kick out. So Dumpy's almost surfing this inside bowl is really what he wants to ride.
But if you noticed, Toledo, a majority of his scores were right off of that first section. So he's been catching waves off the cliff and then like airing off the first section quite a few times. So he obviously is a different approach. Where Dunphy, talked about Dunphy's bowl, he's been on that inside reef the whole time, and actually, even with priority, sort of sat inside and over. So a couple different looks.
Yeah, Toledo hasn't had to deal with such tide. All of his heats, he's been able to kind of get that wedge off the cliff and have speed to do that aerial maneuver there. But this tide's a little bit much, so it's hard to get that projection off the cliff.
Yeah.
And you saw Michael Dunphy and Kolohe Andino before their heat sitting over here studying the lineup.
Yeah.
And there were so many waves in Levi Slosson's heat that those guys weren't getting. They were kind of in the middle, and they were identifying that.
Yeah.
And so that's why he's there now.
I was touching on the fact that, like, how important it is to even get second priority in a heat, because, you go out, get it second priority. If you don't actually make it all the way out to the primary takeoff zone, you sit on that inside, you're basically relinquishing priority to the surfer that paddles out and gets it, even if you want to surf on the inside.
So can you go grab it though and then come back?
Yes, that's exactly what I was mentioning. It's just it's strategically it's better because say the surfer with priority is sitting out the back.
Look at the otter. So he's playing locals. This otter now is
Right
now. He's like, rah.
That's just the baby. That's the baby otter right there.
Yeah, mom's going, hey, go hassle him. Too funny. But yeah, like if you say like Davi has priority right now, right, and he sits outside, and Dumpy doesn't paddle out far enough, he doesn't have second priority. Say Davi paddles for a wave, and he misses it. Priority rather than going. To Dumpy because he didn't get priority. That stays with Toledo because he stayed outside. So it is beneficial to go get second priority.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's the crew. The
pink shirt crew here.
The backup crew right there. All laughs after the loss, Kolohe.
All laughs. Look at these guys, just minor. What's up?
Whoa. Couple little swells on the horizon, huh?
Yeah, I wonder if Dumpy's getting any information, any cliff information. Years ago when we would compete, there was always somebody, giving you some type of information,
I think trending away from that a little bit.
Okay.
That I've seen, at least for most of these guys. I mean, it was a good question.
Could be a blast off the wall here. He might get blasted out.
Yep. Missed. So there you go. And Dumpy says, thank you very much.
Default.
One of the best small wave surfers, definitely on the the North American circuit, but in the world too. I mean, Dumpy has been able to produce excellent surfing in small surf. Just growing up on the East Coast, he's been able to figure out ways to get that extra speed out of a board.
Oh yeah, I went to Europe one time with Nat and lived with him for a couple of weeks and was blown away on the lay days. They couldn't run the contest; it was too small. That guy, made it look like they should have ran the contest. Type of stuff,
Yeah. That's
amazing.
That's what Natty was saying. He's just super gnarly on small surf.
It's just his technique. He's really good, be able to find power pockets. And he's one that's, I had Nat in here for Dumpy's last heat, and he was mentioning how he's seen him see stuff that he sometimes doesn't even see that has extra energy and stuff like that. He just sees it and has a great relationship with the lane. Obviously that last heat, he was able to take down Kolohe, and a lot of it was to do that just timing, but he found that one clean set wave that was the point of difference.
I feel like you see a lot of surfers come from the East Coast and the small regions. They just have such good board control.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so when they come to where there's some energy in the waves, it just they rip. So.
No doubt.
What a moment for Autumn Hayes. Best feeling ever right there. It's just
winter acid.
Yep.
Yeah, you see her sister and her dad's in the background with the West Peak hat right there.
Yeah.
Right there, and so the whole family's here.
Glowing.
Yeah, they're beaming. Pop a bottle of wine over there later, huh? Or maybe crack a...
Yeah, I guess maybe go down to Hula's. Pops is half owner of that, so maybe go out to dinner. Autumn's buying. Won't need to buy, I guess, if Pops is...
owning.
Half price, right?
Look at the little, is the Ewok, the little goat trail still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Sketchy.
It is still there where you go down, but it's getting so battered that section's already popping off. You can see pieces of the rock popping off and stuff, yeah.
It's ever-changing.
Wow, sort of a sleepy time right here. It's about the time we start talking about O'Neills or like four-wheel campers.
You can see that little cave around the corner happening too. So
I'll thank all those on the stage over there for
Okay,
the few awards.
you got it. Look at it. Looking pretty deep here. Toledo.
Toledo needs to get going here.
I love that Dumpy just does not have any shame. He'll take anything with an opportunity. It's kind of the gift of having the ability outside of priority to not worry about that too much.
And the ability to turn in a 3 into a 5, you know, or a 5 into a 6 or 7. That's a skill set.
It is, for sure, especially, you know, this guy. This looks like an all right line here. Let's see what Davy can do. Has yet to really produce any numbers here. He's paddled for a couple waves. Has not been able to get to his feet yet.
He just seems like he's paddling a little too far towards the cliff.
You know that little deep spot too right there, Riley, where it'll come off the cliff and then go deep and then push down to the inside of Table Rock at this fuller tide.
Okay, you call him Riley, which is you're the only one that really calls him Riley. Does anyone else call you Riley, Flea?
No, Riles. I've heard Riles a couple times.
Okay, but where did Riley come from?
Roadies pretty much.
I don't know where.
Maybe
Barney or something.
Maybe Frog used
Frog,
to say it.
yeah.
I think.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
For sure. That sounds like something he would say with his voice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the water goes around that point right there and creates that little deep channel.
Deep channel, right.
And then what's happening now is it's going around that corner and it's hitting the cliff and creating a cave on that
side. Yeah.
And then you can see right there where there's rocks on the inside. That whole section is going to fall, that cliff right there.
Yeah.
You've already done all the analysis, Flea? You've done, done the walk of the perimeter?
I love it. I love it.
Well, you know what?
You see the rock zones that you got to be worried about?
Not really worried about. I just like the what Mother Nature does and creates. You know, it's fun, man. I wish I was a meteorologist.
You can go back to school if you want.
Oceanographer. Great.
No, I'm just going to drive some buses, Pete.
All right. That sounds good.
I know. That's all time. It's all time, dude.
I trust you as a driver.
I've actually went to school quite a bit this last, 10 years, you know. I got a degree in life coaching, which I never really went into.
Yeah.
And then got my class.
Do they administer medication?
License. What?
Life?
No life coach.
No medication.
That's not a PhD. You need a PhD for that.
That's right. It's like a psychologist and a psychologist, right? Psychiatrist, psychologist. Because one of those guys, they can administer stuff, and the other guys talk to you about it.
Yeah. True. No, it's just challenging, especially for a surfer that surfed his whole life and didn't go to college, to actually go to school and do those things. It's pretty nuts. I was challenged for sure, but
Good for you, Flea.
I feel like I'm kind of done with it now.
But you learned a few things, I'm sure, and of course with your own experiences to be able to share with the world.
Yeah, I got a degree.
Yep. There we go.
That's awesome, dude.
Little wide, little inside peak wave. This has been some opportunity for Michael Dunphy. He's been able to find these waves.
God.
Look at that.
Stop it.
That's it. Oh,
wow.
that's
what was that?
That's a little hammer move right there.
Was it? It was like they used running a motorboat?
It could have been a throttle.
That was a Virginia Beach Everglade.
He was running the airboat?
No, that was it, dude. He was.
Yeah.
Airboat claim.
Let's see what happened. Toledo here.
I got to ask him about
Coming from behind here, Pete.
That was sharp. How was that first turn was sharp, and
Yeah.
then the second turn was even better.
Yeah, no,
Was
this is,
insane.
I mean, it feels to me like, hey, points of difference, right? I mean, that was release. It had speed. It had spontaneity. Somehow he's able to find.
Wave looked about head high, too. If you
Pete.
notice, the wave got bigger.
Excellent surfing, Adam.
I would say. I would.
Yeah.
I'm going
For
to
the
back
situation right now and what's going on?
I'm going 8.5.
All right. Well, hey, we all do it. We all sit here. We judge each and every wave.
Well, Michael had us already sitting on a 6.3, right?
It's the best wave of the heat,
Yeah,
right?
it's the best
just
wave
by
of the
how
heat.
much.
Yeah.
There it is. Scores coming in. You're right on the money, Flea. 8.33. 1.9 thrown down there by judge number 4.
Nice.
So the high and the low, there's an 8 and a 9. They're thrown away. A couple 8.5s. As you watch Davy now, important. He needs to stay in the mix here because that score is going to be read out. 14 points, and it's a one-way traffic all for Dumpy right at the moment.
Wow.
There's your judges' scores. 5 judges
Look
on
at
the
him
panel.
psyching.
Height and low are out. Average the 2 8.5s and the 8, and that's the 8.33 for Dumpy.
He tastes blood.
Nice. Party at Nat Young's barbecue.
Well, it's 17 minutes to go. We can see there is, opportunity.
A lot of time
turning
left.
around.
This guy's got
He's got
rotations all over. That's a great hack right there. If there's an end section, he gets another turnoff. He's back in this game.
Oh, he's going to do a huge air right here. Watch. Boink.
He's
No
gonna,
problem.
He's going to
Rides
match
out.
the 6.33 already right there. So he's back in the ball game.
Oh, yeah. This guy's such a good surfer. Like, the whole event, he's been just coming through. So you can't count him out yet, for sure.
No, dude. Where was his brother hiding him? Did they have him, like, just locked up somewhere?
I know, Philippe. Where'd you put this guy?
Owning that right there.
I haven't seen this guy, and he came up here to Santa Cruz. He's blowing up.
Yeah.
It's funny. He doesn't compete very often. I know that he's had an affinity with this event particularly, and he's wanted to compete here. Loves Santa Cruz. Sure
He's
enough,
back in the game.
That love of this spot right here has gotten him into the final.
Look at that right there.
And he's such a cool guy. You know what I mean? Friendly, happy, fist
there.
bump. You know what I mean? Saying hi to everybody.
7.0 for Davi Toledo, and now only needs a 7.67.
Yeah.
So he's right back in it. I mean, second highest wave of the heat of this final.
Guy's a beast, too. You should see his quads and his legs, his butt. He's solid, dude.
Yeah.
He is a solid guy. 7.0.
So how old is he? How much younger is he than Philippe?
No idea.
We'll get that to you in a minute here. It's his younger brother, correct?
Yep. Andre was helping me out. I didn't know anything, and Andre just told me all the info.
Well, you know what's crazy about Davi
7.67 now he needs.
is that his English, it's like he's been living in America. I mean, if you listen to him, it's not like he's been in Brazil. I mean,
went to
he
San
spent a lot
Clemente
of time.
High
Yeah.
for all we knew. He's part of the 2%. They're not letting him on the team, but geographically, he's on the team down there.
Well, and he did the Jacks Pro this year, finished with an equal 65th, which Huntington Beach probably didn't have quite the same affinity there. He's done the Morro Bay event. He's now doing the Coldwater Classic. I mean, that's just this season.
Yeah.
Wow.
Last year, did a couple events. Did Pismo, Jack. So he's been residing, it looks like, in America. That's where he's been competing. He went to Outer Banks last year as well. Still didn't get his age, though.
Definitely one to watch this year, I think. Don't you? I mean, surfing like this.
No doubt.
You know, a little momentum.
I looked at his board, too. It was a 5.9 dark arts, about 29 liters. Didn't see exactly who had made it. But he is quite a little unit, that guy. He's solid.
Yeah, a little reverse psychology here, huh?
Yeah, let's see what's going on.
Playing Michael Dunphy's game a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what type of maneuvers he's going to be able to do on some of these fatter ones. Unless you have speed going into that inside, it's really hard to surf.
Yeah, these guys make this look super fun.
I know.
I mean, honestly, like, there wouldn't be too many surfers surfing right now. You know, it'd be a lot of Grom sitting there.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
for sure.
On a day like today.
Well, speaking of Groms, there's like 13 Groms just, 14 minutes away from getting wet. They're going to be out there behind these guys getting waves, I guarantee you, as soon as we hear the hooter.
No, I know. They're frothing.
They're frothing.
They got their suits on already.
Yeah, this has been the biggest week for a lot of these young kids here in Santa Cruz, being able to, mingle with surfers like this, actually going out into the water, surfing right next to them. This is what we love to see here in Santa Cruz, inspiring the youth of Santa Cruz surfing.
Well, also just like seeing Autumn Hayes, like someone that lives here, like, oh my gosh.
She can do it.
We can do this. Like, she's doing it. Like, and the next level of female surfers coming out of Santa Cruz is pretty good. Like, these girls are ripping. So that was really cool.
There's too many of them, actually.
Whoa, we got a couple of lumps out there. It's hard to tell on the webcast. It's really hard to tell from above.
Yeah.
But some of these waves just have no wall. But wow, that looks like a good wave. Will it have a wall?
If you would have taken that wave from the start, maybe.
You could
a couple of sections there.
You could have dropped in a little further out for sure,
Yeah.
in front of that point.
Yeah.
You've seen a lot of that during this contest.
Right. Without this priority thing, I think nowadays you don't have to sit way outside. You don't have to force the person to sort of protect his position.
Correct. Yeah. But then there's just really good ones on the inside, so
Yep.
you don't want to leave your guy in there either. It's like, look at
all the local crew here for Dumpy.
Yeah. Natty boy there. Does he tell you his plan for this next year?
I didn't dig.
No.
I mean, again, he's going to have a seed in the Challenger Series. So, I mean, me personally, I would say that, hey, why wouldn't you go and, go the Aussie leg? I mean, he's a pro surfer. That's what his career is. He's still got plenty of time, plenty of good surfing left in him. So.
Yeah, he actually told me he was going to give it one more shake in the Challenger Series, yeah.
Yep, why wouldn't
and
you?
just, like, focus completely.
Yeah.
You know, like last year he was a little bit all over the place, so I think it's
raising
cool.
a young family, redoing a house, there's a lot on your plate and traveling, and then ultimately I think that the year that he did, last year when he fell off, it did seem like there was a little desire left, right? There wasn't as much desire, which we count on with that. It was
well, it was true. It's like he fell off tour, and then you have to go right into snapper, and you don't really have time to process it, so. Here we go, David taking a look at this one.
Is it going to have a wall on it? It's hard to tell when you look at it from here. There's a little broader view of it. Again, looking for a 7.67. That was some rail work. Oh, and that's
kelp.
That is kelp. So not going to do it on that wave, but still some time. This is always a tough one when you're in the lead with priority, how to defend that lead. Do you keep playing offense and take waves, or you just
not at this stage of the game? I think Dumphy should sandbag the whole entire rest of the heat.
That's boring, Adam.
It certainly is, but I'm here.
But we're going to talk about winning, right?
Yeah, like
why wouldn't you try and?
Well, I mean, if there's no reason for him, if he's not going to increase on a 6.33, there's no reason for him to take off on a wave.
This is true.
That's true too, and honestly, like, it was scary for that last heat. Autumn actually could have got priority when Kira paddled for that wave.
Right.
Yep.
But she didn't. She went, and it left Kira with priority in the end, and that was kind of scary. So I think Dumphy, it's good for him just to sit it out, and if the best wave of the day comes, he's got it,
Yep.
But these guys are so good at strategy and stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Me neither, dude.
Is it the same thing in big wave surfing to have the same kind of surfing the lane? No, they're different things.
No, in big waves, you're like, go ahead, Pete. You're on it.
Thanks, Lee.
You do the same.
I know.
It's okay. Close out.
You want this one? Come on, guys.
Oh, little bump out the back. This is Dumphy has to make a decision here. Is he going to sandbag?
Yeah.
Is he going to? I mean, it's always tough. You'd think as a surfer with priority, kind of move underneath maybe and kind of make the decision. I don't know where the strategy is to sit with priority, but
look, if you're out there, Rody, you could have been.
That Toledo guy would have squirreled out already and just seriously.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think one of the ways to quote unquote sandbag in this moment is to make sure that your competitor isn't picking up an opportunity. That's really what priority is about. So you don't want to take a wave to take away opportunity. You almost want to just make sure you make the decision that goes, that's not going to be the 7.67 needed, right? You let them take the wave away. Not having the nerve to let somebody surf a wave, right? And to have the confidence to know that
there wasn't enough.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a magic too, right? It's just watching every wave going, does this have the scoring potential for Davi to get the number needed? Or is it more important for me to hold down priority, which generally holding down priority is important. Although we saw Kolohe let a wave go by, which almost would have cost him the heat, right? That was in the quarterfinals. He let who was in that heat with him?
Taro.
And Taro got a wave and got a score and got the best number of the heat, right? And he let that wave go by.
Taro got 2 vertical bashes and a wrap, and then that was.
And it was, and so that was a moment where Kolohe, in a way, let a wave go by, didn't take it because he thought there was a wave behind it, which did look like there was going to be some opportunities behind it.
Yeah.
So that's the risk too, of just like letting one go by because you don't want to give up priority so much.
He ended up turning a 3 into a 5 though, and did all
yeah,
right.
he turned the heat at the end, but he wouldn't have probably had to worry about that as much if he had taken that wave.
Yeah. So down already, 7 minutes remaining, Pete. This is already starting to go down. I'm starting to see the sun go down now, too, with this daylight savings change. As soon as it hits, you know, later in the afternoon, it seems like it's getting dark early.
So true. I mean, that sun never really goes straight up and goes into the sky. It's all about this time of year. It's pretty much glare all day long.
Yeah, we get these really nice evening glass-offs, though, when it's like this.
I love the otters just going, oh, there's no surfers around. I got the free lineup to myself. 841 and baby hanging out. Pretty much guaranteed that's the same otter, right, Flea?
It could be. They showed a view from the air the other day, and I was like, oh, that's 841. But then, like, there's 5 moms with babies.
Really?
So
you gotta
look at the tag. So I don't know if that's.
Well, they'd have a tag, right? There's a tag.
They
on
do,
it.
yeah, but you can't
See
tell.
it. Yeah. Dumpy making a move, lets it go.
Curious, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Big alley-oop.
You saw it coming, Rody.
Yeah.
Good read. But
Good,
not the
smart move by Dumpy right there, right?
That's
No
that
doubt.
nerve. Yeah, go ahead, Davi. Go ahead. And, and Davi's pushing him, too, to make the decision.
So, yeah, he has to make a decision. It's fun, though. I like that. It's like, you want this card?
Yeah, we'll say it's 841 in the baby just because we can. It looks very comfortable, though. It at least seems like the attitude that the local otter here as we take a look at this one. Yeah, otter oop. Little baby oop. And look at the otter checking it out.
Classic. Do you see, it looks like, yeah, people filling in down here, Pete. Great little afternoon, little Maui cruise.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how good is biking West Cliff, dog walking West Cliff, people watching, baby toting, surfing watching, electric bike tracks.
Not to mention the lighthouse field and the butterflies and the birders. The birders are heavy.
The birders. They're watching the cormorant. They're watching.
There's all kinds of
snowy
birds.
plovers.
No,
no
not the
snowy
bird,
plovers.
not those ones, Pete. There's all kinds.
So you're a birder.
I know a little bit
Okay.
just from talking to them because they stand outside my house and they're like with their binocs. I'm like, what are you doing?
And what are they doing?
They're out
What
with
is
this,
the elusive bird that you want to see here?
Yeah, just like this bird came from all the way from Central America and he has a yellow head and and they explain it and you're like, whoa, really?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty interesting.
I like the cormorants that are just kind of native to this zone.
Yeah.
And the pelicans are always good.
But he just got pooped on one by a cormorant at Pleasure Point last week, Steve Level. He came in the shop. I need a shirt, dude. I just got pooped on when I was there. Come on, that's a rite of passage. That's like high school. If you didn't get pooped on at SoCal High by a seagull, you didn't really graduate, or you didn't get the full effect.
Oh, yeah. In the quad.
In the quad, you got
Everybody's
pooped on.
feeding the seagulls.
You got the same problem, right?
Oh, yeah.
Santa Cruz High, too.
Because everybody feeds the seagulls all the food,
yeah.
and
Alka-Seltzers.
Yeah, we don't want to go there already. Come on.
4 minutes.
Let's see
and it's
what's
still a
going
heat.
down. It
You
is
know,
still a heat, yeah.
7-6-7. We've seen Davi was able to negotiate and find the 7, and now with second priority, this is where even more again the nerves of Dumpy and the experience playing this role of priority and the lead.
Yep.
You can see Davi now is going to push the envelope and go back out a little bit, whereas Dumpy's going to sit on the table rock section. And basically, he'd love to see this clock just tick on out with no waves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flea, highlight moment of Coldwater Classic, this event specifically, and then I'll ask in general, and then go to the specificity of this event.
Of this event?
Just a memory moment that happened during a Coldwater good story.
Anyone
staying?
I was always really excited to see Archie and Potts. That'll always be something that I really enjoyed. And, Parco did a cutback. Oh. It was nuts. It was like so fast, just, you're like, whoa. And
you're going to appreciate a good cutback.
Exactly. I wasn't
Especially
really all about cutbacks. And then Parco did that. I was like, oh my gosh.
I got some work to do.
But, yeah, those two things. And
and then this event specifically, what would be kind of the highlight?
Just the highlight of just good surfing, Slauson would be a highlight to me, that 9.17.
Autumn Hayes win.
Just ripped, and then just Autumn Hayes, the whole story is unbelievable. So, yeah, I can't go without saying that.
How about you, Adam?
No, I always liked the early years when we were You know, it was like Sean, Shane, Michael O'Dane, whoever they were. You know, all
Shane, Michael O'Dane.
Yeah, like all when
Sounds like a poem.
I know all the well, they're obviously they were a lot younger than we are now, but
those are the guys you look.
Those are the guys that we were looking up to. Yeah, that was those incredible years with the bleachers and the stadium and the hot tubs.
Yeah,
sort of stand out in my mind. And then there was a couple of other times where friends either won the event or you know, things like that.
Yeah, that's got to be it too. The friends, you know.
Yeah.
Watching you guys win was epic.
Yeah.
Feels good to see that again.
Yeah, it does, huh? That's why.
Yeah,
I think
that's what Autumn's really going to inspire this young group of women surfers and men surfers. Geez, for that matter.
I would have to say that, like in overall, this was obviously a challenging event, and the men surfed really great. But the women, just in regard to seeing the new blood coming up, the youngsters, getting to see the local girl win the event, you know, and the Coldwater back, and pretty much you would say, in its more successful part of its event lifetime, because there's now this huge support from the city. Yeah, it's a smaller event, so only thing that could happen here is just have it grow, right? And grow organically with the support of not only, you know, O'Neill again, but the city and all of the sponsors too. I mean, it's a great opportunity because this one is such a cool event. 1 minute to go.
Here we go, the boys.
I was trying to tell Dumpy there's 1 minute. He was asking for time.
Yeah. Yeah.
This could actually be.
There's a little wave right here, huh?
Decision-making time. Of course, they're going to throw this one at us. Like, is he going to have the?
There's
oh,
two
look,
waves.
there's another wave too.
Dumpy's not going to. He's not going to go.
Look like too much wall though.
This one, even outside.
Yeah, it's hard to see on this, but I think he has to go, right?
Pretty much.
Toledo should turn around, just go, just to go, and then
paddle. There's that spray off the cliff, and glides into this one with 20 seconds to go. No waves out the back. This looks like it could be a victory lap. 683 is one of the low scores that he's got to replace, if anything, but 10 seconds. Getting some speed on the inside, gets that clean, solid finish, looks out the back, hoping that Davi is not on a wave.
Wow, Dumpy pulled it off.
And that is it. Dumpy.
Nice.
2023 Coldwater champion.
Well deserved.
Epic.
Well deserved.
And of course, we got to give condolences, but also congratulations to Davi Toledo, his first final. Probably best results of his career to make the final, and have it here at Seymour Lane is pretty good.
Sure.
Congratulations, Toledo. Thanks for coming to Santa Cruz. That was cool.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him again. As you see.
There's the trail to get out of here. It's still difficult, even when it's 2 foot.
No doubt.
Got to make sure the timing's right. Anyone going to carry him out of here? Did you see Nat down there? They
for
pull
sure.
him out of here? They better.
Those guys will be. Nat's got a hurt ankle. How's his ankle doing?
His ankle's fine.
I didn't even think he had ankles, really. I thought it just went down half to foot.
Yeah, it's got to have a hinge, though, a little bit.
Barely.
Yeah, there he is right there. He's putting him on his shoulder right there in the red shirt, Nat Young.
Yeah, he is.
Come on over here, buddy. I got to do it.
We're going to do this, dude. Sorry. Look at the pink shirt crew.
I don't care. My ankle hurts.
Yeah, and Kolohe there, of course, good friends. And, whoa, even a
brothers.
Big wave shower.
Yeah.
Got a Kona big wave.
All right.
All right, and this is it. Michael Dumpy, the 2023 O'Neill Coldwater Classic champion.
Yeah, no.
Well deserved. He was able to find the waves when they were needed at the opportune times, and he gets himself the big win.
What a massive, massive win for Dumpy. Had a massive, well, he's been doing this for a long time, Pete. I think he's got years on the QS. And so.
Yeah, surfed great throughout the whole event.
Certainly did.
And that'll give him a little bit of momentum going into Morro Rock.
Yeah. So true. I mean, again, you know, goals being that he wants to finish in the top 7 of the rankings of the North American circuit. That is important to qualify for the Challenger Series. As Daryl Feliverosco, Adam Redpole, always an honor to call heats with you guys. Good to have you a part of the event as always. My name's Peter Mel. We're gonna, pretty much wrap it up. We're gonna have. We'll go to a break for at some point. We're going to hear from our winners, but also we get to hand out the belts.
Nice.
Can't pass up on the belts.
Those belts are pretty cool, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
JJ and crew at O'Neill coming up with the belts, which is always pretty cool, and I think that that's a trophy that's new and unique.
It totally is. I haven't seen one yet like that.
Right?
Yeah.
So Dumpy is taking over the lead, is that correct?
I would say that, yes, he is definitely going to take over the lead. 1,000 points added to his total. He's going to move into the #1 position on the
congrats.
North American circuit, which again is very important. Obviously, having that number 1 or number 2 seed is always going to help too in your seeding in the Challenger Series, because there is 2 seeding rounds in the Challenger Series now.
Oh wow!
The round 80 and then the round 64. So obviously you want to have a high seed so you can have that extra heat buffer.
Yeah, for sure.
Always solid. But I mean, you look at the score line for Michael Dunphy: 8.33, 6.33. He had an 8 in the last heat. He had excellent numbers today.
Yeah, he had insane waves. And just throughout the event, he was able to identify waves throughout the whole environment out there. He didn't just catch waves at the point. He surfed right off the table rock. He surfed inside peak. So he had a great identification of the good waves out there this week.
Definitely read the waves good today.
And it's important, especially for Steamer Lane, is to be able to understand where there's quality scoring waves on every part of the reef, because you never know what you're going to get. Obviously, this event here, we had south swell, we had super north swell, which was today. We had storm surf.
Wind swell, storm surf.
And we had normal northwest, swell that we usually get here at this time of year.
Yeah.
But there was all different facets, and he was able to get through it all. And even the small wave stuff, man, looked good.
Looked insanely good.
Yeah, for sure. Good job, Dump. And Autumn.
Yeah, brother.
I can hear him.
Yeah, you hear him all
His
back
brother
there.
out there just carried him up.
Well, let's just listen to the microphone and let them take it over here. Like, you want to pass those guys at the mic?
Smells so good.
Are we good? All right. I'm here with Michael Dunphy, 2023 Coldwater Classic champion.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Can't thank everyone enough, like the local community, all you guys for taking me in and getting me some waves. So pumped.
Yeah, local community here, having all the fans on the cliff.
Yeah.
Santa Cruz has welcomed you in like a son. How's it feel to be here in Santa Cruz taking out the Coldwater Classic?
Yeah, it's really special. I've been coming here for a long time, hanging with Nat. And it's awesome.
Speechless right now, I imagine.
Yeah, I've literally been coming here since I was like 15 years old. I remember like spending a month on the couch, just like, I don't know, I always loved coming and surfed the lane a ton. Used to never really get many waves, but following Nat around and you as well. So yeah, I'm just pumped. I never won in a QS in California before, so stoked to do that, and perfect day for it.
Well, you're the newest lane lot legend officially, so I don't think you'll have a problem getting waves here now. It's been, the final was slow and the whole week was kind of slow. How do you battle the nerves and just waiting for those waves?
It's a good question. I struggle with that a lot, but you just kind of got to have faith that you know which way to take off on and trust what you're doing. And you got to have some stuff go your way too. There are a lot of people fell on a wave here or there. A wave popped up for me when it was supposed to. So you just got to put your name in the hat and then keep going at it. And sometimes it just goes your way.
Love it. Yeah. Well, that final went your way. You got, you're on Mayhems. You got confident on your equipment. How's your equipment feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. Thanks to Gian and Matt Biolis for always getting me a bunch of good boards. They're unstoppable. They win like every event on a Mayhem. So just trying to keep it going.
Nice. Well, Denny, you're Coldwater Classic champion.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
No, just thanks for everybody here and just the Young family and everyone for having me. And yeah, it's been a blast.
And one last question. We heard you have a flight tonight, but you might be pushing that back. Where's the after party at?
Those Kona big waves are sounding pretty good right now. I don't know. I might miss this flight, but we'll see what happens.
Congratulations, Denny, the 2023 Coldwater Classic champion.
Wow. Nice stuff there, Flea.
Yeah, that's really cool to see even Toledo just being super cool right there.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. I love the sportsmanship right there. That was nice.
You couldn't have scripted that better. Obviously, Dumpy's spending a lot of time up here. We call him, now he's like a little surrogate friend.
Yeah.
Surrogate buddy up here.
Yeah, he's classic.
Yeah, but boy, we had some excellent surf today, Flea. We have a great highlight package today. We're going to have some really, really nice waves. Can't wait to see these surf.
Yeah, they're coming up next, and you guys can,
All right. Well,
yeah, the highlights are coming up, and then the awards.
Yeah.
See those belts on those surfers out there? It's going to be cool.
Yeah, I want to see that highlight package, too. There was some ripping today.
Yeah. I want to see Slosson's wave and a couple other waves, right?
Yeah.
like a boat race.
Juggleberry. No, and then the.
Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
With the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
Thank you, everyone, and wow, welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic Awards ceremony. I'm Peter Mell, and what a week. I want to say for all of the local community here, give yourselves a hand because you guys came down and supported, and of course to watch the local surfer take a win here. You should be pretty proud for yourself because leaving the lineup for all these guys and girls to practice, so give yourself a hand. Also want to thank our sponsors, of course, Verve, Cruise Internet, and Save the Waves, the Dream Inn, and the City of Santa Cruz, Guayaki and Kona Brewing. Of course, a big thank you to them, West Peak, Four Wheel Campers, and of course, O'Neill bringing the Coldwater Classic back. Gotta love it. I know that the O'Neill family is going to be represented here. I'd like to invite up here JJ, Jack O'Neill. You wanted to say a few words.
Family?
So we got to get tighter.
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 Go ahead, JJ.
We good with the sound? We good with the sound? Hello? Test. That was nice.
There you go. JJ, you're live.
All right. We did it. Well, hi, everybody. I just want to introduce myself and my nephews and niece here. I'm Jack Jr., this is Riley, and we have Connor and Bridget. And on behalf of the O'Neill family, we just wanted to thank everybody that came out here to give us support. Lots of people out here, so much excitement. And yeah, I want to also thank the staff that made this possible, everybody running it. Takes a whole community here, and most of all, I really wanted to thank all the competitors here. Everybody did a great job, and we're so happy. And thanks to all of our sponsors, too.
Thank you, JJ, and they're going to be handing out the awards. I'd like to call up the runner-ups. Please, Kira Pinkerton. Davi, have you gotten yourself changed yet, buddy? You better be the quick change. There he is. Come here, Davi. So Davi Toledo, yes. First, we'll talk to, here as the family here. I just want to bring you up front so we got you on camera here, Kira. Come on. So Kira, first final here at the Coldwater Classic. You had mentioned about how much time you've spent as an amateur and also in the pro career now at the Coldwater Classic. Do you think that helped pay off to get this runner-up today?
Yeah, I think it might have helped a little bit, but I've also almost never surfed the lane like this before, and almost every time I come up here, it seems to be a little bit different. But I'm super stoked to have made the final after a few heats I squeaked by, and a heat against Autumn, too, was pretty awesome, and I'm super stoked she won.
And I got to ask you, you know, obviously the goal is to make it to that championship tour. You know, what's it going to take this year?
I think for me, consistency is the biggest thing. I've struggled with that, and lately I've been kind of working on that, and it seems to be paying off a little bit. So I hope I win an event this year because I got pretty darn close.
Congratulations. And let's get you your belt. Wrap it around you. Kira Pinkerton. Davi Toledo, come on up here. What a performance this week. You know, we know your older brother, right? But you are now a name to be talked about because your performance this week, it was incredible. What is it about the lane that you have such a good affinity with?
To be honest, nothing, because it's my first time here. I got to surf this wave on Monday for the first time. I had a fever, I had a headache for 3 days after that. My body was like hurting really bad. I just wasn't bad. Like everyone shirtless in the house. I was like freezing cold. I was like, what are you guys doing? Just, you know, going through it, but just want to thank God for, you know, giving me the strength and just the ability to go out there and be able to catch some waves and make through some heats.
How old are you?
24.
So 24, and you haven't been focusing on competition very much. I mean, I saw you a couple events last year, but no focus now. Are we going to see you going and entering every event now?
Definitely, yeah.
I love it. Congratulations on your runner-up, and an honor to call your heats today.
Thank you so much, Pete. Thanks, everyone here. Just want to thank everybody for showing up, everyone that was also part of the final, Kira, Autumn, and also Dunphy. Good job. And everyone that showed up, and yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys.
Always gracious. Thank you, Davi Toledo. So let's bring up our champions. Congratulations to our runner-up. Let's come on up here. Autumn Hayes, come on up here. Michael Dunphy, let's hear from you. Autumn Hayes, our champion. We have not seen a local win this event since Nat Young, I'd say, 2013. So congratulations, Autumn Hayes. How good is it to win in front of your home crowd?
It feels pretty unreal. It's definitely the best win of my life. And I'm just so happy everyone came out to support, and it means a lot.
Did you feel any nerves? I mean, I always feel nerves, but was it more pressure, or are you more comfortable having your fans here?
It wasn't more nerves, but I wanted to do better because everyone came here to watch. But it just made me so excited hearing everyone cheer for me, and it got me so pumped.
Was there any moment in that final? What was the moment that you felt like this is it?
That one wave, I think it got like a 5-3-3. I did the very ending turn and got sucked into the rocks, and I fully went inside of a little hole in the rocks, and I came out and everyone was cheering, and there's 2 minutes left, and I was like, if I survived that, I'll win this final.
I love it. And what are the goals now? I mean, you're a champion. I know it's a 1,000, but are we going to see you all the way on North American circuit into the championship tour at some point?
I definitely want to do this event every year and want to try to do my best and win it every year. That's the goal.
We love it. Let's see a two-time winner. Congratulations, Autumn Hayes, your champion here of the O'Neill Coldwater. Where's your belt? Grab your belt there. What a moment. And then next to me, Michael Dunphy, who is parked at Nat Young's last house for the last few days. Has that been one of the magics that's going to allow you to win this final?
Yeah, I've picked his brain every little bit I could, just he knows the wave so well, and him and T have taken such good care of me, so shout out to them.
And what is it about the lane that you found that you had this chemistry there? I mean, you've kind of were right at home. Most every heat, you were able to manufacture scores off the peak. You're finding your own bowl there that Roof calls the Dunny Bowl. I mean, what was it? How do you like this wave?
Yeah, I love this wave. I've just spent a lot of time here over the years. I slept on Nat and Rosie's couch for a month, and every winter for a long time. So it feels like a second home, and everyone's kind of welcomed me into the crew. So I've been pretty lucky.
Welcome. And your champion for 2023 O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Get your belt. 1,000 points. And this is that great photo op. Get that belt around you. Come on, get it on there. And there's your champions. And what an event. I can't believe it. It was a lot of different weather situations, wave situations. These folks came out on top, and what an honor to call it. And that's it for this year. Let's see you guys back next year. Back to you guys in the booth.
Ha ha ha.